Chapter 745, The Opportunity. Chapter 751 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. After reanimating the former Kages, Orochimaru was under heavy strain. His Edo Tensei was a far cry from the level Kabuto raised it to years later in the original story. Not only were the reanimated ninjas weaker, but he had a much more difficult time controlling them as well. He had exceeded his limits by summoning 15 rank S ninjas at the same time. As a result, he could barely even move. Hiruzen's analysis was accurate. If Orochimaru got even a bit distracted, there was a high chance that he could lose control, and the reanimated Kage would be able to act as per their will. Needless to say, he was well aware that all of them would try to kill him first, without a shred of doubt in their hearts. Even though there was a chance that they could destroy Konoha later, and Orochimaru could be revived through the curse seals, he didn't want to let that happen. Hence, he hid behind the 12 reanimated Kages after summoning them. He expected Hiruzen to attack him, as sealing the 12 Kage by himself was more or less impossible. However, Hiruzen was equally concerned with stopping the reanimated Kage from the enemy villages. Even if they killed Orochimaru, the 12 former Kage could wreak havoc throughout Konoha before they were sealed. Hiruzen didn't want to see hundreds or thousands of Konoha ninjas falling. Hence, to Orochimaru's surprise, Hiruzen had done the opposite, targeting the reanimated Kages instead of him. Hiruzen's main body stayed back and only moved towards Orochimaru when he wanted the reanimated Kage to move towards himself and give his clones an opening to seal them. What Orochimaru never imagined was that a single touch was enough to stop all the reanimated Kages. His eyes widened as he completely failed to hide the shock on his face or understand what the hell had just happened. He involuntarily exclaimed, "What the fuck happened?" Orochimaru had worked hard to collect DNA samples of all the former Kage. As a true researcher and someone obsessed with ninjutsu, Orochimaru had longed for their DNA samples for a long time. He had access to the cells of Hashirama and Tobirama from Danzo when he was in Konoha. Getting Minato's cells was easy as well after his death. However, getting access to the dead Kage of other villages was extremely difficult. Danzo had tried it long ago with his root subordinates. However, the other villages were well aware of Tobirama's Edo Tensei jutsu and protected their dead very well. Even the elite root ninjas couldn't reach it, while sending rank S ninjas to such a place was too risky. As a result, Danzo never got his hands on them. Since Konoha never displayed the Edo Tensei jutsu despite 2 deadly great wars happening in close succession, the other villages finally started relaxing. Combined with the fact that the second and third Great Ninja Wars had resulted in massive casualties, the villages decided to focus more on the living than the dead. Hence, Orochimaru got the opening required to steal a few cells from their dead bodies. Of course, it wasn't easy. He didn't know the ins and outs of other villages. So infiltrating them and sneaking into their graveyard was far more difficult than entering Konoha. To make matters even more complicated, he had to do it sneakily. Had his actions been noticed, every major village and Kage would start hunting him down. While he wasn't afraid of them, they'd also increase security around their graveyards or destroy the dead bodies to prevent anyone else from doing what he did. That would be a huge loss of future research material for Orochimaru. Hence, he had worked for several years to get the DNA samples of the Kage from other villages. However, there was one exception. Unlike other villages, Kumogakure didn't reduce the security around their graveyards. Orochimaru wasn't able to get the DNA samples of the previous Raikages. He finally got the opportunity just before the invasion began. And that opportunity was provided by none other than Fujin, who killed hundreds of Kumo elites following Hiruzen's plans and wreaked havoc inside Kumogakure using his Akuro identity. Due to these events, Kumogakure became more engaged in improving the security of their village and finding the missing ninjas. Protecting their graveyards, which had never been attacked, took a back seat. Despite being busy with preparations, Orochimaru had spent a few days collecting their samples. The reason for doing so wasn't just for the attack on Konoha. It was just that he had the perfect opportunity to get them. Since he had them, he decided to add them to the other Edo Tensei summonings he was planning to use in case his other preparations weren't good enough. Regardless, It was a very difficult task, something Orochimaru had spent a lot of time on. Yet, Hiruzen sealed 12 of the 14 reanimated Kages in under a minute. Speechless, Orochimaru wondered, why did they all suddenly stop, and how did his clones extract their souls so easily? What were those hand seals Sensei performed earlier? He gazed towards Hiruzen and their gazes met. The 12 shadow clones were dispelled after the souls of the Kages were sealed inside the god of death. At that very moment, Hiruzen moved towards Orochimaru at blinding speed. Just like in the original story, Gaara fell asleep, and Shikaku and Gamabunta engaged in an intense battle. It was then that the moment Fujin's clone was waiting for arrived. It was the main reason why Fujin didn't dispel this clone to get his chakra back. Gamabunta's sword sliced through Shikaku's arm, sending the gigantic sand arm to the ground. Fujin's clone thought, this is it. He immediately teleported to the flying thunder god mark closest to the arm and placed his left hand on Shikaku's arm. Due to it being just cut, it still had a decent amount of Shikaku's chakra inside it. It was about to return to Shikaku when it suddenly stopped, before being sucked into the seal on the left hand of Fujin's clone. Not even a minuscule amount of Shikaku's chakra inside the arm could escape. Shikaku immediately glanced in that direction and realized, my chakra is being stolen. He wasn't the only one. Gamabunta noticed the sudden change as well and thought, Shikaku's chakra from that arm suddenly disappeared. Huh? What's that chakra signature? Who is it, and when did that person appear here? Gamabunta failed to recognize the chakra signature, and, due to the gigantic arm, neither Shikaku nor Gamabunta could see who the person was. Even if they did, it wouldn't help them identify who it was. As for the other genins, their attention was entirely on Naruto and Gaara. Pakken didn't notice this strange event either, as Fujin's clone had masked his smell entirely. Shikaku immediately lost his cool. Disgusting humans! Sealing me inside a child wasn't enough humiliation? You still dare to steal my chakra? Eat my drilling air bullet! Shikaku inhaled deeply and shot out a large, high-pressure air blast at his arm. It completely blew up the sand arm and destroyed the forest behind it. Shikamaru picked up Sasuke and Lee, and immediately hid behind the large trees. Pakkun and Temari hid similarly as the intense winds blasted through their area. Despite taking cover, each of them felt the intense winds and barely managed to stay on the ground. Shikamaru thought, man, what a battle! Why did he suddenly attack his arm, though? Luckily, we weren't in the line of attack, or we'd be dead. Huh? Due to the intense winds, the sand restricting Sakura fell off. Shikamaru immediately caught her and retreated back to where Sasuke and Lee were. Shikaku laughed, exclaiming, steal that fucker! Ha-ha! Now it's your turn, Toad, Naruto asked. Steal? What is he talking about? Chief, is Sakura safe? Gamabunta ignored him and wondered, did that person die so easily? His chakra signature disappeared right when the air bullet hit that area. Did he die or somehow retreat? Naruto shouted, Chief, is Sakura all right? That attack was in their direction. Gamabunta answered in an annoyed tone. She is fine, all of your friends are safe. As long as he is defeated, everyone will be safe. Naruto sighed in relief, and their battle continued. A long distance away, Fujin's clone appeared out of thin air with a giant grin on his face. He thought, though I couldn't get Shikaku, this is good too. Now, time to test that seal. I hope it works as intended. And next chapter, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil Sarvesh 8 OKS Buy. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Angelica. Rowan Bar, Joe, Lucas, Chris Liberiu, Paul, Hedgie, Benjamin, and Niereski for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 746, Momentum. Chapter 752 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Orochimaru immediately flickered away while thinking, whatever his weird jutsu is, it works by touching his opponents. I can't let him touch me, at least not until I figure out what it does. Hiruzen immediately chased after Orochimaru, intent clearly visible on his face. He resolved, 10 years ago, I made a grave mistake by letting my emotions cloud my judgment and letting you go. In all the decades I have led this village, that was my second biggest mistake. I can't fix my biggest mistake. but I'll fix this one. The student-master duo flickered at an intense speed inside the barrier. They were so fast that the Sound Four couldn't even track their movements. Overall, Orochimaru was faster. Unfortunately, he was restrained by the very barrier he raised to trap Hiruzen. Due to the confined space, Hiruzen made steady gains, reducing the distance between them every second. As he appeared just a few steps away from Orochimaru used the hidden shadow snake jutsu and launched dozens of snakes at Hiruzen while shouting, "Old geezer! Do you think you can sustain that jutsu forever? How much chakra do you still have left? Just die." Orochimaru's prediction was on point. Even though Hiruzen had made a short work of the reanimated ninjas, it wasn't without cost. His chakra reserves had taken a major hit. Even so, Hiruzen grinned and said, "I can sustain it until I fix my mistake, my ignorant disciple. Let me educate you one last time. Fire release, Yang Demon Jutsu." Hiruzen's chakra suddenly flared, and an intense Yang and Fire chakra exited from every chakra point in his body. It immediately transformed into black flames and covered his entire body. The snakes hit the flames and hissed painfully as they were burnt alive. The fire rapidly spread through their bodies and moved towards Orochimaru, who cut them while retreating. He cursed, "Have you gone senile, old man? You dare to use that jutsu without any protection?" The black flames around Hiruzen's body not only burnt the snakes, but were also burning his flesh. After the third Raikage created the lightning chakra mode, Hiruzen was inspired to create a fire chakra mode. He gained some successes initially, but soon reached a bottleneck. While he could create extremely hot flames, his body couldn't endure such heat. Initially, his body adapted, making his skin and flesh far more resilient to fire. However, it reached a limit very soon and couldn't endure higher temperatures. No matter what Hiruzen tried, he couldn't overcome this physical limit. Later on, he tried to use jutsus to resist the flames so that he could fight without getting hurt. He tried several water and earth jutsus as those two elements resisted fire the most. In the end, he created a modified version of the Iron Skin Jutsu that worked very well. Unfortunately, the result was subpar, as using another element decreased the power of the Yang Demon Jutsu considerably. Hiruzen still made a few modifications, but the final result paled when compared to Raikage's Lightning Chakra mode. As a result, Hiruzen ended up dropping that idea. However, Hiruzen wasn't very concerned about his life at that moment. His goal was to kill Orochimaru irrespective of the cost. Hence, he didn't hesitate to use such a suicidal jutsu. Hiruzen quickly gave chase again, the flames making him even faster. In just a couple of seconds, he appeared close to Orochimaru. Water release, Gale River Jutsu. Orochimaru released a stream of water straight at Hiruzen. However, it wasn't ordinary water. Even though there wasn't a lot of water and it wasn't very forceful, the water had a very high amount of wind and yin chakra. It decreased the temperature of the water, almost making it icy cold. Hiruzen immediately realized, combining water, wind, and yin chakras in such a gentle manner, it looks like he was developing a counter for my Undying Flame Jutsu. However, this jutsu is still incomplete. It can't stop me. On the contrary. Even though Hiruzen understood that Orochimaru's jutsu would suppress the fire strengthened by Yang's chakra around his body, he rushed straight into it. The icy water cooled off the flames around Hiruzen as he moved straight through it. Orochimaru immediately realized, this isn't enough to stop him. Shit! Orochimaru bit his thumb and slammed it on the ground. Summoning Jutsu. Rashomon. Orochimaru didn't even glance at the ground. Instead, his eyes were fixed on his earlier jutsu. At the center of the water was a burning red dot which was moving towards him at a blinding speed. A single gate of Rashomon rose and protected Orochimaru in the nick of time as a staff crashed into the gate. Needless to say, the staff was the Monkey King Enma. However, there was one big difference. Just like Hiruzen, the staff was covered in black flames too. The hardness of the staff, combined with the incredibly hot black flames and the force with which it slammed into the gate, meant that even the gate of Rashomon couldn't endure it. Cracks appeared at the center of the gate, and soon spread throughout it. Enma smashed through the gate and went straight at Orochimaru, who thought, even the gate of Rashomon couldn't stop Enma. Due to the short time, I couldn't raise more gates, but I still didn't expect it to fall. The flames strengthened him too much. However, he shouldn't be immune to those flames irrespective of how hard his body gets. A sword appeared in Orochimaru's right hand as he swung it to block Enma. The staff and the sword clashed, stopping the staff from extending endlessly. However, the force with which Enma slammed into Orochimaru was too strong. To make matters worse for Orochimaru, his sword, even though extremely good and of superior quality to Kazakiri, was inferior to the one broken by Fujin in the Forest of Death. Without it, Enma didn't feel any pain and he sent Orochimaru's sword flying away. Yet, there was no panic in Orochimaru's eyes. He had already expected it and was concentrating his chakra. Before the staff could slam into him, Orochimaru placed his left hand on it and said, "I always wondered how much you could endure, Enma." Orochimaru unleashed a massive amount of lightning straight into the burning staff. Enma, who already had to endure Hiruzen's intense flames, suddenly also had to endure intense lightning shocks wreaking havoc throughout his body. A wide grin appeared on Orochimaru's face as Enma couldn't sustain his transformation and turned back into his original appearance. He thought, finally I have a chance to reset the momentum. Now, it's my turn. However, Orochimaru's grin was wiped out in the blink of an eye. Even though Enma's transformation ended, the shadow that the staff was casting on the floor of the barrier still existed, and it was connected to Orochimaru's shadow. Orochimaru's expression became grim as he wondered, Nara's secret technique. However, when did he? His eyes widened as he realized, the Rashomon, I took my eyes off him for a mere second. He must have extended his shadow along the shadow of the staff then. When two top-tier ninjas battled, momentum was a major factor that could decide victory and defeat. When Fujin and Orochimaru battled in the Forest of Death, Fujin had gained complete control over the momentum after Orochimaru was blown up due to his trap, and Fujin destroyed the Sword of Kusanagi. However, Orochimaru successfully reset the momentum by double-bluffing Fujin. However, his opponent this time wasn't Fujin. It was the vastly more experienced Hiruzen. Even though Fujin was very experienced for his age, he was still a child when compared to a veteran like Hiruzen. Hiruzen had gained the momentum by attacking Orochimaru before he could recover from the strain the reanimated ninjas put on him. And now that he had the momentum, Hiruzen wouldn't squander it like Fujin did. Of course, it also showed the difference in their priorities. Fujin always gave the highest priority to his own safety. He didn't mind squandering such advantages to ensure he stayed safe. On the other hand, Hiruzen gave the highest priority to Konoha. He was willing to give up his life if the need be. AN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, paddlesarvish8 at OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Pablo, Kanon Minority, Antonio, Kapale, Shreyas, Wolfhunter, Ilhas, Hamel, Irving, Zylnair, and Olamide for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 747, A Blade of Wind. Chapter 753 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Ninja Art, Shadow Stitching Jutsu. Several sharp, tendril-like needles rose from the shadow under Orochimaru's feet and pierced through his body, binding him in one spot. At the same time, Hiruzen's figure became visible as he moved through Orochimaru's Gale River Jutsu. Even though the jutsu failed to stop him, the flames on Hiruzen's body were significantly weaker. Orochimaru cursed, "Shit! I was too focused on the mysterious jutsu he used to seal the Kages and the flames around his body. He noticed it and used my own jutsus to hide his real scheme. This won't be easy. I need to break this shadow first and then deal with those pesky flames while keeping him away." Orochimaru began exerting his chakra. A large amount of yang chakra was released from his chakra points and began weakening the shadow's hold. At the same time, Orochimaru's body itself started transforming. His human features started fading away as he began looking even more like a white snake. Several snakes exited his mouth and began moving towards Hiruzen. However, Hiruzen moved without any fear. The weakened flames around his body still had enough heat to burn all the snakes coming towards him. Before Orochimaru could fully transform, Hiruzen appeared in front of him and punched Orochimaru's abdomen with all his might. All the remaining flames on his body transferred onto Orochimaru's body, burning him. However, his snake body was far more resilient than a normal human body. Along with the fact that the flames had weakened a lot, Orochimaru wasn't hurt. A grin appeared on Orochimaru's face as he exclaimed, "Such a weak flame will not burn me." Suddenly, his eyes widened. He failed to release any more yang chakra. His transformation also stopped. Orochimaru wondered, "What the hell? I can't initiate any jutsu." He suddenly exclaimed fearfully, "What is that?" As the god of death's arm entered his body and began extracting his soul, Orochimaru finally saw the god of death behind Hiruzen. Hiruzen chuckled and replied, "This is the jutsu the fourth Hokage used to seal the 9 tails." With a grin on his face, Hiruzen exclaimed, "I will now fix the mistake I committed a decade ago. I will now pull out your soul from whoever's body this is. You'll be sealed inside the god of death and suffer inside his belly for eternity." Hiruzen immediately began extracting Orochimaru's soul while Orochimaru analyzed. So that's the god of death? No wonder he was able to seal them so easily. However, Orochimaru immediately exerted all his strength. Though he couldn't move nor use any jutsus, he managed to pull his soul back into his body. He chuckled and said, "You won't get your way, old man. You don't have the chakra to seal me. Hehe, I admit you nearly scared me by putting up a strong front. However, you used up most of your chakra while sealing them." Hiruzen's grin disappeared. He realized, "Ugh! I reached this stage and fell short on chakra?" Hiruzen was livid. He was one step away from sealing Orochimaru, but fell short as he was about to run out of chakra. Had he been a few years younger, he'd have done the job. Unfortunately, that was no longer the case. Sealing 12 Kage had drained him. He quickly analyzed, "I don't have the chakra to completely seal him inside of me. The only way I can do that is if." Suddenly, the entire barrier shook. Both Hiruzen and Orochimaru glanced above and saw it being hit by another wind breath from Ryu. The Sound Four fell to their knees and began coughing blood violently. They immediately began inserting all their chakra into the barrier while thinking, "This is the last time. If another attack hits the barrier, it'll collapse." However, how can he stop another round of attack by himself? While Hiruzen dealt with Orochimaru and the reanimated Kages, the 3rd and 4th Kazekages blocked 3 more rounds of attacks from Fujin and the Konoha ninjas. However, Fujin and Ryu finally got the opening they were looking for. Ryu immediately fired a wind breath through the opening, which first hit the defenseless 3rd Kazekage and obliterated him. His body had been minced into minute particles as the wind breath passed through it before the wind breath hit the barrier. The Konoha ninjas immediately cheered. "The 3rd Kazekage is dealt with! Only the 4th Kazekage and that barrier remain." "Huh? What's that?" The Konoha ninjas suddenly noticed a blue light shining on top of the barrier. The morale of the ones with the keen eyesight suddenly increased as a massive Rasengan smashed into the barrier. The Hyuga ninjas immediately exclaimed, "Lord Jiraiya is here as well! Orochimaru is dead!" The morale of every Konoha ninja shot through the roof. Needless to say, it was the opposite for the Sound Four. Ryu's attack itself was too much for them. They were barely hanging by a thread. Jiraiya's attack finally broke that thread. As cracks spread throughout the barrier, Orochimaru finally panicked. If he was held down by Hiruzen when Fujin and Jiraiya entered, he would be dead without a shred of doubt. While Orochimaru believed that his old comrade might hesitate, he did not doubt that Fujin would go straight for his head. Hiruzen quickly analyzed as well, "If they help, I can seal his entire soul inside the god of death. However, my chakra is too low. I won't be able to do that. So the question is, will that be more beneficial for Konoha than sealing his entire soul inside the god of death?" Thoughts clashed in Hiruzen's brain at the speed of light as he made his decision even before Jiraiya and Fujin broke the barrier. He decided, even if I seal him inside the god of death, I am not sure if he'll be dead for good. That curse seal of his has a sliver of his soul. According to my calculations, it could be used to revive him. If that happens, sealing him entirely wouldn't be the end of this battle. He'll continue to target Konoha. Even if his strength is far weaker, he could just use Edo Tensei to keep attacking us. That won't be good for the village. A smile appeared on Hiruzen's face. He said, "You're right, I have very little chakra left. I can't seal your entire soul in the belly of the god of death. However, Hiruzen's grin became much wider, making Orochimaru feel extremely uneasy. Hiruzen suddenly exerted a lot of force and pulled out the arms of Orochimaru's soul from his body. The god of death raised his blade as Hiruzen exclaimed, "Even though I can't seal your entire soul, I'll take away the thing that you value the most." Shadow Clone Jutsu. Fujin created a shadow clone, who immediately flickered to where the third Kazekage's body was reforming and began sealing him. Rasa was about to intervene, but was stopped by the jutsus launched by the Konoha ninjas. At the same time, Jirobo shouted, "The barrier can't stand any longer. Orochimaru-sama is in a difficult spot too. Leave the barrier to me. You three rescue Orochimaru-sama." The others understood what the result would be. The 4 Eyelet Flames formation needed 4 ninjas to create it. If just a single ninja tried to sustain it while under intense attack, there would be just one result. However, understanding the situation, all 3 of them immediately flickered. Jirobo sustained the barrier with his life, but could only buy a second before he collapsed dead. The barrier finally collapsed. Fujin jumped off Ryu's back and immediately flickered towards the rooftop while wondering, what in the hell? Why is Hiruzen so impatient? Is his chakra so low that he can't even keep Orochimaru tied for a few more seconds? Fujin wasn't entirely sure. After all, Hiruzen's battle was far more intense than what it was in the original story. However, he was more worried about another thing. He thought even now there was a chance for things to be different. Had Hiruzen waited, he could have sealed Orochimaru entirely with our help. Yet at the very last moment, he made such an illogical move. Are important events going to happen exactly like they did in the original story? Does that mean that my killing and sealing Kabuto will be useless too? Would someone else perform the Edo Tensei Jutsu during the Fourth Great War? And would it end with Naruto and Sasuke sealing Kaguya no matter what I do? Fujin was unwilling to accept this. Even though he wanted to keep the events the same, it was because he wanted to take advantage of certain opportunities to change the future in a way that would benefit him the most. However, if the events would stay the same no matter what he did, all his plans would be useless. Unlike Fujin, Jiraiya was more worried about Hiruzen's state. He immediately realized which jutsu Hiruzen was using. A stunned expression appeared on Orochimaru's face as he realized, "Don't tell me." He shouted, "No!" As the blade began falling, Hiruzen shouted, "I shall take away all your jutsu! Seal!" The god of death's blade sliced through Orochimaru's soul, taking his arms away. Orochimaru realized, "My arms! They're paralyzed!" He shouted, "You useless old man! Give me back my arms!" With a smile on his face, Hiruzen said, "It's over. You can no longer use your arms and hence never weave any hand signs. You'll never be able to learn any new ninjutsu. Even though you can perform many jutsus without any seals, good luck performing them without a part of your soul. Of course, that is if you manage to get away alive." Orochimaru continued screaming, but Hiruzen no longer heard his voice. The part of Orochimaru's soul that had been cut by the god of death was pulled into Hiruzen's chest by the god of death. He grabbed Hiruzen's soul as well and began extracting it out. The cost of using such a deadly jutsu was the soul of the caster. Just like Minato and the 12 Kages he sealed inside the god of death, Hiruzen's soul would also be sealed inside the god of death. Most of Hiruzen's soul had been extracted, however, before the god of death could take his entire soul. A blade of wind appeared out of thin air and sliced through Hiruzen's soul. Next chapter, the impact of Fujin's existence. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link patreon.com/devilhex. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, paddlesarvesh8 at OKSBuy. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Lucky, Godfaze, Samuel, Gorama, Jaden, Civil, Pablo, and Antonio for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 748, The Impact of Fujin's Existence. Chapter 754 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Before the god of death could extract Hiruzen's entire soul, a blade of wind appeared out of thin air and sliced through Hiruzen's soul. For the very first time, the smile on the face of the god of death disappeared. His eyes widened as around 20% of Hiruzen's soul returned to his body. He immediately extended his arm towards Hiruzen's body, but before he could reach his body, the god of death began disappearing. The Reaper Death Seal Jutsu had ended. Hiruzen fell to the ground with a smile on his face. Shock appeared on Jiraiya's face as he wondered, what in the world was that? Could only a part of the soul be used as a sacrifice for this jutsu? Regardless, this is good news. The only question is, can Sensei live with so little of his soul remaining? However, there was one person even more shocked than Jiraiya, and that person was none other than Fujin. He looked at Hiruzen with a stunned expression and exclaimed internally, "What the hell? That's my fucking wind domain. When did this old fox copy it?" The wind blade that sliced Hiruzen's soul wasn't from Fujin or any other ninja. It was used by none other than Hiruzen. After Minato's death, Hiruzen had studied the Reaper Death Seal in great detail. He reached such a stage that no other ninja in history, including the Uzumaki ninja who created this seal, knew as much about it as Hiruzen did. It was during this study, Hiruzen realized that once the enemy's soul had been sealed, there was a chance that the caster could continue living by cutting his own soul and deactivating the jutsu. However, there were several issues. The very first was that the God of Death's blade couldn't be used for that purpose. And normal attacks couldn't cut through the soul perfectly and could end up destroying the soul entirely. Hence, Hiruzen worked on creating a jutsu that could cut through the soul perfectly. It wasn't very difficult to do due to his expertise in manipulating yin chakra. He created a jutsu that looked very similar to the Blade of Wind, but had very little wind chakra and far more yin chakra, which was the most effective against souls. That led him to the second issue, which was to time the jutsu to cut through his soul at the perfect time. In order for this to work, he would need to wait until the God of Death sealed the soul of his enemy, and only then cut his soul. However, the God of Death took both souls at almost the same time. There was an extremely small window of opportunity to cut his soul and still live after using the Reaper Death Seal. If he created the jutsu early and waited, the God of Death could become suspicious and take his soul before the enemy's soul. On the other hand, if he waited until the God of Death sealed the enemy's soul, it would be too late. Trying to make a move hastily would only result in the caster's death. For over a decade, Hiruzen couldn't solve this issue. He had pretty much given up on it. Fortunately, he gained the solution to his problem when he saw Fujin using the wind domain. It perfectly resolved the timing problem. Hence, it could be said that Hiruzen's survival was an impact of Fujin transmigrating to the Naruto world. Without Fujin, Hiruzen would have never seen the wind domain and wouldn't have any chance of survival after using the Reaper Death Seal. Even though Fujin was shocked to see Hiruzen copying his technique, he was relieved to see the future possibly changing. When Hiruzen was debating whether to seal Orochimaru or not, he had two choices. The first was to wait for Fujin and Jiraiya and have them injure Orochimaru and consume his chakra. That way he could seal his soul entirely. However, Hiruzen had very little chakra left. Even if Orochimaru ran out of chakra, his willpower alone would require every bit of Hiruzen's chakra to seal him. That meant that he wouldn't have any chakra left to save himself. He would have still done it had Orochimaru's death been absolute. However, knowing that he could still be revived, Hiruzen decided to ensure his own safety. If he lived, he could once again counter the Edo Tensei Jutsu in the future, and the next Hokage wouldn't need to sacrifice his or her life to stop Orochimaru again. Hence, Hiruzen released most of his chakra into the air, which transformed into winds consisting of a high amount of yin chakra. The God of Death didn't pay any attention to it, since it mixed with the air, while Orochimaru's attention was more on the God of Death. Hiruzen waited until the right moment and made a move right after the fragment of Orochimaru's soul had been sealed and ended the jutsu right after. Of course, even if he was alive for the moment, the damage to his soul was truly devastating. He fell unconscious as soon as his soul was sliced. In a secret base in the Land of Grass, Jugo exclaimed in panic, "Kimimaro, what happened to you? Did your illness flare up again?" Juzo was talking to Kimimaro when Kimimaro suddenly collapsed to his knees. Even though he didn't scream, the pain was visible on his face. He placed his hand on his curse seal and thought, This pain. Orochimaru-sama. Old man, give me my arms, Orochimaru screamed in rage. However, Hiruzen had already lost consciousness. Orochimaru-sama! Tayuya, Kidomaru, and Sakon shouted as they flickered towards him. Orochimaru glanced at them and noticed Fujin and Jiraiya right behind them. He shouted, "Kill Hiruzen!" Tayuya, Kidomaru, and Sakon were surprised by the order, but they didn't dare to disobey his command. Despite his injuries, Enma got up and said resolutely, "You'll have to go through me." However, his feeble appearance wasn't enough to intimidate them. What worried them more was the ones chasing after them. Due to having used most of their chakra to sustain the barrier, all of them were on their last leg, and they were well aware that even if they were at their full strength, it wouldn't make much of a difference. Sakon muttered, "This will be our last attack." Ukon chuckled and said, "Taking the life of the third Hokage and his powerful summon, that's not a bad way to go." Multi-leg hurricane jutsu, Tayuya thought. To think that I'll die in this shitty place. Who'd have thought that this old geezer still held such fearsome power? Demon Flute Trio Requiem. Kidomaru thought, I never imagined that Orochimaru-sama could lose. Konoha, we completely underestimated them. Even if Kimimaro and the fourth Kazekage had participated, I don't think the result would have been any different. Directly attacking Konoha was a grave error. Spider Bow Fierce Rip Jutsu. Wild Lion's Main Jutsu. Wind Release, Acum Cluster Bullets Jutsu. Seeing the remaining members of the Sound Four launching attacks at Enma and Hiruzen, Fujin and Jiraiya immediately acted. Despite having a lead over Fujin and Jiraiya, their attacks paled in terms of speed. Fujin's Acum bullets pierced through the arrows shot by Kidomaru, destroying and diverting all of them. Moments later, they rampaged through the Doki summoned by Tayuya, killing every single one of them. Finally, the Acum bullets entered the hurricane surrounding Sakon and Ukon. Normal air bullets and even Acum bullets would have been diverted due to the winds of the hurricane. However, that didn't happen with Fujin's attack. Before either of them could realize it, several holes opened up in their weird body. Another member of the Sound Four fell in Konoha. While Fujin directly countered their attacks, Jiraiya's hair extended towards Hiruzen and Enma, protecting both of them. With Jiraiya defending Hiruzen, Fujin focused entirely on the offense. Winds appeared from his wind cloak, and several wind blades moved towards Tayuya and Kidomaru. With nothing to hide behind, Tayuya was defenseless. She immediately tried to summon another Doki to hide behind, but failed to do so. She cursed, "Shit! I don't have any chak." Wind blades cut straight through her throat, beheading her on the spot. Dozens of wind blades also hit Kidomaru, but he protected himself by secreting sticky spider gold from his pores. Unfortunately, even that didn't buy him much time as an Acum. Bullet pierced straight through the third eye on his forehead. Fujin didn't even glance at him and instead used his Acum Gatling Jutsu on Orochimaru. Orochimaru's expression was grim. He had already been on the receiving end of that jutsu once. In his current state, he had no chance of dodging the jutsu. Jiraiya noticed it as well and wondered, is this it for Orochimaru? Geez, I never had my balls questioned so many times in span of 2 weeks. Lol. Well, now you know why I made that author's note in 704. I knew right then that these last few chapters would be super controversial, especially with the stuff related to fate, Edo Tensei, and Hiruzen's death. P.S. He's still very injured. No promises on whether he makes it through or not. I'm genuinely grateful that nearly everyone on Patreon gave me the benefit of the doubt and decided to wait until the arc was done. The comment section on Web Novel, as expected, was brutal, especially on those couple of days. As someone who has read a lot, I can understand that emotions can run high, but please do give the author some time if he/she asks for it. Extremely demotivating otherwise. Was considering taking some time off Web Novel for sake of my mental well-being, but the vast number of readers who decided to trust me kinda ensured that I didn't need that. So, thanks guys. I guess there still might be some who didn't like how this particular fight ended. Unfortunately, I can't satisfy everyone, but I hope you guys enjoyed the suspense and the twists. Anyway, I guess I owe some explanations. When I said I'll be taking some liberties with canon content, I was referring to the Reaper Death Seal in Edo Tensei. I've explained the changes to the Reaper Death Seal in this chapter, As for the Edo Tensei Jutsu, the data was very little. One of the questions I had to think about a lot was, why did Orochimaru revive just the 3 Hokage? Why didn't he revive more to win the war? While the obvious answer is the plot, I couldn't use that. Hence, initially I had decided to nerf Edo Tensei Jutsu, so that Orochimaru could do only what he did in the canon. However, I had the idea to do the reverse later on, and I felt that this would fit the story a lot better. Not only would it counter the fact that Fujin is extremely strong and Konoha is very prepared, but it also gave me an opportunity to do justice to Hiruzen's prowess. I know some of you said that Orochimaru didn't summon more because he couldn't, but that isn't mentioned anywhere in the original story. The only part that was later added was that Hashirama and Tobirama were much weaker than their peak, which was a restriction I followed. Yeah, you can easily spin the story to say that Orochimaru's limit is 3 Edo Tensei, and that wouldn't be wrong either, but I decided to go the other way. Another thing I should address is the Wind Calamity title for Fujin. I know many of you were expecting it in this battle, but there's still some time for it. I won't say when it'll happen, but I can promise you this. When it does happen, the battle will be more epic than Fujin's battles in this volume. That scene was something I thought of even before I wrote the first chapter, and have thought of it for much longer than I thought of Fujin's Orochimaru. Anyway, all said and done, one of my main focuses while writing a story was inconsistency and keeping plot holes to the minimum, or best if there were none. Unfortunately, we have our first inconsistency in the story. According to my initial plans, Hiruzen was supposed to die in this fight like in the original story. However, as I kept writing, I felt that the story would be far better if I did otherwise. I did think about it for several months before making this decision. So I have to kick myself for needlessly adding that statement in chapter 108, though it could still be true if Hiruzen dies. Anyway, this would affect some of my other plans. The epic ending I had planned for Danzo can't happen if Hiruzen lives. So, I may have to think of a new epic ending for him, and have been getting quite a few good ideas in the comments. My plot for Shippuden would need major changes too, though I'd have to make drastic changes even if Hiruzen had died here. Fujin has grown too strong and his impact has been felt throughout the world. So I may need to take a longish break if I can't think of all the changes in time. Luckily, I do have the events until the time skip planned out very well. Have a good structure and several major events, though one could be extremely controversial, and battles planned out during the time skip. So I'll have quite some time to think about Shippuden, and hopefully we won't need any long breaks after the time skip. And this goes without saying, but ideas from you guys are always welcomed. Those who read the comments should have noticed that I do use several of the ideas that you guys give me to make the story even better than what I can do alone. Anyway, I have talked quite a lot, lol. Enjoy your day, guys. Have a nice day and stay safe and healthy. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link at patreon.com/devilhex. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Paddlesarvesh8 at OKSB can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Saravi, Kate, Michael, Stephen, Nubijan, Bartimos, Adrian, Sayawaru, and Javi for supporting me on Patreon. Thank you, Nishant, Rohit, and Dr. Storage for supporting me through UPI. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 749, Hiruzen's State. Chapter 755 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Is this it, Orochimaru? Jiraiya wondered as Fujin's Akumamashima bullets were merely inches away from Orochimaru's body. Even though Jiraiya wasn't sure that such an attack could kill Orochimaru, he could sense the massive chakra Fujin was building up. He did not doubt that Fujin was going for the kill. However, just as the Akum bullets were about to rip through him, Orochimaru disappeared. Fujin squinted his eyes and thought, as expected, he had already set up reverse summoning jutsu. However, he got very lucky with the timing. In his state, he couldn't have initiated it. If the person who used the jutsu had been a couple of seconds late, he'd be dead. In a base in the land of rice, Orochimaru appeared in front of Kimimaro and Jugo. Kimimaro's hand froze midair, the words caught in his throat, while Jugo's usually steady gaze flickered. Both of them staring at Orochimaru as if they had just witnessed the impossible. Neither of them imagined that they'd ever see Orochimaru in such a terrible state. Finally, Kimimaro gathered himself and asked, "Orochimaru-sama, what happened in Konoha?" On the stadium rooftop, Jiraiya thought, "I should have expected as much." Fujin appeared next to Jiraiya and asked, "How's the old man?" Jiraiya's expression became grim. He replied, "I haven't taken a closer look yet, but he isn't good. His soul is almost completely shattered. It's a miracle that he's still alive." Fujin nodded. The sight of Hiruzen slashing his own soul was too shocking. After learning the spirit transformation jutsu, Fujin studied souls quite a bit. Even though he couldn't be compared to the likes of Orochimaru, Hiruzen, or Danzo in this aspect, he still knew a lot. A simple injury to the soul could end up destroying a person for good and put them in a vegetative state, if not kill them outright. In the rarest of cases where the person managed to live properly, they'd experience extreme pain until the soul was completely healed. The pain alone would exhaust the will to live of most people. Hiruzen's case was far more extreme. Fujin thought, even though I couldn't see the god of death, I saw Hiruzen's soul being extracted from his body. Only around a fifth of his soul returned to his body, and that too was cut hastily. To think that he is still alive. Fujin was feeling complicated. Initially, he was disturbed by the possibility of fate controlling everything and pushing the world in the same direction as the story he read. It had made him feel helpless, just like his clone. However, Hiruzen's unexpected move gave him some hope. As long as Hiruzen lived, it proved that the future wasn't set in stone. It wouldn't disprove fate's existence, but it at least meant that Fujin didn't need to worry about a transcendent force forcefully keeping certain events the same, irrespective of what he did. Fujin, who once wished for things to remain the same, now wanted to save Hiruzen to see some change. Fujin immediately said, "I'll check up on him." While Fujin examined Hiruzen, two individuals regained control of their bodies. Since Kimimaro reverse-summoned Orochimaru back to the land of rice, and his soul had been sliced and sealed by Hiruzen, he could no longer maintain his control over Rasa and Sakumo. Rasa looked around. Even though he couldn't control his actions, he had witnessed everything. He knew that Tsunagakure had lost the war horrendously. He had seen the dead bodies of his subordinates litter the arena. Never did he imagine that his war would leave his village in such a vulnerable position. He was filled with regret at having allied with Orochimaru. Unfortunately, he didn't have much time to introspect. Moments after he gained clarity, Ryu's wind breath reached him. He instinctively used the gold dust around him to create a barrier while he got out of the way. Unfortunately, he had too little time to react, and the amount of gold dust around him was too little. Ryu's wind breath tore through the gold barrier. Rasa couldn't get out of its way entirely, and nearly half of his body was decimated by the sharp wind blades. He couldn't help but wonder, first Fujin's ridiculous technique, and now this. Why does Konoha have better wind jutsus than us? Suddenly he heard a chuckle and glanced behind. Fujin's clone placed his hand on Rasa's back and asked, "Are you satisfied by the result of the war you started, 4th Kazekage?" To the surprise of Fujin's clone, Rasa asked, "What war? What happened here? Why are there so many dead bodies of my ninjas in Konoha?" For a moment, Fujin's clone was left speechless by Rasa's response. As he sealed Rasa, he thought, what a world. No matter whether someone is weak or strong, intelligent or dumb, old or young, everyone is fucking shameless. Had it been someone other than Fujin, they might have been fooled by Rasa's innocent reply. Perhaps they would assume that it was all Orochimaru's doing, and he controlled Suna through their dead 4th Kazekage. After Rasa was sealed, Fujin's clone thought, I guess Suna used this excuse in the original story too. It's too convenient not to use it. And since Konoha was severely hurt and was wary of other villages, they accepted it to maintain their alliance and keep Kumo at bay. I have a feeling that the council might accept this explanation once again, though they'll make Suna pay in some way. After all, Konoha had minimal losses. The only major loss is Hiruzen. Some distance away, the battle between Sakumo and Kakashi's group finally stopped. Renjiro glanced behind and said with a smile on his face, They defeated Orochimaru. Sakumo nodded and replied, "Yes, but he got away. I can sense that he still has some influence on me, though it's minuscule." Renjiro said, "That's a shame. We'll have to seal you, Sakumo-sama." Kakashi wanted to talk more with his father, but he knew that it was time. Guy glanced at his rival to see how he was doing. To their surprise, Sakumo smiled and said, "There's no need." Sakumo's body started crumbling, and his soul began leaving his body as he said, "I had several regrets when I died. However, I can finally move on. Thank you for forgiving me, Kakashi." Kakashi saw as his father's soul left his body before disappearing. He muttered, "Rest in peace, father." Unlike the Kages, who could still be reanimated like how Orochimaru reanimated the Hokages in the Fourth Great Ninja War, Sakumo could never be revived using the Edo Tensei Jutsu. Fujin examined Hiruzen's body thoroughly. Even though Hiruzen had taken a lot of injuries during his intense battle against Orochimaru and the reanimated Kages, the two main injuries were self-inflicted. The flames that had surrounded his body had burnt his skin in several parts of his body. In particular, the skin on his fists was completely burnt. While bad, it wasn't extremely serious. Fujin wasted no time in healing the damage caused by the flames and the other external wounds Hiruzen had taken. However, Hiruzen's main issue was his soul. Fujin muttered in surprise, "This is truly remarkable." Jiraiya asked, "What is it?" Fujin answered, "His soul. Even though it seemed like he cut it hastily, it doesn't seem to be the case. Despite having just a fifth of his soul, he has cut his soul in such a way that he can still live on." Jiraiya was surprised by Fujin's words. He thought, "Sensei took Minato's death harder than I thought. He must have been working on the Reaper Death Seal. I never thought that this jutsu could be used without sacrificing the entire soul. Regardless." Relief appeared on Jiraiya's face. He smiled and said, "So he'll make a recovery." Fujin shook his head and explained, "No, it's not that simple. Even though he has cut his soul in a way that wouldn't result in an instant death, his soul is too weak. He won't be able to wake up by himself." Fujin glanced at Jiraiya and added, "However, if someone heals his soul, then he might be able to wake up. I don't know any medical ninja in Konoha who can heal souls. However, since he went to this extent, I'm guessing she can do so." Jiraiya realized who Fujin was speaking of. He said, "Tsunade, yes, she can do so." He thought, even though she can heal souls, it is extremely difficult, even for her. She has never healed anyone whose soul was injured to this extent. Regardless, she is our only hope. Jiraiya asked, "Is he in any danger of dying?" Fujin replied in a sad tone, "I can't say for sure. He's stable for now, but I don't know what complications could arise. Perhaps the more experienced medical ninjas could have a better idea." Jiraiya nodded. Even though Fujin healed Hiruzen's external injuries very rapidly, Jiraiya knew that Fujin didn't have much experience in this field. The other Konoha ninjas began rushing towards the three of them. However, there was one group who didn't. All of them looked at the same spot and muttered in surprise, "Where is Kabuto's body?" And this is another change I'm making to the Edo Tensei Jutsu. I actually had this headcanon and used to consider this to be canon, but apparently it isn't, or at least never stated to be, though feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. Anyway, this story will follow the following rules. 1. The reanimated ninjas who dispel the jutsu by fulfilling their wishes or reaching peace can't be reanimated again using the Edo Tensei Jutsu. Rinna Rebirth may still work. 2. The reanimated ninjas who are sealed cannot be released by the caster of the jutsu unless the seal is very weak. Though the Edo Tensei will eventually run out, their souls will stay trapped in the seal, kinda like how souls are sealed within the God of Death. They can only be reanimated again if the seal is destroyed. This point is directly against canon information, as when Itachi made Kabuto release the jutsu, everyone was released, except Madara, of course. 3. I'll be adding time limits to how long a reanimated ninja can stay in the ninja world. Haven't finalized this yet, but the limits will generally be decided by the strength of the sacrifice made to reanimate the ninja. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil Sarvesh8 at OKSBuy. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Sleepy Black Cat, Spectator, Dragon Tailor, Roman, Sully, Hunt Z, Matt and Bartimos for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 750, Aftermath. Chapter 756 of Naruto the Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Is Hokage-sama alright? One of Hiruzen's Anbu guard asked. Several other Anbu and Junins had appeared on the rooftop as well. Jiraiya answered, He's fine for now, but needs to be checked upon urgently. Summon the best medical ninjas here. 3 Anbu guards nodded and flickered away. The last one stayed and asked, What of the Suna ninjas who escaped earlier? Should we chase and hunt them down while they are in the Land of Fire? Fujin answered, No need. They have already lost their will. Chasing after them will just needlessly increase our casualties and spread our forces thin. The Anbu guard nodded and didn't ask anything else. Fujin thought, Considering the situation, chasing and eliminating them now would be more beneficial for Konoha. It'd allow us to inflict the highest damage to Suna before the negotiations begin. Unfortunately, the words Fujin spoke weren't his own. It was what Shikaku and Hiruzen told everyone they shared their plans with. Unlike Fujin's Kumo mission, where he was tasked to kill as many Kumo ninjas as he could, their focus was exactly the opposite in this war. They wanted to keep the casualties to a minimum. While killing more enemies could send a strong message to other hidden villages, ensuring that Konoha stayed strong was a bigger deterrent to other villages. They didn't mind letting a few hundred enemies escape if it meant that fewer Konoha ninjas lost their lives. Of course, the circumstances were quite different from what they imagined. Suna's morale was truly shattered. If Fujin chased after them, he could annihilate their entire forces with little trouble. Even if they dispersed, Fujin could hunt most of them down before they could leave the Land of Fire. Fortunately for the Suna ninjas, Fujin didn't have anything to gain by doing so. Hence, he just followed Shikaku's plan. Other ninjas soon came to check up on Hiruzen. Realizing how serious Hiruzen's situation was, the atmosphere became solemn. The morale that was high due to Fujin's actions finally began dying down as the war was finally over. Even so, many ninjas looked at Fujin respectfully, something that didn't escape Jiraiya's eyes. Jiraiya analyzed. I had sensed Sakumo-san's presence earlier. In addition, Orochimaru likely had Sensei trapped inside the barrier since the start. And, considering how important the battles here were, this place should have been attacked the most. Yet, there isn't a single enemy ninja here. This boy probably did a remarkable job to ensure complete victory here. No wonder they are looking at him with such admiration in their eyes. Soon, senior medical ninjas arrived and began examining Hiruzen. At the same time, a Junin flickered next to Fujin and said in a soft voice, Councilman Fujin, the box in which you sealed Kabuto suddenly disappeared. A frown immediately appeared on Fujin's face. He asked, What do you mean by disappeared? Did anyone see where it went? The Junin replied with a hint of embarrassment, We momentarily looked at the barrier when you destroyed it. When we looked back, the box was missing. Seeing Fujin deep in thoughts, Hoka asked, Do you think it was Orochimaru? Fujin replied, Yeah, most likely. I guess whoever reverse-summoned Orochimaru also reverse-summoned Kabuto. Still, it's strange for such importance to be given to a dead subordinate. Kakashi added, He wasn't an ordinary subordinate. I guess Orochimaru still has some use for him, even though he is dead. With the Edo Tensei Jutsu, he can still make use of him. Fujin nodded and asked, What about the others I sealed? The Junin quickly answered, They're still here. Fujin replied, All right, no need to worry about it anymore. Attend to the injured ninjas. Your group suffered the most due to Kabuto. The Junin nodded and quickly flickered away. Soon after, Hiruzen was taken to the hospital, and other medical ninjas began attending to injured Konoha ninjas. Naruto and Gaara's battle wrapped up as well. Just like in the original story, Naruto defeated Gaara and used his strongest jutsu on him before Temari and Kankuro could take him away. The only change from the original story was that Shibi wasn't free to come to his son's rescue. Shikaku had assigned him to deal with one of the 8 groups that attacked the village. However, Shino was still rescued by an older Aburame Junin. Fujin's clones secretly kept an eye until the group returned to the village. For the next few hours, Konoha became extremely busy. Shikaku deployed teams to analyze their losses. The hospital overflowed with injured ninjas. Announcements were made to calm the civilians who were in panic, and the perimeters of the village were once again secured. Finally, the leaders of the village gathered in Konoha's council room. However, there were a few noticeable things in the council. Hiruzen was missing for obvious reasons, while neither Danzo nor Jiraiya showed up for the meeting. Fujin thought, so Danzo chose to hide his face. Understandable, as his absence in the war would have been questioned if he showed up here. Even though this could have been a chance for him to put his name up for the next Hokage, he is far behind Jiraiya and Tsunade in this race. Fujin couldn't help but find it amusing that Tsunade, someone who hadn't been in the village for over a decade, had better qualifications for the seat of the Hokage than Danzo, someone who lived in the village and continuously schemed. The silence was broken by Homura, who cursed, "Those bloody fools! To think they'd ally with Orochimaru and attack us. They nearly broke the delicate balance of the shinobi world and almost plunged the world into the Fourth Great Ninja War." Shikaku added, "Fortunately, we were prepared. Otherwise, the situation would have been far worse." Hiashi asked, "What is the status of our losses, other than Lord Third?" Shikaku pushed some papers ahead and answered, "Even though we faced a deadly attack, our losses are minimal for a battle of this scale. In the arena, where the most critical battles took place, we lost 37 ninjas and 84 civilians. By comparison, Tsunagakure lost 377 ninjas, while Otogakure ninjas were completely wiped out. In addition to the battle in the arena, they attacked our village from 8 more directions. All 8 attacking groups were wiped out. There were no civilian casualties as none of them reached deep into the village, but 58 ninjas sacrificed their lives to stop them, mostly due to being caught off guard by the giant snakes. In all, we lost 21 Junins, 62 Chunins, and 12 Jinins, along with 84 civilians. There are several more injured, but very few are in a serious condition. Tsunagakure lost 625 ninjas in total, while Otogakure lost 307 ninjas. I suspect that these are over half of the forces Orochimaru controlled before he started the war. It might even exceed 75%. The numbers surprised almost everyone in the room. While they had overwhelming victories on their battlefield, they didn't think it'd be the same case everywhere. After all, the attack was truly powerful. Several council members glanced at Fujin. By now, they knew about the events in the arena and how easily Fujin had cut down the enemy numbers. Over a third of the dead ninjas were cut down by Fujin alone. Most still had a hard time believing how much of an impact Fujin had on the war. Fujin ignored their glances and asked, "So, what's next? How do we deal with Tsunagakure and Otogakure?" Koharu replied, "If the 4th Kazekage were still alive, we'd have very little choice other than retaliating. However, he died even before the invasion. Tsunagakure will claim that they were fooled by Orochimaru and remove the blame from their head. They'll use the death of their Kage during negotiations, and we can use it to our advantage." Hiramasa added, "That is obvious. However, Tsunagakure has crossed a line this time around. Even though they have heavy losses, we'll look weak if our allies are left scot-free after stabbing us in the back. In the future, our other allies might be emboldened to do the same." Homura sighed and said, "That is true. I propose we send an army to the Land of Rice and wipe out all of Orochimaru's bases in that country once our wounded are healed. Since he is weakened by Hiruzen, we may have a chance of killing him for good. As for Tsunagakure, we'll make them pay up." Inoichi asked, "Pay up what?" "They are already poor. With the 4th Kazekage dead, they can't even mine gold any longer. We already made them give their Winjutsu collection in the previous Great War." Koharu replied, "They still have mastery in creating and controlling puppets. We can force them to hand us their knowledge about the same." The council immediately began discussing what they could make Suna pay. However, Fujin was slightly confused. He asked, "I don't understand. Suna is weak right now. Their Kage has died, and they don't have anyone strong enough to replace him. Why don't we just attack Tsunagakure and return the favor?" AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil Sarvesh 8 at OKS Buy, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Bence, Lindsay, Jun, Ron, and Nofathana for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 751, 5th Hokage. Chapter 757 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Why don't we just attack Sunagakure and make them pay the consequences of attacking Konoha? Fujin's question silenced the room in an instant. Without exception, every single council member stared at him. None of them expected him to say such a thing. Shikaku sighed internally. This boy, he'll be at peace only when I have worked to death. I should have forced Jiraiya to attend the meeting. Hiromasa chuckled internally and thought, considering how terrifying his power is, I forgot that he's still just a child. As always, youngsters are hot-headed. Regardless, this is a good opportunity to guide him. It'd be a shame if he ended up following Danzo's footsteps. At the same time, Koharu wondered, why are he and Danzo at odds? He's more similar to Danzo than to Hiruzen. Is this why Hiruzen guided him so much? Homura broke the silence and answered, Fujin, a war is easy to start but very difficult to end. Once you ride the tiger, you can't get off easily. If Hiruzen was here, he'd have said the same. Sunagakure isn't a place that can be attacked on a whim. The Land of Wind is full of deserts. It is very easy to defend and extremely difficult to attack. The desert won't provide us with any resting spots. We'll be out in the open while the Suna ninjas lay traps on our routes. They'll set countless ambushes to attack us. Even though the ambushers will die, it'll slowly but steadily slow down our forces and erode our morale. Combined with the frequent sandstorms in the desert, we'll lose a large number of ninjas despite the absence of rank S ninjas in Sunagakure. Hence, attacking Sunagakure is very unwise. If we make one bad move, we can change our overwhelming victory into a disastrous defeat. Before Fujin could respond, Hiromasa added, even if you assume that we could push through their traps and ambushes and reach Sunagakure before crushing them, you have to see what our gains and losses would be. We'd lose thousands of capable ninjas and gain barren deserts in exchange for it. What are we supposed to do with those barren deserts? Even though they have some resources, they aren't much considering how much Suna is struggling financially. In addition, defending the Land of Wind from Konoha will be a difficult job unless we can double the number of our shinobis in the blink of an eye. In the next Great War, it'll become an easy target for Kirigakure and Iwagakure. Koharu quickly added, don't forget about Iwagakure and Kumogakure. Even though Kumogakure took heavy losses recently, they still have a very strong force. Our actions of destroying Sunagakure would alarm them. Both of them will immediately attack us to prevent Konoha from gaining a lot of new territories. We'll be attacked from all sides while our main forces are in the Land of Wind. You can analyze how dire our circumstances will be then. Fujin shrugged and asked, who talked about sending thousands of ninjas to the Land of Wind? All we need to do is send a few elite teams. Their western part is still quite unstable. All we have to do is pour some oil on it and watch what they do. Considering their losses, they'd hide in their village. However, once they are in danger of losing a part of their country, they'll have to make a decision. Whether to let go of their western part or deploy ninjas to control the situation there, both are beneficial for us. In the first case, we could create a new country and secretly fund it to create a new front for Suna, and perhaps even Awa in the future. Since it'll be so far from us, they'll be our perfect allies. In the second case, our elite units could just ambush and hunt their ninjas down, giving us the advantage of the terrain. As long as we keep doing it for some time, Suna will explode from the inside. The council grew silent once again. Previously, the three eldest council members were trying to educate their youngest member. However, Fujin immediately put up a strategy that was not only feasible, but would make experienced schemers proud. Except for Shikaku, no one on the council expected Fujin to say something of this sort. Hiyashi's expression became serious as he wondered, this boy, he was able to think of this on his own despite never having been in a major war? Hiromasa thought, I underestimated the boy. No wonder Hiruzen forced him upon the council. It was more than just due to his potential. Homura was tongue-tied. He thought, I thought threatening like a lunatic was all he could do. It seems he also has a good mind for strategy. Still, for him to be so clear of the situation there, he must have been involved in those bizarre incidents in the Land of Wind all those years ago. Unfortunately, Hiruzen kept his lips sealed. Others in the room had similar thoughts. Luckily, the civilian members weren't present, or they would have been terrified by the deadly scheme Fujin presented so easily. However, even though they were surprised by Fujin's strategy, what surprised them more was that Fujin thought of it instead of the strategy itself. In fact, many in the room had already thought of Fujin's idea. It's just that they didn't see it to be beneficial for Konoha. In truth, Fujin knew that it wouldn't help Konoha much either. Even though Suna had been an unreliable ally, and his strategy would reduce their strength to the point that they could no longer be considered a great village, it would make all the other hidden villages wary of Konoha. Not to mention, Fujin knew that Suna would become a very strong ally of Konoha in the future. So, such a step was unnecessary and wasteful. However, Fujin had just been given a scare by fate a few hours ago. As such, he was looking forward to making some mess. Seeing that none of the council members seem aboard with his plan, Fujin added, "Of course, that's just one way. We could also do a full-fledged assault by allying with Iwagakure. After all, since Suna allied with Orochimaru, there's no reason why we can't ally with Iwagakure, even though we'll have to split the..." Shikaku suddenly coughed to cut Fujin off. He said, "Fujin, while both of your methods are feasible, we shouldn't lose sight of what's the most important. Since we were attacked, Iwagakure and Kumogakure would start trying to see how much damage we took. We have to be more wary of any sudden movements from them instead of spreading ourselves thin by attacking Sunagakure. Not to mention, Lord Third is in a coma. The village cannot be without a leader for a long time. We need to make a decision." As he spoke, Shikaku's attention turned towards the door, which opened almost immediately. An Anbu squad watched as the daimyo and the civilian council members entered the room. Shikaku sighed in relief and thought, luckily, they arrived quickly. It'd be very troublesome if Fujin convinced some of the members. Sigh, this boy still has no filter. Fujin noticed Shikaku's relief and cursed. That lazy bum. So this was the signal he sent earlier. He just wants to avoid work. Didn't he die 4 years later in the original story? I'm not sure if he'll still end up dead, but I'll make sure that he does the work for the next 40 years in the next 4 years. If he survives, then he can just retire. While Shikaku was happy to see the daimyo, he was blissfully unaware of the never-ending headaches that would soon start flowing towards him. The fire daimyo took his seat, sighed and muttered, "What a terrible day! To think that Orochimaru and Sunagakure would ally and attack Konoha during the Chunin exams. They even targeted the officials and the civilians. How are the Hokage's injuries?" Koharu answered, "He is in a coma, but is stable. Unfortunately, we aren't sure when he'll wake up." The fire daimyo replied, "It's good that he made it through alive. However, the other villages will be looking at Konoha like vultures. If the village has no leader, it could spell trouble." Unlike the daimyo and the civilian members, the others weren't that worried about any possible moves from other great villages. Suna had just lost their Kage and taken a brutal beating. Kiri was still embroiled in a civil war. Kumo had lost nearly 1,000 elite ninjas and were facing internal struggles, while Iwa's intelligence network had been almost entirely annihilated. As such, none of them were in a position to act quickly. More importantly, Konoha's losses were minimal. Even if Kumo decided to surprise Konoha and make a move, they had sufficient confidence to give Kumo a bloody nose and deter any other village from having similar thoughts. Since no one opposed him, the fire daimyo looked at the members and asked, "So, who'll be the 5th Hokage?" Break tomorrow. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon, www.patreon.com/devilhex. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil Sarvesh 8 at OKSBI, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you. Michael, Yol Pervisage, Christian, Douglas, Evernight, Mr. DB, Jan, David, Paul, Khaled, and Theodore for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 752, Fujin, the fifth Hokage? Chapter 758 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Whoa, why is there a bloody mess here? Naruto exclaimed while looking at the gore left behind by the explosion of two giant snakes outside Fujin's compound. After returning, Naruto entered the hospital like most of his comrades. Unlike them, he was discharged within an hour. Yuji cheekily replied, "They were two giant snakes. You should have seen them. They bared their fangs and hissed viciously as they slithered towards our compounds. However, a single glance from Sensei's clone made them go boom." Naruto looked at him and asked, "Huh? How did they explode just by the big brother's gaze?" Yuji shrugged and answered, "How would I know that? Sensei is too mysterious." Naruto looked at Yuji with a deadpan expression. Sayaka said, "Yuji, stop fooling around. Naruto, they were dealt with by Sensei's Fuinjutsu. I'll explain." In the council room, the fire daimyo glanced at everyone after asking his question. After Minato's death, Konoha hadn't appointed the fifth Hokage as Hiruzen took the reins once again. However, he was growing old rapidly. The severe injury raised huge doubts about his ability to lead Konoha again. Even though the fire daimyo wasn't sure about the level of Hiruzen's injuries, the fact that no one opposed him made him realize their severity. He thought, his injuries must be far more severe than they let us believe. Sigh, I hope Konoha has enough strength. If the next great war begins, we'll lose all the progress we made once again. Once again, Homura broke the silence and said, "There isn't much to consider. Though we have several capable ninjas, there is only one who is suitable for the role of fifth Hokage right now. I propose we make Jiraiya, the Toad Sage, the fifth Hokage." Koharu added, "I agree. Jiraiya's combat prowess has long been proven. He made several contributions during the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars and is the student of the third Hokage and the teacher of the fourth Hokage. Every Konoha ninja respects him, while enemy villages fear him." Everyone in the room subconsciously nodded. There weren't any doubts about Jiraiya's capability. The only question that most wondered was whether Jiraiya would accept the seat or not. After all, it was well known that Hiruzen had long wanted Jiraiya to succeed him, but Jiraiya always declined the seat. Even though no one opposed it, the fire daimyo didn't make any announcement and instead looked at Fujin. To everyone's surprise, he said, "While I was outside, I kept hearing about a mighty youngster who turned the tides of the war single-handedly several times. Almost every Konoha ninja is speaking of you, Suzuki Fujin. I suspect so will everyone in Sunagakure. Would you like to become the fifth Hokage?" For the first time, every clan leader's and elder's gaze became sharp. The civilian council members became slightly nervous, but didn't show it on their faces. The fire daimyo was unbothered by their gazes and continued looking at Fujin. Shikaku squinted his eyes and analyzed. Is he trying to sow discord? No. He should know that wouldn't work. In that case, his goal must be... Inoichi glanced at Fujin with curiosity in his eyes. He wondered, to get an offer to become the fifth Hokage directly from the fire daimyo. Tempting, especially for his age. However, I have never seen him act like a teenager. This should be interesting. I wonder if he'll fall for it. The others had similar thoughts as Inoichi. They wondered how Fujin would respond. More importantly, they wanted to see what Fujin's ambitions were. With the strength and intelligence Fujin displayed, and how invested Hiruzen was in him, they knew that Fujin would be a sure candidate for the Hokage in the future. However, they weren't sure whether Fujin would compete with Jiraiya over the seat of the fifth Hokage or wait patiently for his turn. Fujin was confused by the sudden offer. He thought, what the hell? Since when did daimyo get the power to choose who the next Hokage would be? Is it the civilian council members? Thoughts flashed quickly in Fujin's mind as he analyzed, no, they don't get a vote in choosing the Hokage either. That right is reserved for the Jo. Oh, I see. Tsk. It's so simple. As expected of a daimyo. Fujin smiled and replied, as tempting as that offer is, I would have to pass upon it. I wouldn't know the first thing that a Hokage is supposed to do. Lord Jiraiya would be far more suitable than me. Even though there was a smile on his face, Fujin was cursing internally. Old fox. He just wants to curry some favor with me since I'd be the likely candidate for Hokage in the future. Luckily, I have no interest in that position beyond getting access to that scroll and any other forbidden techniques Hiruzen is keeping hidden. Otherwise, I'd have been in a spot of bother. Needless to say, if Fujin had agreed, he'd have put himself against the council. Not only would he not become the Hokage as he'd not have the votes, but it'd also show his impatience to be the next Hokage, something that would have been detrimental to him had he actually wanted to become one. As such, the Fire Daimyo wasn't just trying to curry favor, but also wanted to gauge Fujin's character. Fujin's reply caused several of the council members to analyze him. Hiramasa thought, as expected of Renjiro's student, even if he wants to become the Hokage, he understands that now isn't the time to bicker. Besides, Jiraiya might just pass on the hat when he is ready. Tsume wondered, interesting. However, is he really not in a hurry to become the Hokage, or did he just spot the trap? His reply wasn't immediate, which means he analyzed the offer a bit. Inoichi thought, even if he spotted the trap, it displays his intelligence even further. That is a necessity to become a Hokage. It'll be very difficult for others to compete with him for the position of the 6th Hokage. Though Kakashi had fair bit of a lead over others, Fujin far exceeds him in raw strength, and his strength is still growing steadily and rapidly. Homura nodded approvingly, and so did Koharu, despite her issues with Fujin. Only one person had different thoughts. Shikaku looked at Fujin and thought, of course, he'd decline. Seeing that he shows up less than once a week to his office, I suspect he'll decline it even in the future. He is far more interested in causing trouble than doing the work to fix any problems. While Shikaku knew that Fujin couldn't be called lazy, he understood that Fujin had little interest in administration and establishing influence. Even though he had a seat in the council and was building up a new faction inside Konoha, both were things that Hiruzen forced upon him. In fact, Fujin had outrightly refused the second. However, the others in the council weren't entirely sure of it. The Fire Daimyo smiled and said, all right, since no one opposes Jiraiya, I'll appoint him as the acting Hokage. He'll take over all the duties of the Hokage. Considering the situation, there is no need to hurry with the voting. Do it when things calm down. Everyone agreed. The council discussed a few more topics, including the financial aspects. Due to Shikaku's plans, Konoha didn't suffer much structural damage. The gigantic snake had caused the village wall to collapse in 8 different spots, but it wasn't much. Only 2 of the 8 units managed to break through the wall, but neither could enter the village. Hence, the damage was minimal. Since the financial demand wasn't much, the Fire Daimyo agreed to bear all of it without much argument. After discussing other topics for around an hour, the Fire Daimyo finally took his leave. Shikaku glanced at the civilian council members and said, you guys can leave as well. Hearing the seriousness in his tone, none of them argued. Once again, only ninjas remained in the council room. Without a hint of laziness on his face, Shikaku said, now that the civilian aspects are dealt with, we need to address the military aspect. First, we need Lord Third to recover and wake up. The only one who can heal his soul is Lady Tsunade. Unfortunately, we have no idea where she is. Lord Jiraiya has already agreed to find and bring her back. He wants to take Naruto with him to find her. Koharu squinted her eyes and said, the Jinchuriki? Why him? Shikaku shrugged and answered, no idea. I guess he wants to train Naruto, considering that he trained him for the finals of the Chunin exam. Homura thought and said, that is fine. He won't be in any danger with Jiraiya looking over him, however. Shikaku completed his sentence. We have to convince Lord Jiraiya to accept the position of the 5th Hokage. While I'd have liked to help, I don't think a junior convincing him would work. I hope you two can convince him to do so. Homura and Koharu nodded and replied, all right. Shikaku replied, good, we'll leave it to you. That brings us to the second point. Shikaku's gaze turned towards Fujin as he spoke. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patel Sarvesh 8 at OKSBuy. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, George, Mark, Christian, Whatever Prof, Person X, MSSC, Ali Reza, Senpu, Javier, Leon, and Chris for supporting me on Treon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 753, The New Successor. Chapter 759 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Shikaku wasn't the only one. The two elders also gazed at Fujin. Fujin immediately wondered, what are these old geezers scheming? Did they meet up before the council met? Homura looked at Fujin and thought, before this time, this role belonged to Kakashi, since he was expected to lead the next generation. However, Hiruzen specifically passed this responsibility to Fujin before the war even started. I didn't agree with the decision then, but I now understand why he did so. From today on, it is official that Hiruzen prefers Fujin over Kakashi as the next candidate for the Hokage seat. Shikaku said, even though our losses are low, the other villages will be curious about our state. Since we wiped out the spy network of Kumogakure and Iwagakure, they won't know that we're all right. In addition, the minor villages that are allied with us will be concerned as well. Even if Iwa and Kumo don't dare to make a move against us, they can use this attack to scare the minor villages and tempt them to betray us and ally with them instead. Though it won't affect us much in the short term, it could be troublesome if everyone switches sides. So we need to send a message across that Konoha is still as powerful as ever. Fujin immediately realized, so that's why they were staring at me. Sigh. I shouldn't have shown off so much. Unfortunately, it's too late now. Shikaku smiled and said, the main reason why our losses were so low is you, Fujin. Without you, our losses in the arena would have been very heavy. In the worst case, we could even have lost. I have to admit that I didn't think Orochimaru could revive the dead Kage with so much strength. Orochimaru outplayed me with that move. Fortunately, you and Lord Third dealt with his cards. As a result, everyone in Konoha is looking up to you. Fujin cut him off and casually asked, just tell me who we are targeting. Is it Iwagakure or is it Kumogakure? Fujin's abrupt interruption caught Shikaku off guard. What surprised him even more were Fujin's words. For a moment he forgot to breathe and began coughing roughly while thinking, this brat! Does he always have to go all the way? We were just talking about how Iwa and Kumo could be a problem, and he wants to go and poke them? Others had similar thoughts, as they hadn't seen this side of Fujin. However, they didn't have the information that Shikaku did. He fully knew that Fujin could single-handedly start a war if he was let loose. If Suna or Kumo had any proof of his actions in their countries, both would have long launched an all-out war against Konoha. As such, they weren't aware of the weight of Fujin's words, and assumed that he was taking them lightly. Shikaku finally caught his breath and said, no, we won't be targeting anyone. Lord Third had already decided to give you 3,000 ninjas to lead once the war was over. Take them away from Konoha and march around the Land of Fire for a bit. Fujin nodded while thinking. So, they finally gave me this role. I remember that Hiruzen made Kakashi lead such armies after I pulled that stunt in the Land of Wind, and after I clashed with Kitsuchi in the Land of Waterfall. Shikaku continued, due to the possibility of Suna's and Orochimaru's attack, I had recalled most of our ninjas back to the village. Their absence, and the fact that we were just attacked, would tempt bandits and rogue ninjas to try their luck. Your job will have multiple objectives. The first, and the most important one, is to have the army conduct war exercises. It'll send a message to other villages while preparing our forces at the same time, and giving you some experience in leading large forces. I'll send Renjiro with you to help you. The second is to eliminate all bandits and rogue ninjas in the vicinity of the army. In addition, I'll directly transfer any elimination missions that we receive that are in your vicinity to your army. You can send appropriate squads to eliminate them. If you are close to the border area, then I'll also send missions that are from the neighboring countries. Once you are done marching around the Land of Fire, lead the army to the vicinity of the Fire Capital. Our negotiations with Sunagakure will take place there. You'll be a part of the negotiating team as well. And though I said we won't target anyone, feel free to eliminate a few of Orochimaru's bases in the Land of Rice when you're close to that border. Shikaku's words surprised others in the room. Inoichi wondered, only a few? Even though we can't target Sunagakure much due to the terrain, targeting Odagakure isn't difficult. The only risk in attacking them is Orochimaru's sneak attacks. However, since he is so badly injured, we don't need to worry about that much. What is Shikaku planning? Others had similar thoughts. What they didn't know was that Shikaku knew Fujin's understanding of the few was different from others. If it hadn't been for the fact that Orochimaru had just attacked Konoha and nearly killed Hiruzen, Shikaku would have felt some pity for the former Konoha ninja. Fujin thought, that isn't very troublesome. Though I had a few things to work on, I guess that can wait. Leading 3,000 ninjas. That should be fun. But, Fujin replied, all right, I should be able to do that. However, is it okay for both Lord Jiraiya and me to be outside the village at the same time? Shikaku replied, it's fine. None of the other villages will make a move so quickly, and Orochimaru is heavily injured. Eagle is focusing entirely on Lord Third's safety, while we still have Kakashi and Guy in the village in case something unexpected happens. Fujin nodded while thinking, I guess even he can't anticipate that Itachi and Kisame would show up in the village. A shame that I won't be here. Fighting them would have been fun. I wonder how effective my wind domain would be against the Sasano. Fujin's wind domain was extremely deadly for anyone within its range. An almost exhausted wind domain had completely suppressed Kaguya Shirogane, a rank S ninja with an excellent defense. However, Susanoo was one defense that Fujin wasn't too confident of cracking, at least not with the current level of the wind domain. Fujin turned his gaze back to Shikaku and thought, anyway. A glint appeared in Fujin's eyes, making Shikaku nervous. Fujin said, you missed one point, Shikaku-san. Shikaku nervously asked, what is it? Fujin answered, as the Fire Daimyo said, we can't be without a leader at such a time. Since Lord Jiraiya would be away until he returns with Lady Tsunade, we'll need someone else to act as the acting Hokage until then. Considering how involved you are with everything that happens in the village, and how you're the person we depend on the most in times of crisis, I propose that you take over that role. A dumbfounded expression appeared on Shikaku's face. Before he had any opportunity to argue, Fujin glanced at the other council members and asked, what do you guys think? I'm sure Lord Jiraiya wouldn't have an issue with this. Without missing a beat, Sume replied with a grin, I agree. A fraction of a second later, Inoichi added, same here. Homura smiled and replied, that's a very good proposal. I agree. In just a couple of seconds, every council member agreed, while Shikaku saw it happen with the same dumbfounded expression. Despite his intelligence, he couldn't stop it from happening. He finally opened his mouth to protest, but Choza patted his back before a single word escaped Shikaku's mouth and said, we'll be in your care, Shikaku. Shikaku looked at the smile on Fujin's face and thought, this brat! He must have seen me popping that communication seal to inform the Anbu ninjas to send the daimyo in. Damn it! Shikaku immediately regretted not being more stealthy while doing so. He still wanted to oppose, but a few others got up from their seats and wished him good luck. Knowing how lazy he was, no one gave him a chance to decline. Fujin got up as well and said, I'll be at my home, Shikaku-san. Send a messenger for me when the army is ready to move. Since everything had been discussed, the council meeting finally ended. Everyone left, leaving a speechless Shikaku alone in the room. Fujin flickered a few times and reached his house. Without wasting any time, he entered the basement and asked, so did you get it? AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Patil Sarvesh 8 at OKSB can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Antonio, Silverleaves Fall, Christian, Julio, One Bullet, Pablo, and Ben for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 754, Conducting an Experiment. Chapter 760 of Naruto the Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Even after Orochimaru was defeated, Fujin couldn't return to his house. As one of the strongest ninjas and a member of Konoha's council, he couldn't just retire to his house after such a huge attack. Fortunately, he didn't have many responsibilities as a council member. While Hiruzen had plans to give Fujin several responsibilities over time, he postponed his plans due to how rarely Fujin visited his office. Hence, while other council members continued working even after the meeting, Fujin returned to his house without any worries. So, did you get it? Fujin asked as soon as he entered his basement. In front of him was his shadow clone who was keeping an eye on Naruto and Gaara. Next to the clone was a pot and a large box. Needless to say, the large box was where Kabuto was sealed. As soon as the ninjas around the sealed Kabuto were distracted by the fall of the barrier, the clone, who was initially keeping an eye on Sakumo, teleported the box to his basement. His timing was so perfect that not a single ninja realized what had happened. As for why he did so, it was rather simple. Even though Kabuto was dead, Fujin didn't want any accidents that could see him revived again, whether temporarily or permanently. In addition, he also didn't want to see Danzo getting his hands on the box and unsealing Kabuto to get more intel about Orochimaru and his experiments. Not only could that strengthen Danzo, but it would also cause Danzo to become suspicious about Kabuto's death. Even though there wasn't anything linking his death to Fujin, someone like Danzo would definitely feel suspicious. While Fujin no longer cared about Danzo or his actions, it would be a bit troublesome if other leaders in Konoha began suspecting him as well. Fujin's clone grinned and replied, "Of course." He dispelled in a cloud of smoke, sending memories back to Fujin, who thought, so, even the battle between Naruto and Gaara was almost identical to the original story. Sigh. Whatever. I have checked Hiruzen thoroughly. He won't succumb to his injuries. As long as he lives, it proves that the future isn't set in stone. I suppose this is just the result of my wanting to keep the events as similar to the original story. Even though my influence surpassed my calculations and caused several changes, it wasn't high enough to change the future drastically. Perhaps, if I had shown off my Flying Thunder God Jutsu, Suna would have directly backed off. Regardless, with Kabuto dead and Hiruzen alive, the future will be quite different. I am not sure how much strength Hiruzen would retain, but as long as he retains some, he'll be feared due to the Reaper Death Seal, irrespective of whether he can use it or not. Along with my existence, it would be too foolish for Nagato and Konan to attack Konoha by themselves. Sigh, what a waste. That would have been a great opportunity to kill Konan and steal Nagato's Rinnegan before Obito could make a move. Oh well, since I won't be able to benefit from it any longer, I don't need to be too constrained with my actions. It's time to let loose. Fujin chuckled as he stored Kabuto's box, before turning his gaze towards the pot, which contained Shukaku's chakra. Fujin analyzed. Even though my clone absorbed chakra from Shukaku's entire arm, he didn't get much chakra. This pot has around 5% of Shukaku's chakra. It should be enough for my plans, but there's no harm if I can increase it. Time for my first experiment. Due to the memories of his previous life, Fujin's knowledge of tailed beasts far exceeded normal ninjas. He had information that even the Kages didn't possess. In addition, he had accessed most of Konoha's research on tailed beasts, and also had significant information about the experiments conducted by other villages due to memories of the countless dead ninjas he read. Hence, before he implemented his plan, he wanted to conduct an experiment. Fujin thought, a tailed beast is quite an interesting phenomenon. Even though the 9-tailed beasts were formed from the 10 tails itself was a product of this planet's energy. Hence, whenever a tailed beast is killed, its chakra disperses back into nature, allowing it to reform and revive after some time. I suppose Hagoromo might have something to do with it, but it uses nature as a medium, regardless of what mechanisms he created. This raises one question. Since a tailed beast's rebirth takes energy from nature, can I use that energy to increase the amount of Shukaku's chakra I have? Or, does every tailed beast have a finite amount of chakra? Fujin didn't have much information in this regard, as there weren't many cases where a tailed beast was cut up. Juki's tentacles were frequently cut by the third Raikage, but Juki always took his tentacles back later. Kumo didn't use the tentacles to form any pseudo-Jinchurikis, as they were worried that it could ruin any chances of cooperating with the tailed beast. Minato split Kurama into half, but both halves were quickly sealed up, one in Minato and the other in Naruto. Similarly, the tentacle B used to fool Sasuke was quickly sealed too, not giving them time to grow. Fujin only had 2 cases that could be used. The first was the Gold and Silver brothers. Both had consumed Kurama's flesh and gained a bit of his chakra. Unfortunately, Fujin wasn't sure whether the chakra inside them grew later, but he had a feeling that happened considering the amount of Kurama's chakra they possessed. The second case, where that did happen, was Sora, who was shown in a filler arc. In fact, that was the main inspiration for Fujin. However, a helpless chuckle escaped Fujin's lips. He thought, ever since I had this idea, I wanted to see that boy to check how feasible it would be. He could have also been an easy way to access Kurama's chakra. Unfortunately, he doesn't exist. Not only did Fujin not find any such boy, there was no record of any temples being destroyed in the recent past. As such, Fujin was more or less certain that no one tried to make a pseudo-Jinchuriki with Kurama's chakra. Fujin muttered, "Oh well, there's always the first time," while continuously inscribing new seals on the pot containing Shukaku's chakra. After a few minutes, Fujin was finally done. He observed the pot and thought, yeah, this should do. Even though Shukaku isn't here, his chakra is still berserk. But it won't be able to break through the pot now, even if it suddenly quadrupled in strength. Yet, my seals allow the chakra to interact normally with the outside world. So, it can grow by absorbing whatever it absorbs. If my speculations are right, it should grow rapidly initially. However, its growth would slow down as it grows. After all, it can't grow into a new-tailed beast, or the world would have been destroyed a long time ago. Anyway, let me see how much it grows, if at all. I can't wait too long, maybe a month at most. Then, I'll absorb it into my new seal. Speaking of which, it's time to use this seal on me finally. Fujin took off his flak jacket, shirt, and chainmail as a new seal imprint appeared on his left hand. Without wasting a moment, he placed it on his own abdomen. While Fujin was busy in his basement, Homura and Koharu met Jiraiya and informed him what had happened in the council meeting before telling him that he would be the 5th Hokage. Just like the original story, he refused and recommended appointing Tsunade instead. Homura and Koharu didn't care which Sannin sat on the seat as long as it was one of them. Homura replied, "If you can convince her, then we have no issues. However, if you fail to do so, you have to accept the position of the Hokage. We don't have anyone else suitable for that position for the time being." Jiraiya didn't reply as he was well aware of Konoha's situation. In addition, he was confident of convincing Tsunade. Just like in the original story, he took Naruto with him by promising to teach him a jutsu cooler than Chidori. Around the same time, Shikaku dejectedly walked to his office, still sighing about the huge job Fujin dumped on his head. As soon as he reached his office, his eyes widened. Several ninjas were carrying stacks of paperwork to his office, while others were hurriedly leaving to bring back more. Shikaku cursed under his breath. "That cursed brat! Don't tell me!" He quickly picked up the pace and entered his office. However, his steps faltered, and he became still like a statue, with one foot inside his office and the other outside. His face became as white as the countless piles of white paper he saw. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, paddlesarvesh8 at OKSBuy. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Anhofi, Colin, Michael, Abbas, Christian, Fernando, and Ronquillo for supporting me on Treon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 755, The Path to Surpass Rank. S. Chapter 761 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. While the Suna ninjas were scurrying back to their village and Konoha worked on dealing with the aftermath of the assault, Fujin stood still in his basement. A huge seal was visible on his abdomen, where Fujin had placed his left palm. The seal suddenly began expanding, covering Fujin's entire body in the blink of an eye. Countless symbols crawled on Fujin's body for half a minute before calming down and disappearing into his body. Fujin took a deep breath and muttered, "Here goes nothing." He closed his eyes and completely stabilized his chakra. In a few seconds, not a single chakra fluctuation could be detected from Fujin. He stood still, just like a statue. A few seconds later, Fujin opened his eyes. Surprise appeared on his face as he exclaimed, "Huh." For a moment, Fujin couldn't see anything, for he was standing in a pitch-black darkness. Chakra gathered in his eyes and flowed out of his chakra points as the area was lit with his chakra. Fujin glanced below and chuckled. "So this is my inner world? What Fujin was seeing was no longer the real world, but his inner world. It was a space similar to the one where Kurama was sealed inside Naruto. However, there were more than a few differences between them. Fujin was standing on a cliff, and a step in front of him was a pitch-black valley. He couldn't see the bottom of it. Fujin glanced behind him and observed the scenery behind him. Unlike the deep valley in front of him, there was hard ground behind him. The area looked like a flat mountaintop. Fujin spent a couple of minutes walking around the area. There wasn't much to observe, as it was just a plain mountaintop. There was only one distinct feature. Fujin walked to the center of the mountaintop and stood on the edge of a lake, or rather, a large pit, as the lake was empty. Fujin thought, I see. I didn't imagine my creation would look like this. However, I understand. This would suit me perfectly. Especially... Fujin glanced up above. There was no sky in his inner world, but if one were to observe carefully, they'd notice a transparent sphere floating some distance above the lake. The reason why it was hard to spot was because the sphere was completely empty. Yet a glint appeared in Fujin's eyes as he observed the sphere carefully. That inconspicuous sphere was the main part of Fujin's seal. The barrier that made the sphere was extremely strong. According to Fujin's calculations, even a complete Nine Tails wouldn't have any chance of breaking it. As for the 10 Tails, Fujin wasn't sure. Fujin muttered, I'll call this seal the Myriad Tetragram Seal, a seal made by an outrageous combination of 16 four-symbol seals overlapped in an almost impossible manner. I still have a hard time believing that my clones managed to create it. However, I can finally put that plan into action. The Myriad Tetragram Seal was based on an inspiration Fujin had back when he had just graduated. It was inspired by Minato's 8 Trigrams Divination Seal, or rather, one aspect of it. The seal Minato used to seal Kurama in Naruto allowed minute quantities of Kurama's chakra to constantly seep out of the seal and enter Naruto's body. It served a very important purpose. As the chakra continued seeping into Naruto's body, it increased Naruto's chakra reserves. Though not entirely, the chakra that seeped out eventually became a part of Naruto permanently. It wasn't like the temporary chakra that Kurama later started to give him. As such, Naruto's ridiculously high chakra reserves weren't just due to his lineage, but also due to this move of Minato. Of course, if Kurama wanted to, he could stop his chakra from leaking out. However, Minato left a perfect bait for Kurama. The more chakra seeped out of the seal, the weaker the seal became. In addition, it also allowed Kurama to influence Naruto. As such, it gave him hope of breaking free. Hence, Kurama never stopped doing so. Of course, it was a pointless hope, as Minato left behind several arrangements to strengthen the seal if need be, including leaving behind his will to stop Kurama and Kushina's will to help Naruto control him. Unfortunately, Kurama was completely in the dark about these schemes. Irrespective, it was quite clear what Minato expected of his son. Fujin didn't care about the bait. What he cared about was the benefit Naruto got. However, the rate at which chakra seeped out of the 8 Trigrams Divination Seal was too slow for Fujin. He didn't want to wait for decades for his chakra reserves to grow. Instead, he wanted it done in under a couple of years, or even in months or weeks, without putting himself at much risk. Hence, Fujin started working on a seal to amplify that aspect of the 8 Trigrams Divination Seal. This was also the reason why Fujin didn't ask Hiruzen for the 8 Trigrams Divination Seal and recreated it himself after learning the 4 Symbols Seal. Because if he couldn't do that, then trying to create an even more complicated seal was a lost cause. To create this seal, Fujin had around 40 shadow clones work relentlessly for months. He barely managed to create it before the Chunin exams began. In the 1-month gap before the last round, Fujin worked on removing all its flaws and tested it on a few unfortunate rogue ninjas. Fortunately, he succeeded in the nick of time. Fujin glanced at the floating sphere and thought, once I'm done with the experiment on Shukaku's chakra, I'll seal Shukaku's chakra in that sphere. His chakra will be refined there and slowly become a part of me. It'll permanently increase my chakra reserves. Even though I only got 5% of Shukaku's chakra, that is still nearly twice my own chakra. Depending on how much that chakra grows further, my chakra reserves will triple or even quadruple once I'm done. Once I complete it, My chakra reserves will truly be one of the highest in the world as long as I don't consider the Jinchurikis. It'll be considerably higher than even Jiraiya's. The only one who will have higher chakra reserves than me for sure is Kisame. That guy's body is strange. Anyway, the advantage of absorbing Shukaku's chakra will go beyond just increased chakra reserves. After all, we don't have a chakra reservoir inside our body. The chakra is generated by combining physical energy and spiritual energy. So, both my physique and spirit will be strengthened. It'll be a qualitative improvement, and not just a quantitative one. A huge smile appeared on Fujin's face as he continued thinking of the advantages. The reason for his smile was rather simple. In front of him was a way to surpass the rank S and go beyond it. When he transmigrated to this world, Fujin wanted to become a rank S ninja to ensure his safety. However, that was just the basics. Ensuring his safety was just a basic necessity and not an ambition. Initially, Fujin didn't think much about his ambition. After all, he had just entered a dangerous new world. While he had several thoughts, he wasn't sure what he truly wanted. Hence, he decided to take it slow and figure things out on his journey to become a rank S ninja. And Fujin figured out several things. For one, he had no interest in influence and power like most other rank S ninjas. The seat of Hokage didn't interest him. If there were a seat for a king in this world, Fujin wouldn't have been interested in it either. He simply had no interest in ruling. Unlike Naruto, Jiraiya, Nagato, Hashirama, and even Madara, Fujin didn't care about peace either. Due to having experienced two worlds, Fujin understood that war was a part of humanity. No matter how much anyone tried to establish peace, it would be broken eventually, and humanity would war once again. Even if a utopia was created, it would eventually be taken over by leaders who weren't satisfied with it and wanted more. That was just humanity's nature. Fujin had no interest in wasting his life doing something so futile, especially when there were others who wanted to do it and fighting to realize their respective means. As such, Fujin's mind became very clear. There were only a few things he truly wanted. And the seal's details ended up being a lot more complicated than I had initially thought. There are still some aspects that I'll cover in the next chapter. Anyway, I never thought that it would take me 720 chapters to cover this seal. For the ones who still remember, Fujin had an idea at the end of Chapter 34, the first chapter of Volume 2. It referred to this seal. It was a long journey and needed a lot of work, but has finally realized it. Latest chapter on Patreon, When Gods Want You Dead, What Can Mortals Do? AN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, patreon.com/devilhex. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil Sarvesh 8 at OKSB, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Peter, Awo, Ludwig, Anthony, Mukut, and Eternal Happiness for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 76, Pursuit of Strength. Chapter 762 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. As such, Fujin's mind became very clear. There were only a few things he truly wanted. One of them was to explore. Fujin wanted to explore this world. His trips with Kaito ignited this desire in him long back. He wanted to see everything that was hidden in this world. And he wanted to explore further beyond this world. Now that he had abilities that he could only dream of in his previous life, Fujin would regret it if he couldn't do it. His second ambition was his strength. Fujin wanted to be truly strong. He wanted to surpass the likes of Hashirama and Madara before reaching the level of Hagoromo and the Otsutsuki clan and surpassing them as well. Weirdly enough, there wasn't any strong motivation behind this particular ambition. He didn't seek revenge, nor did he have any noble goal which needed such strength. It was no longer about necessity either, as Fujin already had the strength to ensure his safety. While there was no doubt that having such strength would help him in several ways, like exploring beyond this world and combating the new threats he would face among other things, it wasn't the reason for this particular ambition of Fujin. It was a simple, unadulterated, and passionate pursuit of strength. Fujin wanted to see how strong a mere human could get. He wanted to see how deep the rabbit hole went. He wanted to see what bottlenecks he'd face, and he wanted to break through them. In a war-torn world where people frequently had to grieve the loss of their loved ones, which fueled their desire to gain strength, such a pure pursuit was extremely rare. That said, Fujin had another goal, for which having strength was extremely necessary. The power he needed to accomplish that goal was so high that Fujin couldn't even imagine it. Fujin wanted to understand the circumstances of his transmigration and the secrets behind it. If there was something that Fujin felt strongly about, it was this. Unfortunately, he knew how difficult that was, and understood that he may never reach a level where he could understand this. Even if he died before understanding the secrets, he wouldn't care much as long as he enjoyed his journey up to that point. Regardless, those were his long-term goals. The successful creation of the Myriad Tetragram Seal was a small but critical step in realization of those goals. Fujin gazed away from the transparent sphere and glanced at the center of the empty lake. Unlike a minute ago, it was no longer empty. Though extremely faint, a blue glow was visible. Fujin thought, while the main purpose of Myriad Tetragram Seal is to absorb a tailed beast chakra, it also has a secondary function. Though not as groundbreaking as the main purpose, it is still very handy. I can use this seal to store my chakra just like how Tsunade can with the help of her Strength of 100 seal. Fujin looked at the tiny amount of chakra at the center of the lake and thought, I can transfer some of my chakra here whenever I can, and I can retrieve it to strengthen myself anytime I want to. So, the issue of me running out of chakra will soon be history. Unfortunately, filling this lake would take a while. This lake can contain about 50 times my current chakra reserves. Even with the best quality soldier pill, it takes me 8 hours to completely recover my chakra. And I can't exactly stop training or fighting until this lake fills up. Even with Shukaku's chakra, it'll probably take me a year or two for me to fill it up completely. Of course, that's when the fun begins. Once I fill this lake up, the amount of chakra stored here will be comparable to that of a tailed beast. Though I'm not sure if I'll be able to channel as much chakra as a tailed beast can, because this is an artificial chakra reserve and not my own, it would mean that I can last as long as tailed beasts in a battle. Of course, it'll be a one-time thing since I'll need a year or two to refill this lake, unlike tailed beasts who probably recover their chakra in a few hours or days. Fortunately, I have thought about that as well. A grin appeared on Fujin's face. Though the mountaintop in his inner world was rather plain except for the lake, there was one more feature. There were 16 canals on the mountaintop, each about a meter deep. They extended from the edge of the lake to the edges of the mountaintop. Fujin thought, once the lake fills up, any additional chakra I add to it will cause the lake to overflow. When that happens, my chakra will flow through these canals and trickle into the deep valleys around this mountaintop. Eventually, I want to convert the valley into a sea. While the Strength of 100 seal was extremely useful for ninjas like Tsunade and Sakura, Fujin faced one critical problem. He intended to increase his chakra reserves with the help of the Myriad Tetragram seal. As such, the 50 times of his current chakra reserves might not be very useful for him if his chakra reserves increased considerably. However, with the excess storage in the valley, this issue was solved. Fujin couldn't even see how deep the valley was. The lake's volume wasn't even comparable to the volume of the valley. Even if Fujin's chakra reserves reached the same level as Kurama's, the valley still had sufficient space for him to create a handy artificial chakra reserve. Fujin chuckled as he shook his head. He muttered, one step at a time. I first need to start filling up this lake, and I need to absorb Shukaku's chakra. Though I have planned as much as I can, I still need to be careful. After all, a tailed beast's chakra isn't something I can handle very lightly. I can't exactly compare myself to Naruto. He has the Uzumaki genes and is a reincarnation of Ashura. In addition, the chakra that seeped through Minato's seal was minuscule compared to what I am planning. Fujin immediately calmed himself. He took another glance at the lake and decided the formation of the army will take some time. Shikaku will probably only be done tomorrow. I'll fill this lake slightly today. Due to the chakra he received back from his shadow clone, Fujin's chakra reserves were back to full. In addition, the soldier pill he consumed the day before was still working. Fujin decided to take the day off and rest at his house. While Fujin started working on the artificial chakra reservoir, the rest of the world was about to learn a piece of shocking news. Despite such a deadly attack on Konoha, the rest of the world didn't realize it at the same time. After all, Konoha had eliminated all the spy networks of Iwagakure and Kumagakure from the Land of Fire. The two villages didn't have a single spy within the country. However, there were still some external forces in Konoha. Kirigakure wasn't as interested in the battle between Orochimaru and Fujin as their counterparts. As a result, their spy network, though damaged, still worked in Konoha. In addition, the various nobles and leaders who had gathered to watch the Chunin exam began informing their respective forces about the assault. As such, information about the assault on Konoha started spreading throughout the world. The first ones to receive the message were none other than Tsunagakure. The Suna Council was already on edge, waiting for Rasa's message in the council room while ensuring that the village functioned normally. As soon as they received a scroll, an Anbu ninja quickly brought it to the council room and reported, "Baki-sama's message just arrived." He immediately handed it to Goza. As Goza opened the scroll, Tojiro urged, "Hurry up! What does it say?" "Calm down, the scroll isn't going to run awa." His lips suddenly stopped moving as his eyes widened. The very first sentence in the scroll said that Tsunagakure suffered a complete defeat. He hurriedly read through the rest of the scroll. Seeing his expression change, the rest of the council tensed up as well. Ryusa asked, "What is it? What happened in Konoha?" Sajo asked, "Are our losses higher than our bottom line?" The more Gazo read, the grimmer his expression became, especially when he learnt that Rasa had been killed by Orochimaru. Despite his vast experience, his mind froze. For a moment, he wasn't sure what to say or do. As if on autopilot, he placed the scroll on the table and muttered, "Call the siblings here immediately. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, pedalsarvesh8 at OKS Buy. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Rubicon, John, Person X, Nerock, and Aeon Storm for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 757, Panic in Tsunagakure. Chapter 763 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Call the siblings here immediately. Hearing Goza's grave tone, the Anbu ninja who had brought the scroll flickered away immediately. The remaining council members had a bad feeling. They quickly grabbed the scroll and started reading. Every last one of them was shocked to their very core. Sajo muttered in shock, "How can this be? Orochimaru betrayed us and killed Rasa. He used us like puppets." Ryusa muttered, "And only 233 ninjas are returning with Baki. We sent 858 ninjas to Konoha. He doesn't know whether the others survived or not." Ikanago added, "The status of Kazekage-sama's children is unknown too." Joseki shivered fearfully. He glanced at the other council members and questioned, "Does this mean that we not only lost our leader, but also lost over 600 of our elite ninjas and possibly our Jinchuriki?" Silence engulfed the room as no one answered him. After a few seconds, Goza let out a sigh and said, "Don't jump the gun and assume the worst-case scenario. Baki said that Gaara and his siblings escaped earlier. So, they might have gotten away. It's just that we can't contact them until they return or run into Baki. Similarly, Baki estimated the death toll to be only around 300. He just doesn't know about the rest. Perhaps most of them have escaped as well. We can only hope for the best." Tojiro immediately replied, "What do you mean by the best? Kazekage-sama is dead. We lost the war. It's already the worst-case scenario." Silence engulfed the room again. Unlike others, the Suna Council was very aware of the reason for the attack. Suna's economy was in tatters. While they had never been an economic powerhouse, their situation had continuously worsened in the past decade. There were several reasons for this. For one, they experienced great losses in the Third Great Ninja War. They would have recovered with time, as they did from the previous Great Wars, but there was one big issue. Due to their losses, they had to form an alliance with Konoha. While the alliance was beneficial for them initially, they realized a big issue. Due to their alliance with Konoha and the fact that the Wind Daimyo was upset with Suna's leadership, Konoha began getting most of the missions that they would have gotten otherwise. Over time, as people realized how efficient Konoha was with the missions, this trend just got worse for Suna. As a result, Suna was deprived of an opportunity to recover completely. To make matters worse, Konoha secretly made a move to destabilize the western part of the Land of Wind and painted Rasa and Suna as the bad rulers. This further increased the differences between the Wind Daimyo and the Suna leadership, while the common citizens of the Land of Wind also began viewing Suna with suspicion. Since Suna didn't have any proof against Konoha, along with the fact that Konoha had completed the missions efficiently, Suna couldn't even blame Konoha. If they did, people would have been even more suspicious. As a result, Suna needed this surprise attack to go well to turn things around. As long as their surprise attack worked, they could use Konoha's wealth to stabilize their economy. Even if they couldn't do that, an attack on Konoha would tear their alliance. As a result, the people in the Land of Wind will be forced to give the missions to Suna instead of Konoha. Of course, it'll cause a lot of discontent among the people in the Land of Wind, but there would be a huge difference compared to scrapping the alliance without attacking Konoha. Suna would have just attacked Konoha and killed Hiruzen along with hundreds of Konoha ninjas. Under such circumstances, even the Wind Daimyo would be under heavy pressure and become obedient, let alone other nobles and common citizens. No one would dare speak about their discontent or do anything about it. In addition, Konoha's losses would tempt Kumo and Iwa, forcing Konoha to deploy their forces against these two great villages. Not only would they be unable to take revenge on Suna, they would be unable to perform missions properly due to the deployment of their forces. As a result, people in the Land of Wind as well as nearby countries would be forced to turn away from Konoha and seek Suna's help. Not to mention, if Kumo and Iwa invaded Konoha, then Suna could join in to seek some benefits as well. They could also launch a full-scale invasion and annex the Land of Rivers and some parts of the Land of Fire, while Konoha was busy dealing with Iwa and Kumo. Unfortunately, the reality was extremely cruel. Not only did they not win, but instead they suffered a complete loss. As the council members silently glanced at each other, they understood one thing. Sunagakure was facing their greatest existential crisis. If they didn't manage it properly, there would be just 4 great villages left. Ryusa immediately said, "We need to call our patrol units back." Goza quickly refuted. "No, that would be folly. We need to do much more. Send them orders to start laying traps. And we need to send out hundreds of squads to convert the Land of Wind into one deadly trap like we did during the previous Great Wars. Baki doesn't know what happened after he retreated. Luckily, we still have several spies in Konoha. Konoha's next step will depend on what happened in the battle between Orochimaru and the third Hokage. If the third Hokage lost, then we still have some hope. Otherwise, we need to prepare for an all-out attack by Konoha." An all-out attack by Konoha? The council members immediately turned their heads and saw Ebizo and Chiyo enter the room. They quickly handed them the scroll. Just like the rest of the council members, they were stunned by its content. After a couple of minutes of silence, Ebizo muttered, "What a terrible situation." Chiyo added, "I had said back then that we don't need to ally with Konoha. They wouldn't have dared to step into the desert. However, no one listened to me. And now, you trusted a snake like Orochimaru." She shook her head in disappointment, angering several council members. Unfortunately, they could just swallow their pride due to the critical situation they were in. In Rasa's absence, they desperately needed Chiyo to step up. Luckily for them, Ebizo said, "Sister, it's pointless to complain about that. We need to deal with this situation." The council quickly created plans to prepare for Konoha's invasion. Sajo said, "The very first thing we need to ensure is that the news of Kazekage-sama's death doesn't leak out. Our ninjas will panic when they learn of our losses." However, Tojiro immediately replied, "It won't work. Don't forget the Wind Daimyo also had gone to the Chunin exam. He would soon inform others in the Wind capital, and the news will spread irrespective of what we do." Ebizo replied, "That may be true, but we should still suppress the news until we understand everything that happened in Konoha. Then we can decide how to announce it." Everyone agreed to his words and continued planning. Within a couple of hours, 700 squads were sent out of the village. They were responsible for setting traps throughout the desert to hinder any incoming army. Another 300 squads were deployed to secure important defensive positions, while 100 squads moved to the western part of the country to prevent any more misinformation campaigns from Konoha. In addition, they started creating elite ambush units. Though the people in Sunagakure were unaware of what was happening, everyone became tense. They realized that something terrible was about to happen. While the Suna ninjas were being deployed, Suna received a few more messages. They were from the Suna spies in Konoha. The council immediately got together and went through the new scrolls. Immediately, relief appeared on the faces of several council members. Ryusa said, "Even though he isn't dead, the third Hokage is injured too. So is that snake. However, we still don't know the scale of their injuries." Goza added, "Yeah, that is the important part. If the third Hokage is critically injured, then Konoha won't attack us recklessly. Even though Kumo took a lot of losses, the Raikage will jump on any opening Konoha provides them." Sajo agreed. "Yes, we need to create a communication line with Kumogakure. If Konoha attacks us, we can draw them deep into the desert and give Kumo an opportunity to attack Konoha. That will force Konoha to abandon their attack." Suddenly, a snort was heard and everyone turned their eyes to Chiyo. Without glancing at everyone, she asked, "Aren't you forgetting something? If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Pedal Sarvesh 8 at OKSBuy. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Dakoro, Bernardo, Brandon, Will, Raghav, Christian, Chandev, Jag, Charles, Gu, Sagarat, and Marvin for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 758, Misunderstandings Can Be Terrifying. Chapter 764 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Aren't you forgetting something? The Suna council members looked at Chiyo in confusion. In the last few hours, they had debated all possibilities. Yet Chiyo asked such a question. Seeing that no one had an answer, Chiyo sighed and said, "You seem to have forgotten that Orochimaru was Hiruzen's student." Her statement caused even more confusion. Ryusa asked, "What does that have to do with?" Ryusa's eyes widened in horror as he realized something terrifying. His expression became a sight to see. So were the expressions of other council members who finally realized what Chiyo was hinting at. Tojuro muttered fearfully, "You mean that?" Sajo muttered, "How can this be? Was it all a scheme? Did we fall so badly to Konoha's ploy?" Chiyo replied, "Who can say? Perhaps only the leaders in Konoha would know. Regardless, we can't overlook the possibility of this being a trap set for us." Goza said thoughtfully, "You're right, we completely overlooked this. It is possible that Orochimaru never betrayed Konoha. Instead, it was all an act to lure and weaken us. Perhaps they sensed our restlessness and sent Orochimaru to bait us. Even though our spies reported that the third Hokage and Orochimaru were injured, they didn't see them. Both may be just faking it." Ryusa immediately questioned, "But why are they doing so? Why did they need to continue acting after killing Kazekage-sama? Even if we assume that they wanted to kill more of our ninjas, why didn't they stop pretending and chase after Baki and his forces? Wouldn't that have weakened us further? And why are they pretending to be injured right now?" Tojuro answered in a shocked tone. "It's simple. Their target isn't just us. Recently, Kumogakure took heavy losses. Nearly 1,000 of their elite ninjas are dead or missing. If we ignore the loss of our leader, then their losses are even greater than ours. There is no doubt that Konoha was behind those events. Kumo would be filled with rage and would want revenge. By pretending to be weak, they're giving Kumo an opening that doesn't exist. Their real target isn't us, but Kumogakure. It's incredible no matter how I think about it. As expected of Konoha scums. They first killed Kazekage-sama and weakened us. Then they pretend to be weak and lure Kumo. Once Kumo falls into their trap, they'll go all out against them. With us weakened and hiding, Kiri busy in a civil war, and the Tsuchikage's nature, no one will be able to bail Kumo out." Silence engulfed the room once again. Except for Chiyo and Ebizo, everyone was in shock at how deep Konoha's plans ran. Even though it was just a speculation, everyone believed it to be the truth. After some time, Joseki wondered aloud, "Should we warn Kumo?" He was harshly rebuked by Tojuro. And then what? Let Konoha deal with us while Kumo and Iwa just watch? The Raikage, though impulsive, isn't a fool. Konoha will have to attack us in order to tempt Kumo into attacking. Let them fight each other. Even if Kumo loses, they would cause a lot of harm to Konoha. That would be our chance to recuperate. Everyone nodded subconsciously, but Ebizo suddenly asked, "That's all well and good, but what if Kumo doesn't attack them? Are you sure our traps and ambushes would be sufficient to stop Konoha from reaching us?" Everyone turned their eyes to Ebizo. Ryusa asked, "What do you mean? Didn't we just discuss the plans?" Ebizo explained, "Yes, we did. But we didn't consider that Orochimaru could still be loyal to Konoha, nor did we have this additional information." Ebizo pointed at the scrolls sent by the spies. He continued, "By now, it is rather obvious that the one who created the chaos in the West was none other than Suzuki Fujin. And, according to your speculations, the man who attacked Kumo is none other than Hatake Kakashi. As such, Konoha already has 2 ninjas who are capable of acting independently, and both of them could hunt our squads one at a time and easily cause us to lose hundreds of ninjas. Whether they do it just to increase our losses or to pave a path for their main army, we'll have a difficult time. I didn't say anything earlier, as we could have still done something to stall them, but this new information makes things far more difficult for us. Suzuki Fujin has a summon that can fly. He can fly on it across our vast deserts and attack us at will. We won't even be able to spot his movements. He could also ferry elite units across the deserts and attack our critical defenses. Not to mention, he sealed the 3rd Kazekage and 4th Kazekage by himself. Even though he had assistance from other ninjas, there is no doubt that he's strong enough to take on the 4th Kazekage by himself, even in the desert. This raises the difficulty of stopping him by several levels. Just that would be troublesome, but if we also add Orochimaru into the mix, then it gets worse. He has the experience of 2 wars, and is extremely troublesome on a battlefield. So are his summons. His snakes can attack from underground while Fujin attacks from the air. Along with what Hatake Kakashi did in Kumo, how certain are you that our ninjas would be able to stop the 3 of them? And I haven't even considered the Edo Tensei Jutsu. Not a single person in the room had an answer. Chiyo sighed and muttered, "So even the desert isn't safe anymore?" Tojuro immediately asked, "What about you, Elder Chiyo? Could you stop them?" Chiyo smirked and teasingly asked, "You want an old lady to go to the battlefield?" Suna's council members immediately felt awkward. Ebizo shook his head and said, "Sister won't be able to stop them either. All 3 of them are extremely fearsome and in their prime. Don't underestimate them." Tojuro muttered unwillingly, "That means that we can only count on Kumo." However, Ebizo shook his head and said, "An attack from Kumo wouldn't necessarily mean that Konoha would need to withdraw from here." Tojuro frowned and asked, "What do you mean? Wouldn't they need rank S9? His eyes widened as he suddenly realized. Goza gasped. "That's right. Even without them, Konoha still has the 3rd Hokage and 2 Sanins. They don't need them to face a wounded Kumo." Ebizo added, "You're forgetting one person. We still don't know what Shimura Danzo, the Shinobi of Darkness, has been up to. His hand is definitely involved in such a scheme. That is what makes the situation even more terrifying. We need to change our strategy to account for these factors." Everyone nodded in agreement and began thinking. Sajo said, "Since they have such terrifying capability, defending important locations is rather pointless, as they'll be easy pickings for them. We should only leave 1 squad in each of those places and concentrate our forces inside the village." Ryusa added, "Our ambushes will have to change too. Until we get the news of Konoha's army entering the Land of Wind, we should keep our ambush units hidden. That way, the 3 of them wouldn't find anyone to attack." Several other ideas were exchanged and new plans were made. Since they couldn't confront the enemy head-on, they decided to avoid combat until Konoha sent an army to their country. Of course, understanding how terrible their situation was, they also became more open to diplomatic solutions, even if they had to make some compromises. While the Suna Council brainstormed to create new plans, Kirigakure received messages from their spies in Konoha. The subordinates of the 4th Mizukage were surprised by the events, but didn't pay much attention to them, except for one aspect. They had their hands full with the rebels. Unlike them, the rebels paid careful attention to the news. Mei thought, he has a flying summon, so that's why he was able to reach us so quickly. Ao said, to think Konoha would be attacked by their former rank S ninja and an ally. Sigh, alliances are too fragile. Without an alliance between them, the situation will destabilize quickly. Mei replied, not quite. Even though Konoha was backstabbed, it looks like they were very well prepared. Other than their Hokage, they barely had any losses. By comparison, Suna and Oto lost too much. That will intimidate anyone planning to attack them. Unless Kumo, Iwa, and Suna could ally, they won't attack Konoha. However, as you just said, alliances are too fragile. Ao replied, that is true. He turned his gaze towards the reports and said, still, this boy has grown too ferocious. To think that he could take on so many strong ninjas and eliminate over 300 elite ninjas by himself. Mei smirked and said, yeah, he has grown to be quite a man. I hope we don't have to meet on a battlefield. Ao agreed. While several types of enemies were troublesome, the type that could cut through hundreds of elite ninjas in the blink of an eye was the most terrifying. They could take out a huge chunk of their forces and heavily restrict their movements. Mei said, anyway, we have an important matter at hand. The Edo Tensei Jutsu. Ao nodded, understanding what she was hinting at. Thousands of kilometers away from the land of water, laughter broke out in a room. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, wpatreon.com's devil hex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Paddle Sarvesh 8 at OKSBI. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Sergio, Lazy Lizard, Ashfield, Cypher, and Johanna for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 759, Kumo's Target. Chapter 765 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Unlike Suna and Kiri, Iwa and Kumo didn't have any spies in Konoha. As such, they received messages about the attack a few hours after them. As soon as Onoki looked through the scroll, he broke out into a huge laughter. Kurotsuchi glanced at her father and looked into his eyes, as if questioning, did Gramps finally go senile? Onoki's laughter abruptly ended and he screamed in pain. Ouch! My back! I strained it again. Kitsuchi sighed and helped Onoki out while Kurotsuchi asked, what is in the scroll, Gramps? Onoki replied, it's quite amusing. Take a look. Kitsuchi and Kurotsuchi read the scroll and their eyes widened in shock. Kitsuchi muttered, so, Suna finally betrayed Konoha. Kurotsuchi added, not just that. They were attacked by the 3rd Hokage's student too. Konoha is weird. Onoki said, now it makes sense. Konoha should have known about Suna's betrayal and expected the attack. That is why they hit Kumo preemptively so that Kumo wouldn't be able to take advantage of their weakness, as expected of Hiruzen and Danzo. Kitsuchi nodded and asked, should we be taking advantage of the 3rd Hokage's state? Onoki snorted, take advantage? Did you read the same report as me? They defeated Suna and Oto with minimal casualties. Even though Hiruzen is injured, they still have Jiraiya and Suzuki Fujin. Not to mention, there is no mention of Danzo and Tsunade in these reports. Konoha is still very strong. Kurotsuchi asked impatiently, so why were you laughing? Onoki explained, don't you see? In a short span, every hidden village has taken heavy casualties. Kiri is continuously taking losses due to their civil war, and their condition is worse than what it was at the end of the 3rd Great Ninja War. Kumogakure lost nearly 1,000 elite ninjas and their dignity a few weeks ago. And now, Suna not only lost hundreds of elites, but also their leader and the only remaining rank S ninja from their younger generation. Even though Konoha's losses are low, they should still exceed 100. More importantly, Hiruzen is an unknown state. If he dies, then that'll be splendid news, ha ha ha. Onoki calmed down and continued, what decides the village that has the upper hand in a great war is the preparation they do in between the great wars. Our progress was derailed quite a bit. The first major blow to us was the nearly 50 Junins who died under your command, Kitsuchi. The memories of that dreadful mission resurfaced as Kitsuchi felt a bit depressed. Onoki continued. Later, we lost Han along with the Five Tails. I'm still not sure how he went missing and who made a move against him. One of our most promising youngsters went rogue, and we lost a huge chunk of our spies and intelligence network. As such, our preparation lagged behind quite a bit. Though we were still doing better than Kiri and Suna, we were far behind Konoha and Kumo. However, Kumo's recent losses far exceed our own. As for Suna, they have been set behind by almost a decade. Their condition might be worse than even Kiri's, and now Konoha has taken some losses too. Hiruzen being dead or handicapped is a far bigger blow than us losing Han. We finally can rest easy and concentrate on preparing our forces for the war. The father-daughter duo were surprised by Onoki's thinking. Unlike others, Onoki didn't even entertain any thoughts of taking advantage of Konoha's momentary vulnerability. On the contrary, he was well aware that the vulnerability was just a facade. Whoever tried to take advantage of it would be burned badly. Instead, he focused on the preparations for the next great ninja war. Kurotsuchi asked curiously, "What now, then? Will nothing else happen?" Onoki answered, "Everything depends on Konoha. Under normal circumstances, A would have acted impatiently. However, Konoha already ensured that he couldn't make a move. If Konoha doesn't do anything, then this matter will end here. If they invade, then it could provide an opening for Kumo to exploit. We can decide then what to do. However, I don't think Konoha would be foolish enough to do that. After all, Sunagakure suffered more than Konoha. This is already a great victory for them. They would likely engage in diplomacy. If that fails, then they would either do a symbolic retaliation with no real substance, or do a few special operations to cause Suna more damage and claim a victory." Kitsuchi nodded, while Kurotsuchi thought for a bit before sighing. "That is boring." Onoki sighed at his granddaughter's inexperience and began lecturing her. Kitsuchi waited until he was done before saying with a serious expression, "That said, we have an issue." Onoki suddenly became serious as well, stunning Kurotsuchi, who went quiet. Onoki said, "Orochimaru revived Master Mu and even Lord First. That snake must have disturbed their graves." Everyone had solemn expressions as they realized the gravity of the situation. Onoki muttered, "The Edo Tensei Jutsu was famous for taking intel from the dead. It foiled most of our plans during the First Great Ninja War, giving Konoha a massive advantage despite their precarious situation. Since he revived my predecessors, Orochimaru must have obtained a lot of our information. Worse, he seemed to have raised their ability to fight. He could raise an army just by stealing the DNA of our dead ninjas." Kurotsuchi's eyes widened. She thought, that's incredible and disgusting at the same time. Even though he's a rogue ninja, Orochimaru could quickly raise a strong force with just this jutsu. Onoki thought for a bit before sighing. "There is no choice. Tighten the security around the graveyard and inspect whether their dead bodies were desecrated." He paused for a moment before continuing. "If Orochimaru can raise the dead with their strength intact, then we can't take the risk of just protecting the graveyard. We may have to cremate the dead bodies of all elite Junins and stronger ninjas." "What did you say?" A roared in his office. Unlike Onoki, who took great pleasure, I was furious. He asked, "That snake reanimated my father?" Mabui calmly replied, "That's what the scroll says." A cursed, "That damned snake. We were forced to redistribute our forces due to Konoha and Akuro, and he jumped at the opportunity. Mabui, pass orders to increase the security around the graveyard once again. We can't have any more snakes scurrying around." Mabui nodded and immediately left. Darui took another look at the scroll and said, "To think that Suna really attacked Konoha and paid such a heavy price. Their earlier request for cooperating against Konoha was genuine." A snorted. "It may have been genuine, but it was very stupid. Not only did they lose badly, but they also lost their Kazekage." C agreed. "True, this entire war feels like a scheme. From this report, it feels more like Konoha was attacking them instead of the other way around. While the Kazekage died, the Hokage and Orochimaru were only injured, and it isn't clear how injured either of them are." I nodded, but Samui asked, "However, if Orochimaru and Konoha were working together, why did they kill so many Odo ninjas? Wouldn't they be allies?" Samui's question forced everyone to think deeply. After all, Why would Konoha kill over 100 allied ninjas? C's eyes widened as he said, maybe they were a sacrifice. Everyone looked at C as he explained. If so many Odo ninjas hadn't died, everyone would have suspected Orochimaru and Konoha to be working together. No, it would be extremely clear. However, by killing so many Odo ninjas, others wouldn't suspect them as much. I guess Konoha wasn't satisfied with just trapping Suna. They want to trap someone else. C's eyes were on I as he spoke the last sentence. Everyone immediately realized that Konoha may have wanted to use A's recklessness to lure Kumo into a trap as well. A's expression became dark as he said, "Of course, they want to inflict even more damage on us. They might even attack Suna to provide us with a fake opening to lure us. Doesn't matter. We won't target Konoha. Instead, focus on Orochimaru. That snake dared to desecrate my predecessors. We have the perfect excuse to go after him. Let me see what Konoha does once I kill him." I looked at C and asked, "How is the investigation in the Land of Rice going?" C replied, "We found a few hidden bases and have calculated several more locations. However, it is very difficult to say which is the base where Orochimaru is hiding. If we attack, it could alert him and he may either escape or lay a trap for us." A replied, "Of course. Killing him won't be easy. And I can't move around easily due to Akuro. Continue monitoring the situation. We will have to kill him in one attempt." C nodded. Unlike Iwa, Kumo didn't cremate their dead. Suna did the same, but in a different way. Instead of cremating their dead, they started laying all sorts of traps within their graveyard to catch Orochimaru if he showed up again. It would soon become a forbidden area for others in Suna, and the third most well-defended location among the elemental countries. On the other hand, Kiri had no confidence in defending their dead from Orochimaru in the middle of a war. Both factions made the same decision as Onoki. The minor villages were quite shocked by the developments as well. They immediately became worried about the possibility of the start of the next Great Ninja War. Meanwhile, the silhouettes of several terrifying ninjas appeared in a cave. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhexspace. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Paddle Sarvesh 8 at OKSBI, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you BP, Painman, and Kazuhiro 2 for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 760, The Art of Diplomacy. Chapter 766 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. In a dimly lit cave, several phantom bodies flickered into existence, standing atop the ominous fingers of the massive Gedo statue, their forms distorted as the eyes of the Akatsuki members lay on Nagato. Hidan immediately complained, "What is it this time? Did we already capture the second Jinchuriki?" Nagato answered, "Not quite. However, there has been an interesting development." Everyone followed his gaze and looked at Zetsu. White Zetsu reported, "Konoha was attacked by Tsunagakure and Odagakure half a day ago. It was quite a shocking battle." Sasori chuckled and said, "So they finally broke that ridiculous alliance. Took them long enough. What about Orochimaru? Did he show up too?" As his partner, Sasori was well aware of the fact that Orochimaru led Odagakure. White Zetsu answered, "Yes, he was the main attacker. His methods were quite terrifying, as expected of a legendary Sannin. Maybe it's a good thing you didn't find him, Sasori. I'm afraid it'll take a lot more than one group to take him down." Sasori frowned, but before he could reply, Itachi asked, "So, did Konoha lose?" Black Zetsu answered, "The opposite. The third Hokage is a force to reckon with despite his old age, and Konoha was prepared for their assault." Deidara complained, "Stop increasing the suspense and just tell us what happened already." White Zetsu informed the Akatsuki about the events in Konoha. Despite their aloofness and arrogance, almost all of them were shocked by what had happened. Needless to say, what shocked them most was the improvement in the Edo Donsei Jutsu. After all, if Orochimaru had reanimated a dozen dead Kage against them, they would be in extreme danger. Forget defeating him, even escaping would be a challenge. The only ones who still had confidence in facing him were Nagato, Itachi, and Hidan. Kasame muttered, "Incredible! Despite facing a dozen rank S ninja, the third Hokage still sealed them and defeated Orochimaru. How injured are they?" Black Zetsu answered, "I'm unsure. Gold and iron dust was covering the barrier in the ending stages of the battle, so it was difficult for my clones to see. I'm not even sure what jutsu the third Hokage used to seal the reanimated ninjas and defeat Orochimaru. However, he was unconscious after the battle, and needed the Toad Sage Jiraiya and the spectral swordsman Fujin to save him from Orochimaru's subordinates. In addition, he doesn't seem to have made any public appearance yet, so it's safe to say that his injuries are serious. Orochimaru looked in a weird state as well. From what little my clones could see, his arms seemed to be paralyzed. From his rage, that injury won't be easy to heal. Zetsu's clones had kept an eye on the arena and other spots attacked by Tsunagakure and Otagakure ninjas. However, they couldn't get too close. As good as they were at stealth, they would be discovered by the Hyuga ninjas if they became too active. As such, they couldn't get a good look once the 3rd and 4th Kazekages began defending the barrier. Even after the war ended, Konoha was in a state of high alert, so Zetsu's clones couldn't investigate. Hidan chuckled and said, "If both the Hokage and Orochimaru are injured, then this might be a good chance to kidnap the Jinchuriki of Nine Tails and kill Orochimaru at the same time." He was immediately refuted by Nagato, who said, "The nine-tailed beast is quite different from the other tailed beasts. The Gedo statue can't absorb it right away. We'll need to seal the weaker-tailed beasts first." Konan added, "Even if we could do so, attacking Konoha at this time would be foolish. Once Konoha loses their Jinchuriki, the other villages will become wary of us and might cooperate with Konoha to eliminate us. Even though they wouldn't be able to, it's easier to operate without them pestering us. We were able to get the Jinchuriki of Five Tails because he lived outside Iwagakure in isolation, and because we knew that Iwa would suppress this news, then let others know of their weakness. The next time we make a move, we'll have to capture multiple Jinchurikis simultaneously and before the great Illages realize our motives." Hidan snorted in annoyance while a few others nodded. However, White Zetsu suddenly said, "I think you might be jumping the gun here. Even though the Hokage is injured, Konoha is still very strong. Even though they crushed Tsunagakure and Otagakure, only 2 of their top ninjas went all out. While the 3rd Hokage stopped Orochimaru, Suzuki Fujin slaughtered over 300 ninjas single-handedly and suppressed Harake Sakumo, Kaguya Shirogane, Juzo, Zabuza, Kaminari, and Haku, a ninja having Ice Keke Genkai, by himself. He was the main reason why Konoha won so overwhelmingly. The Toad Sage barely fought in the battle, while the last Sannin wasn't even in the village. Shimura Danzo didn't make a move either, so Konoha isn't easy to target by any means. If anything, it might be the opposite, as their morale is very high due to the overwhelming victory against 2 hidden villages." Black Zetsu added, "That is correct. However, Orochimaru could be targeted. His forces were completely annihilated." Nagato nodded. He was about to speak when Itachi said, "I'll go to Konoha to investigate the situation there and take a look at the Jinchuriki. Is he still there?" Black Zetsu answered, "Should be. Their sensors are constantly expanding their search radius outside Konoha, so my clones can't spy much for the time being." Deidara immediately complained, "Why do you get to go? I want to introduce Konoha to my art." Itachi replied without even glancing at him, "The Nine Tails Jinchuriki is my target." Deidara frowned and asked, "Isn't my target the Jinchurikis of One Tail? Didn't you say that he escaped from Konoha? Can I go after him?" White Zetsu replied, "Unfortunately, he has joined up with the remaining forces of Tsunagakure and is accompanied by over 200 ninjas. Confronting them will attract too much attention." Deidara was about to argue when Nagato authoritatively said, "That's enough. Itachi and Kisame, you 2 go to Konoha. However, avoid attracting attention. Sasori and Deidara, you'll go to the Land of Rice and eliminate Orochimaru while he is injured." The meeting ends here. The phantom bodies suddenly disappeared, and each of the Akatsuki members opened their eyes. As discussed, Itachi and Kisame began moving to Konoha while Deidara and Sasori flew to the Land of Rice. As Akatsuki's meeting wrapped up, the council meetings took place in several minor villages. In Kusagakure, Hiroshi muttered, "It's a good thing we sent Shizuka to protect the daimyo. To think that demon would gain such disastrous abilities. He cut down 2 divisions of 100 Suna elites with just 1 jutsu each. Even Orochimaru's Edo Tensei and Kekkei Genkai users weren't a match for him. The Kusa Council grew cold. At the same time, they were relieved that they hadn't made any move against Fujin when he had come to negotiate. They finally realized the danger they were in. Hiroshi said seriously, "Just like Akuro, Suzuki Fujin is someone we can't afford to offend. He is no longer a mere assassin. Instead, he has become someone who can massacre armies just like the fourth Hokage. He could cause unrecoverable losses to our forces. Order our ninjas to avoid him irrespective of the situation." A council member asked, "Are you sure that just avoiding him would be enough? Don't forget that we drew weapons on him the last time we met him." His statement immediately increased the panic in the room. Though no one made a move, their nervousness was very visible. Hiroshi was slightly disappointed with his counsel, but he couldn't blame them. Fujin's strength had become quite scary. He thought, with the strength he displayed, there is no doubt that he'll be a Hokage candidate in the future. If he becomes the Hokage, we can't have any animosity between us. Hiroshi sighed and said, "You're right. We'll accept Konoha's offer for help." His statement surprised the council members. Several said at the same time, "But we are already winning the war and have done the main work. What's the point in taking Konoha's help now?" Hiroshi explained, "That's the point. We're giving them the full money for doing an almost completed job. Since it is a deal put forth by him, Fujin will get the credit of getting such a lucrative offer for Konoha. And since they were just attacked, they'll cherish the resources and funds even more. This will raise his stature even more, and he is smart enough to know that this was due to our decision. Though I don't think he'll ever repay this favor, he'll know that he can have an ally in us in the future." The Kusa Council members thought for a bit and agreed. Though it was costly for the village, it was way better than losing their heads. Not a single person opposed the move. Suddenly, Hiroshi's expression hardened as he continued. "That said, this move serves another important purpose. Even though the reports say that Konoha didn't take much loss, we have no idea what the numbers are. There is also a small chance that they might be bluffing. Even though we have destroyed half the forces of the rebels, their remaining forces are still quite formidable. How Konoha handles them will show us whether Konoha is still strong enough to deter Iwagakure, or whether we need to make other arrangements to ensure our safety." The Kusa Council understood what he meant immediately. After all, diplomacy was their speciality, at least when someone like Fujin wasn't sitting in the same room with a blade against their throats. Latest chapter, Battling 7-rank S-Ninjas. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, patilsarvesh8 at OKSBuy. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Elijah, Igor, Nick, Lazy Dragon, just Lazy and Win for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 761, A Different Kind of Army. Chapter 767 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Just like Kusagakure, all the minor villages neighboring Konoha decided never to offend Fujin. All their grievances about the actions of the spectral swordsman were buried and forgotten. The news of him killing 100 Suna ninjas with each attack had shocked them to their core. Unlike Suna, they didn't have the forces to handle such losses. At the same time, they too began pondering what to do in case Konoha was more weakened than what the reports suggested. Some countries, like the Land of Noodles and the Land of Tea, didn't have any options. They had to depend on Konoha. Meanwhile, the Land of Hot Water still remembered Kumo's blatant attempt to take over their minds and still hated Kumo. Similarly, the Land of Waterfall hated Iwagakure for its stunts a few years ago. Unlike Kusagakure, those hidden villages couldn't swallow their pride, and were left with no option but to hope that Konoha stood tall. On the other hand, the Land of Rivers, a buffer country between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind, was in a panic. If Suna and Konoha fought, their country would become the battleground. As such, Tanigakure immediately gathered all their ninjas and began preparing for another war they may have to endure. Even the Land of Iron took note of this battle and Fujin's capabilities while calculating the implications of this sudden attack on Konoha. Council meetings ran through the night in several villages as the world waited to see how Konoha would respond. As for the person they were discussing the most, he got off from his bed after a nice deep sleep, completely unbothered by the chaos and panic around him and in the world. If anyone were to see him, they wouldn't even be able to guess that he had killed over 300 ninjas and 2,000 snakes less than 24 hours ago. Fujin glanced at the clock and thought, 7 hours. My chakra reserves are almost full again. However, Shikaku should call me soon. I'll transfer 20% to the lake. Anyway, it was a good thing that I made them create such a pill. Fujin had consumed a special soldier pill less than a couple of days ago. As such, he shouldn't have been able to sleep due to the increased stimulation caused by the soldier pill. However, Fujin had an idea, which was to create another pill that would temporarily pause the mental stimulation caused by a soldier pill. The reason Fujin had this idea was due to how large his chakra reserves had become. Even the best soldier pill in Konoha would need nearly 7 to 8 hours to recover his chakra completely. Once his chakra reserves were nearly empty, there wasn't much point in him staying awake until they recovered, as it just increased his mental fatigue. As such, Fujin approached the kind-hearted medical ninjas who poured their heart and soul into making him an acceptable medical ninja, and made them work on creating such a pill. As a gesture of gratitude for teaching him, he even let them take credit for the idea. After nearly a month of hard research and experiments, they came up with such a pill. However, it had a certain limitation. In fact, Fujin had already known that this limitation would exist even before the pill was created. Whoever consumes it would need to wake up before their chakra reserves were full. If they didn't, then it would cause a lot of harm to their body and cells over time. As such, the pill was only ideal for ninjas with high chakra reserves, limiting its usefulness to only a handful of ninjas. But that didn't concern Fujin. Fujin thought, even so, this pill does have an adverse effect on the body as well as the mind, due to the clash of opposite types of enzymes and chemicals in the two pills. It's best not to use it much. Then again, once I absorb Shukaku's chakra, soldier pills will be far less effective for me, as I might need an entire day to recover my chakra completely. Its only use would be when I need to stay awake for several days for a mission or during a war. Fujin stopped thinking about it and freshened up. As he expected, an Anbu ninja came to call for him an hour later and said, "Shikaku-sama asked you to go to the third training ground as soon as you can." Fujin nodded and muttered, "The third training ground, huh? I guess he has already started gathering the army." The Anbu ninja nodded and replied, "Yes, more than half have already appeared. The rest should gather in another half an hour. Shikaku-sama will visit once everyone is there." Fujin replied, "All right, tell him that I'm there." The Anbu ninja nodded and flickered away. Fujin thought, "I didn't think much about this yesterday, but now that I think of it, this is a good time to do that." A shadow clone appeared next to Fujin as he flickered away. In a few seconds, Fujin appeared in the third training ground. The third training ground was one of the largest training grounds in Konoha. While there were a few that were larger than it, what made it stand out was its location. It was right next to the entrance of the village. Whenever Konoha wanted to make a show of their forces heading out, this training ground would be used. As soon as Fujin arrived, he activated his chakra field and sensed, over 2,000 ninjas are already here. Activating the chakra field and sensing so many ninjas openly was generally considered quite rude. As such, most ninjas in the training ground glanced in his direction. However, Fujin had already disappeared from his position. Renjiro chuckled and muttered, "Took you long enough to arrive." Fujin, who had flickered right behind Renjiro, replied plainly, "On the contrary, I was wondering whether I could sneak in another half an hour of sleep." Renjiro smirked and said, "It's good you're high in spirit. You'll need it when you lead an army." Fujin sighed and muttered, "Shikaku-san just keeps increasing my stress and workload. I hadn't worked much with large groups of ninjas until yesterday, and now he sends me to lead 3,000 ninjas." Renjiro looked at Fujin with a peculiar expression while wondering, "You made him the acting Hokage. Do you have any right to complain? Besides, you're the only council member who slept peacefully." Suddenly, Fujin placed his hand on Renjiro's shoulder and said, "Luckily, I can count on you, right, Sensei?" Renjiro became speechless, realizing that Fujin wanted to dump his work on him. He immediately replied, "I'll just advise you. Everything else is up to you." Fujin shook his head and said in a disappointed tone, "You're no fun, Sensei. Where's Hoka? I'm sure he'll love to help me out a bit. I'll leave the army to him and go hunt that snake." Once again, Renjiro was left speechless. He was about to say something when he thought, on second thought, delegating is a part of leading as well. However, this might be the first time in history when someone delegates his entire job away. Shikaku has had a bad influence on him. While Fujin and Renjiro were messing around, a few ninjas spotted them. The ones who did immediately exclaimed, "Fujin's here." "He is? Where is he?" "Look there. You should have seen him yesterday. He was relentless and unstoppable." Yeah, the Suna and Odo ninjas were like helpless chickens against him. Even the Kazekages and the legendary White Fang couldn't stop him. Even Orochimaru ran away like a coward when Fujin appeared in front of him. In under a minute, everyone in the training ground was looking at Fujin. By now, there wasn't a single person in Konoha who hadn't heard about his exploits in the battle. Hundreds of ninjas had witnessed him slaughtering the 2 divisions of Suna ninjas in the blink of an eye. Nearly every one of them had also glanced at Fujin's other battles. None of them held back in singing his praises, and the news had spread like fire through the entire village. After seeing him once again, the ones who had witnessed his acts recalled their memories subconsciously while the ones who hadn't imagined it. Immediately, everyone began discussing him. "He is so young." "Yeah, and handsome." "Bah! Do you only care about looks? Focus on his strength." The younger ninjas began discussing his strength as well as his looks. While Fujin had always gained the interest of other young ninjas, there was too little information about what he did and his real strength. His missions used to be so secretive that even the ones who had seen him couldn't say a word about it to anyone. Most of his mission records were burned by Hiruzen and Shikaku. The only information everyone had was rumors. Of course, the rumors surrounding him were so crazy that everyone wanted to know him. Unfortunately, he was extremely difficult to get in touch with. However, Suna's attack finally made everyone realize how ridiculously powerful Fujin was. For once, they saw someone who lived up to the rumors. Unknown to Fujin, he had an army of fangirls and fanboys in under 24 hours. AN, next chapter in 6 to 8 hours, if I don't fall asleep. AN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon, link.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Pedal Sarvevesh OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Nathan, Pax, Rodrigo Gan, Max, Jeff, Kane, Fanfic Sage, Shreyan, and Olin for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 762, A Deadly Infection. Chapter 768 of Naruto, The Wind, Calamity, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. While Fujin's presence excited the younger ninjas, it had a relieving effect on the older ninjas. Seeing Fujin made them feel confident about Konoha's future. With him, Konoha will be safe for another half a century. Haha, yeah. What I'm looking forward to is how much stronger he'll become. He is only 16. Indeed, he might even surpass the 4th Hokage. Once he does, other villages will think 10 times before starting a war against us, or they'll be burned just like Suna. While there is no doubt about his strength, I'm looking forward to how he'll lead us. The ones present in the training ground weren't just strangers. There were several acquaintances of Fujin in the army as well. In one corner of the training ground, 3 men stood together while looking at Fujin. Kimiyama Yasuoka muttered, "I knew he'd become strong, but I never imagined that he'd reach this level, let alone in just a few years." Obake Kane recalled his memories while saying, "Yeah, I still remember that mission like it was yesterday. To think he was so modest back then." Endo Tadao chuckled and said, "You know, we may never be promoted to Chunin, but how many Chunins here can say that they had Suzuki Fujin as their team leader?" Already so many of our classmates are jealous of us, haha. The other two chuckled as well. Years ago, the three of them were the first group Fujin led on a mission. While they weren't talented enough to become Chunins, nor had the drive to put in the effort, that mission became a source of pride for the trio. Outside of the Anbu ninjas, they were the only ones who could brag about this. In another part, several young ninjas of the same age as Fujin were gathered together. A boy sighed. To think that Fujin would reach this stage and I'm still a Chunin. Next to him, Aoki Nora chuckled and said, "Why are you sighing? Even back in the academy, you could never compete with him. The only ones who could were Teru, Yori, Yobu, Hoka, and Hana." As he spoke, his eyes landed on a girl not too far away from him. Hyuga Hana noticed his gaze and glanced back at him as Nora teased, "Now that I recall, you used to be quite competitive with him for the top rank. Do you still want to compete with Fujin?" Hana immediately replied, "At least I am a special Junin, unlike you." Nora chuckled and said, "You're still as sharp-tongued as ever, Hana." Hana ignored him and said, "Besides, what's the point in comparing me with that monster? Just feel honored that we were lucky enough to be in the same class as him and know him so well. You may not know how strong he truly is, but I know it from Hoka. He is already far beyond a level we could reach." Aoki Nora frowned and asked, "Hey, what do you mean by that? We're still young. Even though catching up with him is impossible, why can't we reach the level he is at?" He wasn't the only one. Almost everyone around Hana looked at her with the same question running through their minds. After all, they were just in their teens. While they accepted that Fujin was far stronger than them, they still dreamt of eventually reaching the same level as him. Hana glanced at Fujin as she answered, "You should visit the library more." Normally, ninjas are divided into 3 ranks. They are Genin, Chunin, and Junin. There are some additional rankings, such as the Elite Chunin and Special Junin ranks, that are used for ninjas who are between the Chunin and Junin ranks, and Elite Junins for ninjas who surpass the Junin rank. However, there is a rank beyond the Elite Junin. It is called Rank S. This is the rank that all Kages have. Fujin is currently at that rank. And even among the Rank S, there are weaker and stronger ninjas. For instance, the copy ninja Hatake Kakashi, who is so talented that he was promoted to Chunin when he was merely 6 years old, is considered to barely be a Rank S ninja. Darui from Kumogakure and Kitsuchi from Iwagakure, the 2 ninjas believed to be the ones who will succeed their current Kages, are also believed to be at the same level as Kakashi. On the other hand, Fujin right now is considered to be at the same level as the Sanins, who were recognized to be Rank S ninjas decades ago during the Second Great War and are much stronger than Kakashi and the others. It's honestly incredible that he reached such a level so quickly. Others around Hana were surprised by her words. While a few clan ninjas knew about it, the civilian ninjas were completely clueless. Hana's expression dulled a bit as she continued. "Even if I train day and night, reaching the Elite Junin rank is difficult, let alone surpassing it and becoming Rank S. As for Fujin's level, there is no point in even dreaming about it. After the legendary Sanins, only one ninja in Konoha reached that level. It was the 4th Hokage, and now, Fujin has reached it too. Still feel confident in reaching his level?" Hana chuckled as she asked the question. The chuckle wasn't to mock them. Instead, it was a helpless chuckle as Hana wanted to reach such a level too. Everyone around her understood it and their moods dampened a bit. What they didn't know was that even Hana's knowledge wasn't complete. Konoha had 2 more ninjas who reached the levels of the Sanins after the 4th Hokage. Unfortunately, very few knew how strong Shisui truly was, and Itachi's actions were so outrageous that no one in Konoha talked about him. Why are you so depressed? Did someone from our batch die yesterday?" Suddenly, everyone turned their heads to their left and saw that Hoka had just arrived. Seeing so many eyes staring at him, Hoka took a step back and asked, What happened, guys? Did someone really die?" While Fujin's classmates caught up with each other, Fujin flickered in another location and muttered, "It's been a while, Sensei." In front of Fujin was a middle-aged man. A few strands of white hair were visible on his head as he smiled and said, "You just keep getting faster and stronger every time I see you, Fujin. At this point, I shouldn't be surprised. Yet you surprise me every time." The person was none other than Genki, Fujin's sensei in the academy. Much like Renjiro and Hoka, Fujin met him once in a while. However, it was rare. Unlike Fujin, who rarely did missions, Genki was continuously on missions. It had been over 6 years since he had been promoted to the rank of Junin, and due to his excellent track record, he was now considered as one of the Eteran Junins. Fujin just chuckled, looked to Genki's right and said, "It's good to see you doing well, old man." Next to Genki was Yamanaka Shin, the ninja who taught Fujin to become a censor. Just like Genki, he was promoted to the Junin rank as well, and a few strands of white hair were visible on his blonde head. Shin immediately grumbled, "Who are you calling old man?" "Sigh, youngsters nowadays have no respect. Even though you refused to call me Aniki, we settled on sensei." Genki chuckled and asked, "You are still salty about that?" Shin looked at him and said, "It's all your fault for giving that lousy introduction." Genki grinned. Without even glancing at his friend, Genki began catching up with Fujin. The two talked, completely ignoring Shin, who stood there awkwardly. After some time, Genki introduced his comrades to Fujin. Seeing Fujin with Genki, all other acquaintances of Genki also showed up one by one. They wouldn't miss the chance to connect with someone who could become the next Hokage. For the next 20 minutes, Fujin was introduced to nearly 50 Junins, special Junins, and some Chunins. As they talked, Genki chuckled and asked, "Does your offer still stand? I'm sure every squad would like you on a rank A mission." Fujin raised an eyebrow and asked, "You remembered it after 5 years?" Genki coughed awkwardly and said, "You can't blame me. You were a part of a couple of teams and joined the Anbu soon after." Fujin chuckled. "I know, I was just messing with you." Genji smirked and said, "I guess it's my turn now to ask you to take me on rank S missions." The ones around Genki also began looking at Fujin, who was left completely speechless. Fujin couldn't help but wonder, wasn't he all right? Since when did he become so shameless? Sigh, this damned village. Everyone is infected by Hiruzen's shamelessness. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil Sarvesh 8 OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Grant, Dibjosh, Shamal, Coventus, Arctic Raven, Corey, and Jay Hertalt for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Flustered. Chapter 769 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. AN. Just a reminder, Miko wasn't a part of Fujin's class. She was a year younger than him and Hoka. She just graduated in her 3rd year, while Fujin and Hoka graduated in their 4th year. Seeing Fujin's reaction, Genki laughed and patted Fujin's shoulder while saying, "I'm just joking. I can guess that your missions are so difficult that we will only be in your way." For once, Fujin agreed. While he rarely did missions, the ones he did were absolutely nuts. The entire ninja world was still in the dark about how Kumo lost more ninjas than Suna despite not being in a war. Seeing Fujin nod without any hesitation left Genki and his comrades speechless. Genki was just giving Fujin a way out so that he wouldn't need to answer his awkward question. He didn't expect Fujin to actually agree. He awkwardly thought, "Shit! I forgot how shameless he can be." He hasn't changed a bit. Fujin chuckled on seeing their reactions and said, "Well, we may not do missions together, but we'll be marching together today. Unfortunately, I don't know much about leading armies, so I'll be in your care, seniors." Fujin addressed Genki and the others with him. They immediately smiled and assured Fujin of their support. Fujin looked at Genki and said, "I'll be catching up with my classmates, Sensei. I'll see you later." Genki smiled and said, "Of course." As Fujin disappeared, Shin chuckled and said, "He's still as cheeky as ever. He got us good with that nod." The others around him agreed. A Junin said, "You are very lucky, Genki, to get a student like him in the academy. It's like a God-given gift." Genki smirked and said, "That's why I said that you should teach in the academy for some time. Not only is there a chance that you could teach very strong future ninjas, but the kids are also full of energy and ideas. I couldn't have become a Junin without their help." Renjiro glanced at them and thought, not bad. If he wants to become a Hokage in the future, he'll need the support of the Junins. Socializing with dozens of Junins is a good start. And, since he has a civilian background, the civilian Junins would support him just like they supported the 4th Hokage. However, does he truly want that seat? Or was he just being polite due to Genki? Renjiro wasn't sure. As much as Fujin loved learning new and powerful jutsus, he had never shown any similar ambition for authority. Even so, he was already a council member and a definite candidate for the next Hokage. So, Renjiro couldn't get a proper grasp on Fujin's ambition despite being one of the closest people to him. While Renjiro wondered and Genki's group discussed Fujin's batchmates were still discussing ninja ranks. Nora sighed and asked, "What about Hoka? He is already a Junin. Can he reach Fujin's level?" Everyone looked at Hoka again. Before he could speak, Hana said, "He'll be Junin for only a few more days. My father said that Hoka will be promoted to Elite Junin very soon due to his performance in the war." The eyes of everyone around widened. After all, they hadn't seen Hoka in action. Someone commented, "You've got to be kidding me. An Elite Junin at just 16. Man, I thought our batch was already very good due to Fujin. Now Hoka is also about to become an Elite Junin." That's right. We have Fujin, a rank S ninja, Hoka, who will soon become an Elite Junin, and Teru, who is an Anbu captain. It's a shame that Yori died and we still don't know where Nobu went after graduating. Otherwise, we might have 2 more Junins. That's right, but we can discuss that later. Congrats, Hoka! Immediately, everyone gathered around Hoka and began to congratulate him. Hoka smiled and replied, "Thanks, guys." He suddenly turned his head to his left. Others followed his gaze quickly and saw Fujin, who asked, "You guys seem rather energetic. What's up with the congratulations? Did you two finally get together?" In the blink of an eye, both Hoka and Hana became red. Hoka said defensively, "What do you mean? Stop shit-talking every time?" Seeing Hoka and Hana flustered, Fujin chuckled internally while thinking, "Oh, young love, I nearly forgot how fun it was to tease them." Needless to say, their reactions didn't go unnoticed, and others saw it too. Without exchanging a single word, everyone smiled. As for Fujin, he didn't show a single expression and muttered, "Oh, so that wasn't it? Why were they congratulating you then?" Nora thought, "Man, he really is the strongest." Despite teasing them so openly, there wasn't even a slight change in his expression. As expected of Fujin. Hoka replied, "They were congratulating me since I may be promoted to Elite Junin soon." Fujin raised an eyebrow and asked, "That's worth celebrating?" Hoka stared at Fujin with a dumbfounded expression, while others were left speechless. Fujin shook his head in disappointment and said, "You're slacking too much, Hoka. Come with me. I know just what you need to do." Fujin looked around to see everyone looking at him strangely and asked, "What's the matter?" A Yamanaka ninja said, "You just said that becoming an Elite Junin wasn't worth celebrating." Fujin replied, "Oh, it's definitely worth celebrating once you reach there. However, don't slack off after that like this guy. There is still a lot of scope to grow beyond it." Fujin sighed and said, "Even I'm still quite weak. Had I been in Lord Third's position, I'd have fallen to Orochimaru's scheme, so even I can't afford to slack off yet." Fujin's classmates were surprised by his words, be it the fact that Fujin still wasn't satisfied with his strength or that Fujin thought so far ahead was something that none of them considered. It made them look at Fujin in a new light. The only one who was full of complaints was Hoka. He thought, "This asshole! Not only did he tease me for nothing, but he is also accusing me of slacking. When did I slack? I train till I drop daily." Unfortunately, Hoka didn't get any opportunity to voice his complaints. Fujin glanced at his classmates and smiled. "We didn't meet much after the academy ended due to our respective missions, but it's good to see that everyone from our batch has already become Chunins. Hana, Teru, and Hoka have even surpassed that. While it's a shame that some faces are missing, I hope that everyone from our batch becomes a Junin." Smiles appeared on everyone's faces as Fujin reignited the flames in their hearts. While someone becoming Chunin at 15 or 16 wasn't comparable to someone like Fujin, such a ninja would still be considered very talented. Not to mention, they were still very young. They still had dreams of reaching rank S, irrespective of whether they succeed or not. Immediately, several of them began saying, "Of course we will." Junin isn't enough. Wouldn't it be epic if the entire class becomes Elite Junins? Thanks, Fujin. Don't worry, we won't let our batch's reputation fall. Fujin smiled and was about to speak when he stopped and looked behind. He said, "It was great meeting you guys. I'll hang around sometime later. However, I have to go now." Everyone followed his gaze and saw that Shikaku had arrived. They nodded and wished him luck in his new role as the commander of the army. Needless to say, Fujin took Hoka with him as he left. Leading a large army consisting of over 3,000 ninjas was a lot of work. Fujin fully intended to pawn the boring tasks on Hoka. Fujin thought, while leading 3,000 ninjas sounds exciting, this mission will be a bore. This army has no opponent. No one will make a move against Konoha right now, and Konoha's leadership has little interest in going to war. So, it'll be just military exercises and hunting some poor bandits and rogue ninjas. I might as well stay in the background and focus on filling up the lake. Anyway, this guy can certainly put up an act. Shikaku's appearance was quite different from how he normally looked. The most noticeable change were the large bags under his eyes. His entire face looked exhausted and his body looked drained of energy. It was almost as if he'd collapse any second and fall asleep. Fujin thought, even if I assume that he did paperwork all night, that still shouldn't reduce him to this state. Bastard is definitely acting. Fujin and Hoka flickered next to Shikaku. Hoka worriedly asked, "Shikaku-san, are you all right?" Shikaku glanced at him, but before he could answer, Fujin patted his back with a lot of force and said, "Don't worry, Konoha's Junin commander is very strong. Isn't that right, Shikaku-san?" Shikaku glanced at Fujin with a look full of complaints. If Fujin hadn't spoken up, he'd have let the elders step in and divide the work among the council members. However, Fujin had pushed him right into the fire. He sighed and muttered, "I'll be all right," while promising himself, "I'll get back at you for this maneuver, Fujin. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patilsarvesh8 at OKASB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you. Ruben, Yuyo, Mo1 Ronaldo, Moonrabbit, and Mail for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 764, Army's Composition. Chapter 770 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. While the ninja world was waiting to see Konoha's response, 3,000 Konoha ninjas gathered in the third training ground. Following the orders, everyone began arranging themselves in an orderly manner. Facing this massive army were 6 ninjas: Nara Shikaku, Suzuki Fujin, Senju Renjiro, Hyuga Hoka, and 2 more figures. While the ninjas moved, Shikaku said, "While they arrange themselves, I'll tell you about the army composition." Fujin and others looked at Shikaku as he continued. "Needless to say, you're the commander-in-chief of the entire army. From the moment you leave Konoha to the moment you return, everyone in the army must follow your orders. Renjiro will be your second in command. He'll basically serve the same role as you due to your inexperience in this regard." Fujin and Renjiro already knew about their roles. Due to Fujin's performance the other day and several rumors floating around, pretty much everyone knew he would be the commander-in-chief of the new army. Shikaku continued, "Directly under you two would be the 3 generals of your army. The army will be composed of 3 divisions, each led by one of the generals. They are Hyuga Hoka, Sada Konomi, and Kurama Illumi. You already know Illumi and Hoka very well, and I'm sure you have heard of Konomi too." Fujin nodded and glanced at them. Having entered his 40s, age was visible on Illumi's face. However, he looked even more imposing than before. On the other hand, Konomi was a beautiful lady. She was from a civilian background and was a couple of years older than Kakashi's batch. Fujin said with a smile, "Of course. It's good to see you again, Illumi-san. It's nice to meet you, Konomi-san. Belated congratulations on your promotion." Illumi smiled and replied, "I always had high hopes for you, but I didn't think I'd be serving under you so quickly, haha. It's quite an honor to be a general in your army on your very first assignment." Konomi also smiled and greeted, "I have heard so much about you. It's good to finally see you in person. Your performance on the battlefield yesterday was phenomenal. I never saw anyone fight like you did." Fujin smiled while thinking, "It looks like the entire leadership will be new, with the exception of Renjiro. Hoka's experience in leading armies is just as bad as mine. Konomi was promoted to Elite Junin around a month ago. Illumi was also promoted a few months ago. Though they have experience from the previous wars, neither has led an entire division before. It looks like Shikaku wants to develop new army commanders. It was just exactly how Fujin speculated. Since there wasn't going to be much danger, Shikaku wanted to give an opportunity to the newly promoted ninjas. Even most of the leaders of smaller units were leading such large units for the first time. Shikaku said, "Normally, the position of generals is only given to elite Junins. However, you will be promoted to this rank after the dust settles down, Hoka. So consider this as preparation for the future. We have a lot of hopes for you." Hoka nodded and said, "I won't disappoint you." Shikaku nodded and replied, "Good." He turned his gaze to Fujin and said, "I am sure you must have read how Konoha's army is formed, but I'll explain to you either way in case you or others missed something. The basic unit of any army is a normal 4-member squad led by Chunin, while the other members are either Genins or Chunins. In this army, all the squad members are Genins, and they make up the majority of your army. The reason why we always form 4-member squads when a student graduates is due to this. However, on a battlefield, 4 ninjas generally can't do much. If they're isolated, any competent enemy would eliminate them with ease. That is why a single squad never moves alone on the battlefield, unless it is a specialist squad. 4 squads will move together, forming a platoon. They'll be led by a captain, who will be an elite Chunin, and have his own squad consisting of 3 more Chunins. As such, every platoon in this army will have 1 elite Chunin, 7 Chunins, and 12 Genins. With such a force, they can do varying types of missions and can look after themselves even if they're isolated. Fujin and others nodded as Shikaku continued. Of course, even a platoon is too small of a force to make a major impact in a war. Hence, 4 platoons together make up a company. It'll be led by a major, who will be a Junin, and he'll be assisted by 7 more ninjas, including 1 Junin and 6 special Junins. So, every company will have 88 ninjas. A company is where you can see the real impact of an army. Since there are as many as 88 ninjas in a company, they cover all the bases, and a company can act independently. It'll have sensors, several ninjas who know secret techniques. They'll be masters of every type of nature manipulation, as well as ninjas who specialize in different things, like taijutsu and genjutsu. As such, a company is a force to reckon with, and if used properly, could also force a rank S ninja to withdraw. Of course, that's too dangerous, and it'll be better if the commander-in-chief deals with such opponents, but you get the idea. Fujin nodded. Not every rank S ninja specialized in massacring weak ninjas like he did. A company had enough numbers to continuously use combination jutsus to keep the weaker rank S ninjas at bay for some time. Of course, that depended on how good the coordination between the ninjas in the company was. Shikaku continued. There are 27 companies in your army. One of the important tasks for all 4 of you is to learn how to handle the companies. If you face an enemy army that is as strong as you, then this becomes the deciding factor. Hence, focus on mastering this as we can't do such large-scale exercises often. Shikaku saw everyone nodding and continued. Above the company is a battalion, which consists of 3 companies. A battalion is led by a colonel, who is a Eteran Junin. They'll be assisted by a group of 15 other ninjas, depending on what purpose the battalion will serve. Since this is just a training exercise, I have assigned a similar force to everyone. Among these 15 ninjas will be another Iteran Junin, who can replace the colonel if something happens to him, or command a company if they need to split. There will be 4 more Junins, 6 special Junins, and 4 elite Chunins to assist the colonel in his duties. While there is a lot a company can do, a battalion can handle a flank by itself. If the enemy is weak, then it can even hold an entire front. They'll be the main force of any army. Every general will have 3 battalions in their division, meaning that you'll lead 6 Iteran Junins, 30 Junins, 72 special Junins, 48 elite Chunins, 252 Chunins, and 432 Genins. And this is just the core army. You'll also have several specialized units under your command to ensure that your division can function properly and independently of any reinforcements. The special units will include a few medical units, one logistics unit, one communication unit, one SEAL unit, and a couple of trap setter units. You will also have a few reconnaissance units, assassination units, and demolition units, but their numbers will depend on the circumstances. As such, the total number of ninjas in each division generally varies from anywhere between 900 to 1200. Each of the 3 divisions under you will have exactly 1,000 ninjas. Hoka, Illumi, and Konomi nodded. While Illumi had plenty of experience and felt comfortable, Konomi and Hoka were slightly overwhelmed by the situation. The fact that the lives of 1,000 Konoha ninjas depended on their decisions applied a lot of pressure on them. Both were relieved that this was just a training exercise. Shikaku glanced at Fujin and said, "Adding the 4 of them, you'll be leading 3,004 ninjas. However, this isn't a set number for a commander-in-chief. During wars, you can be leading anywhere from a single division to the entire Konoha force, though we can only hope that circumstances don't deteriorate to that level." Fujin nodded without any hesitation. For a single person to lead the entirety of Konoha's forces would mean either all other rank S ninjas in Konoha were dead, or all of Konoha's enemies had come together and faced off Konoha on a single battlefield. Shikaku asked, "Do you have any questions?" Fujin immediately asked, "How many medical ninjas do we have?" Without a hint of shame on his face, Shikaku answered, 6 squads along with 6 backup medical ninjas. Fujin and the 3 generals were surprised. Hoka frowned and asked, "So few? That's less than 1 per 100 ninjas. How will they be enough?" Shikaku immediately corrected Hoka. "Well, technically, Fujin is an excellent medical ninja, so it is slightly more than 1 per 100 ninjas. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, GoPay, paddlesarvesh8 at OKSBI. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Mail, Bagus, Aron, Sanda, Yasite, Youthful, Piranha, GRP666, Jaxo7, Ida Goat, Alistate, and Honor No Donovan for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 765, The Dawn of a New Era. Chapter 771 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Immediately, everyone looked at Shikaku with a deadpan expression. It didn't matter whether it was slightly higher than 1 medical ninja per 100 ninjas or lower. The fact remained that it was very low. It was important to remember that Tsunade had once proposed having a medical ninja in every squad to ensure prompt medical attention. However, Shikaku wasn't bothered by their gazes and explained, "Even though you are going out, you don't have to face any strong enemies. It's just bandits and rogue ninjas. The medical ninjas are more for healing the injured civilians and assure them that Konoha is looking after them, so you won't need any more. On the contrary, they are more needed in the village to heal the ninjas injured yesterday. Of course, I'll keep some medical ninjas available to reinforce you in case you end up facing a decent enemy." Hearing his explanation, everyone was about to nod when Fujin asked, "What about Orochimaru's bases in the Land of Rice? We'll need more medical ninjas to deal with whatever shenanigans he has set up in those bases." Shikaku seriously answered, "I meant it when I said a few bases. You can have some fun, but don't overstretch yourself in the army. Only target the bases that are easy to find and eliminate. Orochimaru treats his subordinates as expendable. It won't matter much, even if we destroy all the bases in the Land of Rice. He'll keep his important subordinates with him and hide from us. The only way to truly hurt him is to directly kill him. However, an army will be too slow to achieve that. It will require a targeted operation to eliminate him, and even then, the chances would be low. Keep that in mind." Fujin sighed and muttered, "You're no fun." Illumi and Konomi looked at Fujin with a hint of surprise, while Hoka and Renjiro shook their heads. Shikaku smirked and said, "Of course, if you want to go all out, then you'll need to create shadow clones and have them act as medical ninjas. However, I wouldn't recommend it." Fujin just shot a glance at Shikaku. Needless to say, he had no intention of doing so. In fact, he had no intention of using medical ninjutsu even with his main body unless it was essential. After all, he was the only rank S ninja in the army. If he wasted his chakra healing others, the army would be doomed if faced with real danger. It was very essential for the commander-in-chief to stay in top condition. Shikaku was aware of this. Had it been someone else, he would have never suggested it. However, he was well aware that Fujin would never do something like that. Fujin asked, "So what is the army composition like?" Fujin's question confused Hoka, who wondered, didn't he just explain it? Konomi had similar doubts, while Renjiro and Illumi weren't surprised. Shikaku answered, "The army is primarily composed of civilian ninjas. 2,250 ninjas are from the civilian background, and only 750 are from ninja clans." Illumi asked in surprise, "So few clan ninjas?" Shikaku nodded and replied, "Yes, while planning the defense of Konoha, I had deployed the clan ninjas on the forefront and in the hot zones. So, most of the injured ninjas are from the clans, so this is the only way." He paused for a moment before looking at Fujin and thought, while Lord Third wanted Fujin to be in the council and created the seat for his sake, he must have already foreseen this situation as well. I thought of it too, but I didn't think it'd be this inevitable. Fujin noticed Shikaku's gaze and wondered, what is he thinking so deeply about? Shikaku suddenly said, "Actually, going forward, the composition of armies would be similar to this. During the First Great Ninja War, Konoha's army was almost entirely made up of the ninja clans. Though the number of ninjas from the civilian background increased over the next decades, the situation was quite similar in the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars. However, those three wars inflicted deep wounds on every ninja clan. Several clans lost their status as major clans. A few even went extinct. Even though we had more than a decade of peace, the clans still haven't recovered. Yesterday's conflict shows that every new battle will inflict even more losses on the clans. So, in the future, Konoha's armies will have a composition similar to this army. The civilian ninjas will make up the core of the army, while the clan ninjas take up specialist roles. In a way, this training exercise is the dawn of a new era for Konoha. So even though you don't have an enemy, the significance of this training exercise is far more than you have guessed. It is not only to send a message to our enemies, but also a preparation for the new chapter of Konoha. Hoka and the others became serious upon hearing Shikaku's words. None of them had imagined that the training exercise would be so important despite the lack of opponents. Only Fujin had some idea, but he hadn't bothered to think much about this matter. After all, Konoha's future wasn't much dependent on its army. Instead, it'd be defined by ninjas that had surpassed the rank S. While the army could still play a role, it would be far less important than those individuals. Konomi nodded and said with seriousness, "We won't let you down, Commander." Hoka and Illumi said the same, while Renjiro just nodded. A serious expression was visible on Fujin's face, as well as he said, "I hadn't thought of this so deeply." "As expected of you, Shikaku-san. You're always thinking dozens of steps ahead. Perhaps I should have put forth your name for the 5th Hokage when Lord Daimyo asked. I'm sure Jiraiya-sama wouldn't have minded." Fujin's words shocked the ones around him. They began considering the ramifications of such a move. Even Renjiro was thinking seriously. The only one who wasn't was Shikaku, who just stared at Fujin in disbelief. Poor guy could only sigh and think, "I knew it. This brat keeps getting more troublesome. Not only did he make me the acting Hokage, but he also wants to force me onto that seat. I'll forever lose my afternoon nap," Shikaku said tiredly. "Don't joke around. Focus on the matter at hand." Shikaku glanced towards the army as he spoke. The others followed his gaze and realized that the army was standing in a proper formation. Even though it was just a military exercise, the normal ninjas weren't aware of it. According to them, they were marching to a war. Every single one of them was serious. Shikaku glanced at Fujin and said, "Every campaign must start with a motivational speech by the commander-in-chief. The army is waiting to hear from you." Fujin nodded and took a step forward. Realizing he would be addressing them, the Konoha ninjas immediately became excited. While they were almost sure that Fujin would lead them, it had become official now. They waited in anticipation to hear what their young but powerful commander-in-chief would say. Fujin's eyes moved through the ranks of the army. Nearly everyone felt like they had exchanged eye glances with Fujin. After a minute of silence, Fujin spoke in a loud but calm voice. Yesterday, we were attacked by the combined forces of Tsunagakure and Otogakure. Many of our comrades and innocent civilians died. Our infrastructure was damaged too. However, Tsunagakure and Otogakure paid the price for underestimating us, a price that they won't forget for a long time. However, several other hidden villages have the same delusional belief. They think that we are easy targets to bully. Several cowardly rogue ninjas also think that we are weakened by the attack. Fujin paused as he let the Konoha ninjas realize the gravity of the situation. If everyone had the same thought and kept attacking Konoha, then they would suffer even if they keep winning. Perhaps they would be the ones to die the next time. Everyone was feeling a bit grim when they were surprised. A small smile appeared on Fujin's face. Several wondered, why is the commander-in-chief smiling? Fujin suddenly raised his voice by a level and roared, "It's time to remind everyone why Konoha is the strongest village. It's time to remind everyone of the consequences of antagonizing us. Prepare to march. Let me see who dares to mess with our village." Fujin's confident roar ignited a fire within them, which dispelled the dark clouds in their hearts. After all, in front of them was a youngster who forced Orochimaru to withdraw and contained several rank S ninjas. They had no reason to be afraid. Instead, it was the enemies of Konoha who should be cowering in fear. Their morale rose drastically before the entire army exploded in a roar. The air buzzed with energy as 3,000 Konoha ninjas roared at the same time. Their roar was heard for kilometers as several people in Konoha glanced towards the training ground with curiosity. Shikaku smiled and thought, as expected, he came prepared. However, I didn't expect him to go with such a simple approach. Sa! That's the luxury the strong have. Their presence alone lifts the spirits and morale of any army. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Paddle Sarvesh 8 at OKSBI. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Elmar, Michael, Baby Ann, Pablo, Jaden, and Adrian for supporting me on Patreon. Thank you Ganesh and Parthiban for supporting me through UPI. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 766. A Slow March. Chapter 772 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. What is happening there? Yeah, what was that loud roar? Are we under attack again? Fool, we just beat Tsunagakure and Orochimaru. Who dare to attack us so quickly? Discussions broke out among the civilians in Konoha. The ninjas immediately realized, so the army has already gathered. Even the few remaining spies in Konoha became alert. Needless to say, they didn't dare to attract any attention. Instead, they just followed the crowd to get an idea of the army's scale. It would help them to get an idea of Konoha's intentions. In the third training ground, the morale was high. Everyone was quickly assigned to their units, and the three generals moved ahead to take charge of their divisions, leaving just Fujin, Renjiro, and Shikaku behind. Fujin turned his gaze to the right and said, "Ah, I forgot to inform you about them." Shikaku followed Fujin's gaze and saw Bunjiro flickering in the training ground along with Fujin's students. He glanced at Fujin and asked, "Are you planning to take them with you?" Fujin nodded. "Yeah, I have trained them quite a bit, but haven't given them any real experience. Considering their strength, going through normal Genin missions will be useless for them. So this will be a good opportunity to break them in. I'll take them with me for this exercise." Shikaku thought for a bit before nodding. He replied, "All right, that shouldn't be an issue." Fujin added, "Though I didn't train the other kids much, they have grown quite strong too, and most can compete with Chunins. While they are still some distance away from being able to join the Anbu, you could send them on normal missions with one of the Anbu instructors, either from my compounds or from the headquarters." Shikaku immediately nodded and said, "Over 100 new ninjas, that'll be very helpful." Even though the number of deaths didn't reach 3 figures, the number of wounded far surpassed it. Depending on their injuries, they needed a few days to several weeks of treatment and rest. In addition, Konoha was forced to deploy a large number of ninjas to dissuade any other hidden village from doing anything stupid. Fujin's 3,000-strong army was a part of those efforts too. As such, getting over 30 new and enthusiastic squads to do easier missions was a timely help for Konoha. Bunjiro's group walked to Fujin while looking at the army formations. Sayaka asked curiously, "What is happening here, Sensei?" Fujin replied, "We are heading out to have some fun. Want to join in?" Yuji immediately exclaimed, "Of course, Sensei." However, his companions were a bit more wary and didn't immediately nod. Unlike Yuji, they weren't very fond of what Fujin called fun. Hikari nervously asked, "What do you mean by fun, Sensei?" Fujin smiled and replied, "What could fun mean for a ninja? We're going out to hunt some of our enemies. So do you want to fight? Or do you want to stay in the compound until you grow old?" Immediately, Fujin's students' expressions changed. They weren't scared. Instead, they were excited. They had long wanted to take on some missions, but Fujin never agreed until this day. They answered at the same time, "We're ready, Sensei. Of course we'll fight." Fujin's smile disappeared and was replaced by a serious expression. He said, "This won't be a fun mission or a simple training exercise. I won't be there to help you or save you. A single mistake could end up being the last mistake of your life. So let me ask you again. Are you guys ready?" Fujin's strictness doused their excitement. However, it didn't change their desire. They had already made up their minds. In just a few seconds, all five nodded. Fujin said, "Good. From now until we return back to the village, Bunjiro will be your team leader. You have to follow every single one of his orders. Be careful and look after one another. I'd like to see all five of you come back alive. Is that clear?" "Yes, Sensei." Fujin's students answered in a chorus. Fujin turned his gaze to Bunjiro and nodded. The clone that Fujin created before leaving his house had met up with Bunjiro and passed the relevant information and orders. His job would be to find appropriate situations for the kids to gain some valuable experience and ensure that they don't die. So, there was no need for any more words. Bunjiro nodded in return, took the kids away, and began informing them about what was expected of them, along with other routine things. While he did so, the army was finally properly segregated into different units. The three generals took charge of each division and began leading them out of Konoha. Outside the training ground, several hundred people had gathered. Some were curious to see what the commotion was about. Some were here to see off their friends or relatives, while some wanted information. Their eyes suddenly widened on seeing the first division led by Kurama Illumi march out of the training ground. "Oh my God! This is true! We're sending our army out!" Several civilians exclaimed, some excited while some worried. The family members of the ninjas nervously prayed for the safe return of their kin. Of course, the ones who were the most nervous were none other than Suna spies. They thought, "It hasn't even been a day since our attack ended, and Konoha is already sending an army. The big question is this just for a show, or are they really planning something big? And is Suzuki Fujin really the leader, as the rumors say?" They waited patiently to see how strong the army was. The civilians and even some ninjas cheered for the army and wished them luck as they exited Konoha. Seeing the first division was led by Illumi and the second by Konomi, the spies breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, both are newly promoted elite Junins. Konoha wouldn't go to war with them. However, it depends on how many divisions there are. As the third division appeared, the spies became tense. They analyzed. The number of ninjas has exceeded the previous numbers during their training exercises. It won't be a simple show. I hope that the number of divisions is less than 5. Otherwise, it'll be a huge trouble. As the third division left the training ground, the crowd grew bigger, and the cheers became louder. The crowd momentarily became silent as Fujin and Renjiro followed behind the 3 divisions before erupting into a loud cheer. "It's Fujin-sama. He's leading the army. As expected. Not only did he slaughter our enemies yesterday, he's already leading our counterattack. Make them pay, Fujin-sama." The spies were relieved and worried at the same time. The fact that there were only 3 divisions meant that Konoha wouldn't be attacking Sunagakure directly unless they were planning to send a follow-up army. However, Fujin's terrifying track record against Sunagakure worried them. Not to mention, he had already displayed the ability to slaughter hundreds of ninjas by himself. It made the legend of the spectral swordsman even more terrifying. The spies waited patiently. intending to send messenger birds right after the army left and the crowd dispersed. Renjiro teased with a hint of amusement. "You've become quite famous now, Fujin." Fujin wasn't bothered. This world wasn't like his past one. He wouldn't be endlessly followed by everyone who admired him. Even if a few did, he wasn't worried about anyone trying to enter his house or bother him while training. So being famous didn't change his life in any way. As for the enemies, he was on their radar for a long time. Fujin replied, "It was expected after yesterday's battle. Still, I should have expected Shikaku to ask us to move so slowly. He doesn't let any resources go to waste." Fujin chuckled, and so did Renjiro, who replied, "That is natural. He wouldn't let go of such an easy opportunity to raise the morale of the village. Armies and strong ninjas are too convenient to do that. And it isn't just at the top level. You can use it at all levels in a war too. For example, if a group of Chunins is in a tough spot and you send a reputed Junin to reinforce them, their morale would shoot through the roof. They could hold an enemy that they shouldn't even with the Junin's help. Of course, morale has its limits. Unless the enemy is scared off into retreating, they will eventually die. However, they can buy you valuable time to move your other forces around. Keep that in mind. How you do this will be a major factor in your success or failure as a commander." Fujin nodded as he and Renjiro finally placed a foot outside the village. At the very next moment, both disappeared. The 3 divisions in front of them were moving fast as well. Within moments, the entire army disappeared from the crowd's sight. Fujin said, "Well, we can discuss such tricks later. What are the main strategies and tactics we use during wars?" "AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Paddle Sarvesh AOKSBY. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Aman, Shrek, Charlie, Luri, Iario, and Michael for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 767, Tobirama's Invincible Formation. Chapter 773 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. What are the main strategies and tactics we use during wars? Fujin asked as he and Renjiro followed the army. Renjiro replied, "I was thinking of just letting you see them and form your conclusions. However, Shikaku's words and the army composition changed some things." He glanced at Hoka's division as he explained. "Traditionally, we would have several specialist units move ahead of our army when we marched to war. The Hyuga ninjas would surround our armies and keep an eye on several kilometers around us. Along with them would be the Inuzuka ninjas and their companions. Their noses can pick up any scents the enemy leaves behind, which are important in spotting traps and figuring out the movements of our enemies. The Yamanaka ninjas would follow behind them. They excel at traditional sensing. However, their chakra fields can be sensed by the enemies, so they activate it only if the Hyuga or Inuzuka ninjas ask them to do so. What they do more is use their secret technique to transfer their minds into wild birds to keep an eye on the skies. Several seal masters move with the Yamanaka clan ninjas as well, to spot any traps set for us using seals. Generally, we assign the seal masters belonging to these 4 clans to this group, so they don't fall short on other aspects. Following the Yamanaka ninjas and seal masters would be the Aburame ninjas. While they don't have any of the skills the 3 clans I just mentioned have, the bugs they control make them more useful than the 3 clans combined. I don't need to explain their use to you, do I? Fujin shook his head. He was well aware of the Aburame clan's prowess. He wasn't surprised by the way the other clans were used either. In fact, it was very obvious. What he wanted to know more was what would happen later. He asked, "So, what do you do when you finally spot the enemy?" Renjiro answered, "It depends on what we encounter. If it's the scouting units of the enemy army or any small groups, then these 4 clan ninjas eliminate them without any assistance. If we face their vanguard, the Inuzuka, Hyuga, and Yamanaka clan ninjas would step behind and let the Aburame clan launch a sneak attack. They send a small amount of poisonous bugs to kill as many of our enemies as they can before the enemy realizes the threat. Once they realize the threat, the specialist units would act as the vanguard and confront, or rather contain the enemy. The main army following them would split into two and attack the enemy from their flanks, completely crushing them. Before the enemy's main forces even realize, their vanguard and smaller units would be eliminated. When they finally realize it, their morale would hit rock bottom while ours would be at its peak. The army would continue with the same momentum and even crush the enemy army, forcing them to disperse and retreat. Fujin looked suspiciously at Renjiro. While the strategy was undoubtedly good, it couldn't be that successful. Otherwise, Konoha would have eliminated the enemy countries long ago. Renjiro noticed Fujin's gaze and chuckled. Well, at least that was the intention. This formation was created by Lord Second, and he used it successfully to cause heavy losses to all other great illages. At the start of the First Great War, Konoha was nearly invincible despite being considerably outnumbered due to this tactic. Unfortunately, the other villages took note of this tactic and changed their approach. Traditionally, ninjas always engaged in guerrilla warfare. Confrontations of large forces would happen very rarely. Only large and powerful clans like the Senju and Uchiha could do it. However, Lord Second's tactics forced a change. While facing Konoha, the enemy villages rarely disperse their armies. They all move together, and even the units that operate at a distance stay within the range of their sensors. In addition, several seals were developed to hide from the Byakugan and eliminate their scent, reducing the effectiveness of our specialist units. So this tactic wasn't that successful later on, but it was quite good and was even used during the last Great Ninja War. I suppose it shows how good Lord Second was at strategizing. Even though it has been several decades and our enemies have created several workarounds, no one has created a plan to crush this formation. It's a shame that the downfall of this tactic would be caused by the decreasing numbers of the ninjas in these clans. Renjiro sighed. He glanced at Fujin and continued, "The tactics will need to change if the future armies will have 3 times as many civilian ninjas as the clan ninjas." Fujin agreed. Yeah, we could still use the specialist units for what Lord Second did, however we can no longer treat them as the vanguard. While the Aburame clan ninjas harass the enemy with bugs, the specialist units would move out of the way and allow the main army to confront the enemy. As for the specialist units... Fujin entered into deep thought, wondering what they should do. After all, just staying out of the battle or joining the main army seemed like a waste. Renjiro didn't disturb Fujin and wondered, it'll be interesting to see his choice. Though he is intelligent, leading armies is a whole different game. After a few minutes, Fujin said, "There are 2 ways we could go about it. The first is switching roles. Previously, the specialist units would confront the enemy while the main army went for the flanks. Of course, the low numbers would mean we can't go after both flanks, so the specialist units would target just one flank and leave the other open. Once the enemy army crumbles and begins retreating, the main army's rear could move to chase and eliminate them. However, there are some flaws in this tactic. Just attacking from one flank would give more space for the enemy to retreat slightly and regroup. Though effective, it won't be decisive. Even if we win, the casualties we inflict wouldn't force the enemy to stop the war. In addition, the number of Hyuga, Aburame, Inuzuka, and Yamanaka ninjas in each division is very low. Even if we send the Nara and Akimichi clan ninjas to increase their numbers, it'll still be a distraction at best." Renjiro nodded and said, "That is natural. We can just hope that the Ino-Shikacho combination overwhelms them. There is another risk to this strategy. If the enemy forces decide to confront the attack on the flank instead of stopping our main army, it will reduce the number of our clan ninjas even more rapidly. It'll make our future battles far more difficult." While Fujin wasn't too concerned about maintaining the number of clan ninjas, Renjiro was. Even though the proportion of clan ninjas declined, nearly half the ninjas inside the village were still from the clans. What Shikaku was worried about would only happen after the clans took another big hit. Renjiro hoped that things wouldn't deteriorate to that extent. Fujin nodded. Renjiro asked, "What's the second method?" Fujin smiled and said, "Strengthen the main army somehow. When our main army attacks, it should be a crushing attack, and the enemy forces should be decimated. Of course, killing all or even half of their ninjas is unrealistic. I'm not talking about their lives. Instead, it is their morale. Our attack has to be so crushing that even their leaders lose confidence and order a retreat. Once they do, the specialist units could turn into assassination units and pick off as many of their scattered units as they can before the enemy regroups or escapes into a safe place. Assuming we kill at least 15% of their ninjas quickly to break their morale and plant terror in their hearts and kill another 35% as they retreat disorderly, we could eliminate half of their forces with relative ease. Renjiro was surprised. He thought for a bit before replying, "Interesting. I hadn't thought of this. However, how would you strengthen the army to crush the enemy's morale so thoroughly?" With a thoughtful expression, Fujin answered, "I have no idea." Fujin's reply caught Renjiro completely off guard. He almost missed his step and nearly fell. Fortunately, he got hold of himself in the nick of time and glared at Fujin while thinking, "This brat! I almost fell! I was expecting a new and unique idea. Why did he put up a thoughtful expression to say this?" Fujin shrugged and explained, "You still haven't explained how the main army operates, what combinations they use, and other details. A new and all-encompassing combination jutsu is an obvious idea, but I can't comment much on it until I see our current methods in action. Anyway, let Shikaku-san think about it. He's the best at strategy." Renjiro continued glaring and replied, "We can't leave everything to him. Several good ideas come on the battlefield. You should watch the training exercises and see if something comes to your mind." Fujin chuckled. The army traveled for a few hours, covering several hundred kilometers until they reached close to the fire capital and camped a dozen kilometers away. This would be the place where the military exercises would finally begin. According to Shikaku's original plan, they would stay here for a week. However, things rarely go according to plan. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Paddle-Sarvesh8 at OKSBuy. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Julian, Kate, and Baby Ann for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 768, Tsunagakure's Reaction, Chapter 74, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Silence engulfed Tsunagakure's council room as everyone sat deep in thought. They had just received reports from their spies informing them that a Konoha army led by Fujin had marched out. After some time, Ryota said, 3,000 ninjas. That's not enough to attack us. However, it is still too high for a simple training exercise. What is their intention? Sajo said, "My first thought was that they were out to hunt Baki's group. However, Baki has crossed into the land of rivers. They'll enter our country soon, so it's too late to do it." The council was perplexed. Not knowing whether Konoha intended to attack them put them in the spot. If they acted rashly, then Konoha would know about their movements. On the other hand, if they didn't do anything, Konoha could catch them off guard. Suddenly, Ebizo chuckled, causing everyone to turn their heads towards him. He shook his head and said, "I have been retired for so long, but Konoha still hasn't changed." Chiyo sighed and said, "Yeah, every single move they make can be interpreted in several ways. It's no different this time. It must be Nara." Ebizo looked at the puzzled expressions and exclaimed, "There are several objectives Konoha could have with this move. On the surface, this looks like a simple military exercise. Their numbers aren't high enough to invade us, and the leaders of the armies are inexperienced. If this is indeed the case, then this is the best-case scenario for us. Unfortunately, Konoha always implements several schemes at the same time, and we have to look beyond the surface. Even though the leaders are inexperienced, it doesn't take much time to send experienced leaders to take over or advise the current ones. In addition, nothing is stopping Konoha from sending more ninjas. Perhaps this army is just the vanguard meant to catch us off guard. Or, Konoha could have secretly sent a few thousand more ninjas to join Fujin's army later. So while we anticipate a 3,000-strong force led by inexperienced commanders, we may end up being attacked by a force that is twice or even 3 times stronger and led by their Sanins. This will be the worst-case scenario for us. There are several possibilities between these two extremes. Irrespective of what it is, there is no doubt about one thing. Konoha wants to see how we'll react. No, they want to see how every village will react. This army will be flexible enough to change their tactics depending on what sort of reaction everyone gives. Solemn expressions appeared on everyone's faces. Most of the current council members in Suna were selected after the end of the Third Great Ninja War. Even though they fought against Konoha during the war, they didn't have to face them in tactics. They suddenly realized how difficult it was to understand Konoha's intentions. Ryusa asked, "So, how do we?" Tojiro cut him off and said, "There is another important aspect that we need to consider. Don't forget what Suzuki Fujin did in our western parts. They may be planning to create several such situations to weaken us." Chiyo immediately replied, "It worked the previous time because you weren't prepared. They can't do it openly during the war. Sending him alone would have been a far more effective way to repeat that. The bigger danger is what the boy did in yesterday's battle." Goza sighed and muttered, "That's true. If he can kill over 100 ninjas in the blink of an eye, then this army could cause us a lot of harm. They could send such a small army into our country to bait us into attacking and have him run amok our forces. Along with yesterday's losses, our situation will be dire." Ebizo nodded and said, "Yes, that is why we won't engage them on the battlefield." Ryusa asked, "But wouldn't that send a message that we are weak?" Ebizo replied, "No, it'll send a message that we are willing to go to any extreme to protect Sunagakure." His answer surprised most of the council members. Ebizo pointed to 3 towns on Sunagakure's map on the table and said, "Send 100 ninjas to each of these 3 towns. Send them openly. Let Konoha's spies report their exit to their village." His words once again left most members puzzled. Tojiro frowned and asked, "Just 300 ninjas? What would they do? Besides, didn't you just say that we won't engage them in battle?" Ebizo explained, "These movements will send a message to Konoha that we have reacted. Needless to say, they wouldn't believe that we would only send 300 ninjas. They will expect us to send an army and begin looking for it. However..." A smile appeared on Ebizo's face as he continued, "They will never find it because it won't exist. Every day they waste trying to locate this non-existent army is valuable time we'll gain. Of course, we can't be completely defenseless. Otherwise, if they really attacked, we would be doomed. Since we can't send an army, we'll send units as we had discussed earlier. Dispatch 500 squads consisting of 8 ninjas each. However, all of them will be dispatched secretly under the cover of the night. Other than us, no one should know how many ninjas we dispatched. Even the squads will only be aware of the presence of 4 other squads who will be stationed nearby. These 5 squads will share 1 ninja from the communication department who will carry the chakra transmission communication devices to communicate with us. This way, even our ninjas won't know how many ninjas we have dispatched. The only issue that we could face is Konoha's spies. To deal with them, the 8 ninjas in every squad have to be ordered to stay together at all times. This will prevent the spies from sending a message to Konoha. Though Konoha will eventually guess our tactic, they will be wary if they aren't sure." Everyone thought for a bit before nodding. Goza asked, "If we don't plan on engaging them, what will these squads do? I'm not sure how effective our normal harassment tactics would be. Even if they are successful, our casualties would be very high if Suzuki Fujin plays an active role, and Konoha could counterattack by targeting those 300 ninjas." Ebizo answered, "These 3 towns, though next to each other, are still several hours apart. As such, Konoha can only target 100 ninjas at a time, and the number is too low for them to be tempted. Even if they march on those towns, we can ask our ninjas to retreat and disperse. Though it'll ruin our reputation if Konoha targets the civilians, we don't have the luxury of worrying about it. Not to mention, it'll also ruin Konoha's reputation, which will help us in the long run. As for the 500 squads, they won't confront Fujin's army either. Konoha could target other towns and cities and strategic locations, but these squads won't move to intercept them. That would leave Fujin with 2 choices. The first is to wait for Konoha's main army to arrive and reinforce him. The other is that he can get overconfident and come deeper into the desert, perhaps marching directly towards us. In that case, we may have an opportunity to surround and eliminate the entire army. After all, no matter how strong he is just one ninja. The others in their army aren't as difficult to deal with. The eyes of the council members immediately lit up. However, they quickly dimmed. As good as the scenario sounded, they knew very well that Konoha wouldn't act so stupidly. With heavy hearts, they began preparing for a full-scale war against Konoha. As the council room emptied, Ebizo and Chiyo glanced at each other. Ebizo asked, "You feeling the same thing I am, sister?" Chiyo nodded. Even though Ebizo put out a sound analysis, he instinctively felt that Konoha's plans weren't what he speculated. He was just preparing for the worst-case scenario. As for what Konoha's real plans were, neither could guess. Much like Konoha, Suna became very busy too. Following Ebizo's suggestions, 300 Suna ninjas left the village. Over the next couple of nights, another 4,000 ninjas left secretly. The silent desert suddenly became very active. Suna's movements were immediately picked up by other hidden villages. Shikaku guessed some of their plans, but didn't bother thinking about it too deeply. Onoki and Ai readied their forces while waiting patiently. The minor villages nervously paid attention too. Contrary to everyone's expectations, the first move wasn't made by Konoha or Suna. In Konoha, the council members met once again at the request of Shikaku. Only the clan leaders and the elders were called. Koharu asked, "Is there a new development for you to call for another meeting so quickly?" Shikaku replied, "Something like that, though it hasn't happened yet. I received a rather interesting proposal an hour ago." Shikaku placed a scroll on the table. The symbol of Kusagakure was visible to everyone. Koharu and Homura went through the scroll first. Immediately, a weird expression appeared on Homura's face. On the other hand, Koharu frowned and muttered, "This doesn't make sense. Are they setting a trap for us so openly?" "Sorry guys, for some reason the latest chapter took a lot longer to write. Won't be able to do a double today, but I'll write tomorrow too, since I technically had a break yesterday. And, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Patalsarvish Aish at OKSBI. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Reaper, Pepperoni Please, Baby Ann, Luso and Dez for supporting me on Patreon. Thank you Tejesh for supporting me through UPI. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 769, New Orders. Chapter 775 of Naruto the Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. This doesn't make sense. Are they setting a trap for us so openly? Koharu muttered in confusion. Her words intrigued the clan leaders who quickly went through the scroll. Just like Koharu, they had similar doubts. The scroll contained a request for help. Kusagakure asked Konoha's assistants to finish off their rebels. In return, they agreed to pay Konoha as per their previous deal. Hiyashi muttered in confusion. Didn't the report say that they have annihilated half the rebel forces at a great cost? The rest of the job should be far easier. So why are they requesting our help now? Also, Sume completed his question. What is this previous deal? When did we reach a deal with Kusagakure? Everyone's eyes turned towards Shikaku, who glanced at Homura and said, I believe Elder Homura can explain it better than me. They followed Shikaku's gaze and realized that Homura still had the same weird expression. Koharu asked, What's the matter? Homura composed himself and replied, It's a bit complicated. He sighed internally. I never expected that Kusa would accept this absurd proposal. Sai, Hiruzen's decision to send Fujin was extremely good. I don't think even he anticipated this. He turned his gaze towards the council members and said, As you know, Kusagakure had sent such a request to us earlier. However, it was more of an attempt to arm-twist us than transact fairly. Hence, Hiruzen had sent a diplomatic group led by Fujin to Kusagakure, and I had tagged along. The clan leaders were aware of this, as this information wasn't kept hidden. However, none of them were aware of what happened during discussions. Homura recounted the events of that day. Everything seemed normal at first, but they were soon left speechless after learning how casually Fujin threatened and challenged them, putting the entire diplomatic delegation, including Homura, in grave danger. What shocked them more was how unfair the terms of his proposal were. Homura concluded, Due to how ridiculous the proposal was, we didn't see a need to discuss it in the council. However, I never imagined that Kusagakure would accept it someday, let alone do it a few days after we were attacked. Everyone nodded and began analyzing the situation deeply. As good as the reward for annihilating the rebels was, they understood that it wouldn't be straightforward. After a few minutes, Senju Hiromasa let out a long sigh and muttered, "Kusagakure, as expected of them. They really excel in diplomacy." Homura nodded. Yes, that meeting left bad blood between them and Fujin. Even though they would never dare to act upon it, it was extremely clear that they hated Fujin. However, Fujin's performance in the war was too intimidating. They realized the need to improve their relationship with Fujin, and quickly acted. By accepting this proposal, we will gain a large amount of resources at the moment when we need them the most. Since Fujin is the one who facilitated this deal, he'll get the credit and his reputation would improve further. In essence, they're paying to strengthen Fujin's influence in Konoha and using it to reset their relationship with him. Perhaps they're also hedging their bets on him becoming the Hokage in the future. Everyone agreed. There was no doubt about it. Even though it would hurt Kusa's pockets, this move was extremely well timed. As long as Fujin stayed alive, their investment would have multifold returns. Homura suddenly became serious as he continued, "Of course, this isn't all. Their diplomacy isn't that simple." Shikaku said, "Yeah, along with mending ties with Fujin, this is also a test for us. We were attacked by two formidable forces. Our allies are unsure whether they can continue counting on us. Kusagakure likely shares the same doubt. If we fail, or even struggle, it'll send a message that we have taken a huge hit. On the other hand, an overwhelming performance will reassure our allies and keep them in check while deterring Iwagakure and Kumogakure from making any unprovoked move. There's another aspect to this mission as well. Even if they believe the reports going out of the village to be true, they're wary of us attacking Tsunagakure for revenge. If we do attack, then our losses will significantly increase, which could give openings for others to exploit. By keeping the army led by Fujin occupied in the Land of Grass, they're limiting our ability to start a war against Suna. As long as we don't go to war, our forces will stay intact, and they will be more assured." A smile appeared on the faces of most council members. They already didn't have the will to go to war. And, apart from Hiruzen's injuries, Konoha's forces were intact. The reports weren't lies. So both these aspects played in their favor. Koharu said, "If we display our strength properly here, the pressure on Tsunagakure will increase further. They'll be subdued during the negotiations." Shikaku nodded and asked, "I agree. I just wanted to confirm that there was no opposition here." Everyone nodded. Shikaku said, "All right, I'll order Fujin to move into the Land of Grass and crush their rebels. We'll decide whether to continue with the military exercises later." Tsume said, "The army we sent for exercise is fairly inexperienced, with most ninjas heading to war for the first time. The leaders are new as well. Should we send reinforcements?" Homura answered, "No, we'll look weak if we have to send reinforcements." Shikaku agreed. "Yes, besides, with Fujin there, the army is already too strong, which compensates their lack of experience with ease. If anything, we should just wait for the news of another overwhelming victory." Shikaku chuckled, recalling the crazy things Fujin did. Even though Kusagakure's rebels possessed decent strength, they paled in comparison to Kumo's bases, which were helplessly slaughtered by Fujin. From Shikaku's perspective, sending 3 divisions along with Fujin was already an overkill. Even though others weren't aware of it, they recalled Fujin's performance in the war and agreed. A dozen kilometers away from the fire capital, 3,000 Konoha ninjas were practicing. Fujin sat in a tent close by, surrounded by Renjiro, Hoka, Konomi, Illumi, and a few other Junins. All were staring intently at a large paper with various diagrams and words. After some time, Konomi commented, "This should be enough. I can't think of any ways to improve it even further." Renjiro agreed but added, "There will be some flaws that we missed. However, it is not possible to perfect such a complex combination in a tent or even in exercises. We can only improve it further after testing it in war." Everyone agreed. Fujin said, "True, make these changes in your respective army's training." Also, he was cut off as a Yamanaka ninja called out from outside the tent. After getting permission, he entered and reported, "Commander, we have new orders from the village. Shikaku-sama said that Kusagakure accepted your proposal and asked for Konoha's assistance to eliminate their rebels. He wants you to lead the army to the land of grass and eliminate them." Fujin frowned and wondered. They accepted that shitty proposal? That's weird. Reports from Konoha and the Phantom Haven said that they were winning. How did things suddenly become so bleak? Fujin asked, "Do we have intel about the rebels?" The Yamanaka ninja replied, "It is being conveyed to us as we speak. It'll be brought here as soon as we get everything. Proper scrolls might be sent later while we travel." Fujin nodded. Within minutes, another ninja arrived and handed Fujin some notes before clearing the tent. Only Fujin and the other 4 leaders were left in the tent. Renjiro said, "This is surprising. I thought they had the upper hand. What's the matter?" As Fujin was reading, a weird look appeared on Fujin's face. Fujin shook his head and said, "They have the upper hand. They are just sucking up to me." His words confused the ones in the room. Hoka asked, "What do you mean? How does going to war benefit you?" Fujin answered, "It doesn't. It's the price we'll receive to complete this. I had led the negotiation mission and the terms were very unfair for them, and we ended on bad terms. So it'll be very helpful for the village in the aftermath of the war, and I'll get the credit." Hoka's eyes widened. He replied, "I see. That makes sense." He chuckled and added, "They must have gotten the reports of Tsunagakure and Orochimaru's attack on us." Renjiro agreed. "Yeah, still it's impressive how quickly they acted, as expected of a village that excels in diplomacy. How many rebel forces are left?" "AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex base. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Piddlesarvsh8 at OKSBuy. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Dark Driller, Noctisy, Cash KXN, Com, Garrett, Mason and Sevensons for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 770, Knocked Out. Chapter 776 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. How many rebel forces are still left? Everyone looked at Fujin, wanting to know the answer too. Fujin answered, according to Kusagakure's estimates, the rebels initially had around 1,500. However, they recruited various rogue ninjas, either through money, the promise of power, or through Iwagakure's manipulation, increasing their numbers to beyond 2,000. The two forces have been clashing constantly, and Kusa had 2 major victories, which eliminated around 2/5 of the rebel forces. However, Kagero, the rebel leader, is still at large, and they still have around 1,200 ninjas. Our job would be to eliminate at least 800 ninjas, and eliminate their leadership entirely. Fujin pushed a note forward and said, "These are their current leaders. Kagero is their leader, and Tsuchiro is his right hand. He has 4 more competent ninjas under him who lead the armies. They are Reiko, Hisato, Shizuma, and Ganku." Hoka muttered, "This is the first time I'm hearing about them. How strong are they?" Renjiro replied, "They are formidable. Otherwise, Kusagakure wouldn't have lost hundreds of ninjas and so much of its territory. Kagero used to be the rival of Hiroshi, the current leader of Kusagakure. In terms of strength, he is slightly stronger than Hiroshi. However, he lacks in other aspects, and hence couldn't become the leader. His strength is at the elite Junin level by our standards. Toshiro is like a brother to him and always stays by his side, even during wars. He was an elite Junin level, but was very close to it before they betrayed Kusagakure. Considering that it has been years since then, he too should be considered as an elite Junin level threat. The other 4 are Kagero's students. Each one of them is a formidable Junin." Hoka replied, 2 elite Junins. No wonder Kusagakure struggled so much." Fujin agreed. "Yeah, even though they have 12 elite Junins, only 3 could have that rank if they were in Konoha. Even among those 3, only Hiroshi could compete with stronger elite Junins like Sensei. Anyway, I heard quite a bit about Kagero during my Anbu days, but I never saw him in action. How does he fare against you, Sensei?" Renjiro thought for a bit and replied, "It's difficult to say. I shouldn't have any issue in fighting him, but killing him will be difficult. For you, he should be rather easy to kill." Fujin sighed and replied, "Yeah, but that'd be rather boring." All four of them looked at Fujin with a deadpan expression. Fujin chuckled and replied, "It is what it is. If I fight, then it won't be a war, and our army won't get any practice. So I'll be staying back and will only interfere if our losses cross a certain threshold, or if Iwagakure decides to reinforce the faction they nurtured." Before anyone could reply, Fujin looked at Hoka and said, "Hoka, you'll be responsible for taking out Kagero. You won't receive any assistance from me or Sensei, but you can use your division's help. Illumi-san, you will be dealing with Tsuchiro." A glint appeared in Hoka's eyes. He realized that Fujin was giving him an opportunity to establish his reputation. Killing someone like Kagero would make Hoka very famous throughout Konoha and even make other villages take note of him. While Fujin had asked Hoka to maintain a low profile earlier, things had changed. Hoka had performed splendidly during the assault, making everyone, especially the Hyuga clan, take note of him. So, Hoka was understandably worried about Hiashi making a move on him in the dark. However, if Hoka's performance was amazing, Fujin's performance was downright terrifying. Hoka knew that Hiashi wouldn't do anything foolish enough to attract Fujin's ire. After all, not only was Fujin's strength terrifying, but he also had a fearsome reputation for acting in the dark. Fujin's deterrence, along with the fact that Hoka had already exposed his strength, meant that Hoka had no reason to continue acting conservatively. Instead, he had to go all out and build his own reputation. Hoka immediately nodded. "All right, I'll take care of him." Illumi nodded as well and said, "This should be interesting. Don't worry, I'll take care of Toshiro." Konomi asked, "Who will I deal with?" Fujin replied, "I have some other ideas for you and your division, but I haven't finalized them yet. Let's wait for the scrolls to arrive from Konoha. For now, ask the communication unit to pass a message to Shikaku-san. Inform him that we'll stay here till it is dark, so he can send the messenger birds here. Also, inform him that we'll need more medical ninjas. 30 won't be enough for this campaign." Konomi asked, "How many should we ask for?" Fujin replied, "Just tell him to send as many as he can spare. If he doesn't send enough, let him know that I'll talk with him next." Illumi raised an eyebrow and asked, "And that'll convince him to send more?" Fujin casually replied, "Not really. He'll just do it to avoid unneeded headaches." Once again, Konomi and Illumi were left speechless while Hoka and Renjiro sighed. Konomi wondered, is he calling himself a headache? Illumi thought, interesting. I didn't think Shikaku would be traumatized by him of all people. I'm now looking forward even more to how he'll lead the army. Fujin said, "We'll end the meeting here. Have your units practice this updated combination for some time before letting them rest. As soon as the darkness sets in, we'll move rapidly and steadily across this country. By the time the sun rises, we'll be in the land of grass. Konomi, let me know how many medical ninjas Shikaku-san sends." Konomi, Hoka, and Illumi nodded before leaving. Renjiro asked, "So what are the other ideas on your mind?" A smile crept on Fujin's face. Back in Konoha, Shikaku thought in annoyance, "That brat, did he have to pass that mild threat?" That said, he isn't wrong. Even though we have to crush this rebel group, we can't have high casualties. It'll have the opposite impact of what we intend. Shikaku thought for a bit before deciding, "Leave it. We have already healed most of the ninjas who had only minor injuries. So we don't need as many medical ninjas as we did a few days ago." Shikaku ordered another 15 squads of medical ninjas and trainees to move towards a patrol camp close to the border with the Land of Grass, tripling the number of medical ninjas in Fujin's army. While they moved, Fujin finally received the scrolls from Konoha at dusk. The leaders gathered once again in Fujin's tent, along with a few Junins from the Nara clan. Everyone was staring at the map of the Land of Grass. After some time, Fujin said, "This makes things very clear. The rebels initially had 6 provinces under their control. However, Kusa has taken back control of 3 provinces. The rebels currently have just the Tsuchioka, Midorino, and Kagetani provinces under their control. Kagero is believed to be in the valleys of Kagetani with his main army. Toshiro is handling the affairs in the hilly regions of Midorino, while Reiko and Hisato are controlling their forces in the grassy plains of Tsuchioka." Hoka asked, "What's the plan?" Fujin replied, "Since they are separated, we can't destroy the entire army in one swoop. However, it'll increase our numerical advantage even further. Fujin picked up a pencil and put a cross mark on the Tsuchioka province. He said, "Our first target will be Tsuchioka. We'll hit them hard and fast and finish off this group before they realize they're under attack. The next move will depend on how they react." Fujin turned his gaze towards others and asked, "Do any of you have a different opinion?" Everyone shook their heads. Since everyone agreed, they began discussing the plan of attack. Needless to say, the Nara Junins handled most of these matters. In the fire capital, most people were talking about Konoha's army that was camped just a dozen kilometers away. Due to the nature of the mission, Fujin hadn't hidden his traces. Instead, the army trained grandly, attracting a lot of attention. Even though no one was allowed close to the camps, many noticed it from a distance as they traveled. Several hundred civilians even made a trip to see a glimpse of the strong Konoha ninjas. However, once the darkness covered the skies, Fujin's army wrapped up the entire camp and stealthily left. No one was aware of their departure. In the land of grass, two ninjas wearing Kusagakure's headband were moving along the grass. One of them yawned and muttered, "Do we have to keep patrolling so early in the morning? After the beating we gave the rebels, they won't dare to step out of that little valley." The ninja next to him scolded, "Stop being lazy. Even though they're hurt, they still have a lot of force. If we're caught off guard, thousands of people will die." The first ninja sighed, "You are too paranoid." His words froze as his eyes widened. His partner was shocked too, as neither of them could move a muscle. Before either of them could realize what was happening, both were knocked out. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Pitilservesh8 at OKSBuy. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Tom, Neoreski, Gamer, and Jills for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 771, A Strange Phenomenon. Chapter 777 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Search map on my Patreon page. Check the public post related to map of Land of Grass to get a clearer picture. P.S. I'm a novice at this. After the end of the Third Great Ninja War, the world enjoyed a relatively peaceful decade. While several clashes happened from time to time and the world was tense once again due to the attack on Konoha, most countries were still enjoying their peace. However, there was one exception. Due to Iwagakure's instigations, Kusagakure was embroiled in a deadly internal war. Even though it still stood strong, the people in the Land of Grass suffered. Luckily, after several deadly and painful clashes, Kusagakure had the upper hand, and the rebels were contained in the southwestern corner of the country, finally providing some much-needed relief to the common people. Just as the people relaxed their guards, a strange phenomenon occurred in the Land of Grass. A phenomenon that they had never experienced. In a narrow strip of land, which ran from east to west in the Land of Grass, and lay almost at the center between Kusagakure and the border between the Land of Grass and the Land of Fire, nearly 36 ninjas were knocked out and captured alive, irrespective of which faction they belonged. As for who the culprits were, they were none other than the very people Kusagakure asked for help. Moving such a large army in absolute secrecy was almost impossible. They had to be spotted by just one spy or loudmouth to bust their cover and warn their target. So Fujin came up with a simple solution. Of course, his simple solution left his generals and the Nara strategists speechless. However, both felt that it was plausible after thinking for a bit. The reason for this was the unexpected charge by Fujin's army and the degree to which they outmatched any force in the vicinity. There was no doubt that Kusagakure, as well as the rebels, would notice something was off. However, by the time they realized it, Fujin's army would have accomplished their first goal. As such, the Nara clan ninjas joined the other clans in the specialist units and led the charge. The Kusagakure ninjas were simply helpless against the combination of so many secret techniques supported by the Byakugan. Of course, there was a simpler solution. They could have just killed off everyone in their way so they wouldn't need to put seals on everyone they captured and carry them along. Fortunately, or unfortunately, the nature of the mission eliminated this option. So, with such a relentless charge, Konoha forces marched straight into the Tsuchioka province. Needless to say, they followed the same approach. In an underground base in the northern region of the Tsuchioka province, a lady frowned. She muttered, "We haven't received reports from two groups." Hisato frowned and asked, "Where were they?" Reiko answered, "One group was outside our territories. They could have fallen. However, the second was sufficiently within our borders." Hisato's expression became ugly. He cursed, "Those scums! Are they already starting another attack so soon? Do they have no regard for their losses?" Reiko expressed, "They want to press on their advantage to rout us completely. Even though we can't be certain, order everyone to get ready." Hisato nodded and said, "Of course. I hope that this is a false alarm. Our army isn't in a state to fight another war so soon. We need Iwagakure's supplies and assistance quickly." Reiko solemnly nodded. Hisato immediately sent out orders. The entire camp, consisting of over 300 ninjas, became alert. Another 36 ninjas who were patrolling were recalled. Realizing that they could be attacked, the morale in the camp was low. Yet, they began preparing. As they did, one young ninja complained, "Man, this is crazy. How did they recover so quickly? Even though we lost the last battle, they suffered horrendous injuries too." The boy next to him replied, "Yeah, I heard both those Uzumaki bitches are dead too. Maybe they're becoming desperate for a quick victory and attacking us without healing properly. Hehe, Kagero-sama's counterattack will annihilate next time. Ouch!" He suddenly felt a pain in his neck and slapped it. He grabbed what bit him and cursed, "Damned bug." Almost immediately, the ninja with him did the same, killing another bug but not before it bit him. Similar scenes appeared throughout the camp. There was no bug swarm. Instead, only a few hundred bugs scattered over hundreds of meters moved stealthily and infiltrated the camp. Within a minute, nearly 200 ninjas were bitten. Finally, Reiko, who was observing her subordinates from a distance, realized that something was amiss. She thought, "That's strange. Though soft, I heard several slapping and cursing sounds. They even slapped their bodies as if killing bugs. But why would so many be bitten by bugs all of a sudden?" Her eyes widened as she realized the obvious answer. Her face became deathly pale. Hisato noticed her horrified expression and grabbed her shoulder while asking, "Reiko, are you fine? What happened?" For a moment, Reiko felt like she had lost all her energy and leaned against Hisato for support. Hisato felt her shiver and became even more worried. In a shaking voice, Reiko muttered, "Prepare to retreat. It's not Kusagakure. We're being attacked by Konoha." Hisato also became just as pale as Reiko. In the camp, a sensor suddenly shouted, "Be ready! I can sense the enemy. They have entered my chakra field." The camp immediately grabbed their weapons and asked, "How many scums are there?" The sensor shouted, "Get ready! They are charging at us with full speed. There are 100, no 2, 3. Words refused to leave his throat as terror appeared on his face. He wasn't the only one. Every other sensor was terrified. They sensed over 700 ninjas rushing into their chakra fields with an unstoppable momentum. Worse, they didn't know how many more were behind them. The sensor gathered courage and shouted, "Fight, but be ready to retreat. There are twice as many as us." He glanced behind towards the base where Reiko and Hisato stayed. To his shock, he didn't see either of his leaders. Before he could figure out where they were, the enemy ninjas were only 100 meters from them. Due to the huge grass cover, they still couldn't see who their enemies were. However, it didn't matter. Dozens of ninjas weaved hand seals and shot powerful jutsus at the incoming enemy. Over 80% of the jutsus were water jutsus, while the rest were wind and lightning jutsus. The ninjas who didn't know any powerful mid-range jutsus launched shurikens, kunais, and a few paper bombs. Despite launching a strong attack, every single ninja in the camp was preparing to retreat. They just wanted to inflict some damage on the enemy so that they would slow down and wouldn't risk chasing after them. Having warred against Kusagakure for a long time, they had mastered this tactic. Otherwise, they would have been annihilated a long time ago. Unfortunately for them, they misjudged who their enemy was. Instead of seeing their enemy slow down and hearing the screams of any injured ninjas, a bright orange light flooded their eyes. As far as their eyes could see, they could only see flames. A tsunami of fire was heading right towards them. The water and fire jutsus clashed. However, instead of being doused, the flames moved straight through them, evaporating any water that reached them. Needless to say, these flames were assisted by winds. Even though the winds weren't as strong as Fujin's, they were more than sufficient to overwhelm the rebels. Their jutsus were scattered, and their weapons repelled. Even the explosive tags failed to create a dent in the flames. Realizing the immense danger, several senior ninjas shouted, "Use earth and water walls! Hurry! Any defense would help." Everyone who knew any defensive jutsus immediately weaved hand seals. Dozens of ninjas prepared the earth wall and water wall jutsus, while another couple of hundred ninjas prepared weaker defensive jutsus. However, before they could finish their jutsus, their chakra flow was suddenly disrupted. Several ninjas coughed blood. Quite a few felt dizzy. A few had difficulty moving their bodies, almost as if they had been paralyzed. The ones who suffered muttered in horror, "Those damn bugs! They aren't Kusa." Due to the sudden disruption, more than half of the ninjas failed to complete their jutsus. Even so, over a dozen powerful jutsus and nearly 100 weaker jutsus were used. Earth and water walls appeared in front of them, giving them a minuscule sense of security. Unfortunately for them, lightning spears pierced through their defenses even before they could take a deep breath. Moments later, the fire-wind combination jutsu hit the punctured defense and completely crushed it. The rebels stared in horror as nothing stood between them and the fire tsunami. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Paddle Sarvesh 8 OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Ganbayar, Chavi, Ahyap, Luco, AR3S, Jai, JTSSE, and Xayam Fallout XX for supporting me on Patreon. Thank you Abhinav for supporting me through UPI. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 7772, The Best War Tactic. Chapter 78 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. The rebels stared in horror as their defenses were first punctured by the lightning spears before being crushed by the overwhelming firewind jutsu. Without the need for a single order, every single one retreated. As they ran, one of the senior ninjas looked back and thought grimly, "This is a scheme. We were fooled. If we knew it was Konoha, we would have retreated right away, irrespective of our casualties. However, now." Another thought, this isn't the first time we were ambushed. Under normal circumstances, we would launch a strong combination attack and slow down the enemy just enough for us to escape. Of course, depending on how strong the enemy was, we would lose somewhere between 5 to 20% of our forces. But Konoha crushed our attack directly. We failed to slow them down. That fire alone would wipe out more than a third of our forces. And we'll soon be hunted down by them. We'll be lucky if 20% of us escape alive today. Similar thoughts ran through the minds of the experienced ninjas. As for the young ones, terror had long flooded their minds. Despite their proficiency in escaping, the fire engulfed 125 ninjas. Their legs just couldn't outrun the wind-assisted flames. Shrilling screams echoed through the grassland as all of them were burned alive. Needless to say, only the weakest ninjas failed to escape the range. Hence, they didn't have any means to resist the scorching flames. Even the ones who had jutsus to move underground failed to do so in time. The remaining rebels gritted their teeth in rage, but continued escaping without looking back. They could only swear to avenge their comrades. However, in order to do that, they had to escape alive. Konoha's army split into platoons and chased after the scattered rebels. Since the rebels failed to retreat orderly, they were easy pickings for Konoha ninjas. The slower rebels were eliminated one by one. Realizing that they would die, several fought to buy some time for their comrades. Unfortunately, the slowest ninjas were once again the weakest among those who remained. They couldn't do much. However, Konoha ninjas paid careful attention to them. They were wary of suicidal tactics and didn't want to lose ninjas needlessly. As such, they successfully managed to slow down the Konoha army. The faster rebels sensed that the distance between them and Konoha was increasing and sighed in relief. However, they suddenly froze and stopped running. Their relief changed to horror and helplessness in a moment. Even the experienced ninjas were stunned. A few were so shocked that they even dropped their weapons and muttered, "Why? Why is there another Konoha army here?" The censors realized there are over 2,000 ninjas. Konoha sent 3 divisions. Fuck, they aren't here just for us. They want to eliminate Kagero-sama and all those who support him. The army that attacked the base was merely Hoka's division. Using the combination attack, they killed 125 rebels and hunted another 68 as they escaped. The remaining 107 rebels were welcomed by the remaining 2 divisions. Without exchanging a single word, Konomi and Illumi's divisions started the assault. From some distance away, Fujin and Renjiro witnessed the massacre. A few Nara Junin stood behind them. Renjiro teased, "It looks like the new combination attack worked." Fujin shamelessly nodded and muttered, I didn't think that the answer would be so simple. We only need to attack with 10 times the number our enemy has, and with stronger ninjas. We'll always win overwhelmingly." Renjiro chuckled and said, "Maybe we should ask Shikaku for 6,000 more ninjas to maintain our advantage in the next battle." Without hesitation, Fujin nodded. The Nara Junins were left speechless at the duo's plan to mess with their clan leader. Needless to say, none of them had any intention of defending their clan leader. It was too troublesome. They thought, no matter what trouble these two create, our leader is intelligent enough to deal with them. If we help, he might feel humiliated. We can't humiliate our clan leader. While the rebels were being slaughtered, 2 silhouettes were moving at a rapid speed. Hisato said fearfully, "Luckily you realized the threat, or we would have been dead too." "Damned Konoha!" Not only did they launch an attack on our base, but they also established a perimeter around the base. We were almost caught. Reiko replied, "This is terrible. Hiroshi must have reached a deal with Konoha. I estimate that Konoha sent at least 3 divisions to just eliminate us. They might have even more. Fortunately, Sensei is at least aware now." Hisato muttered sorrowfully, "What's the use of being aware? Konoha eliminated our camp and probably also eliminated our patrol units. We lost close to 350 ninjas here. We don't have the strength to defeat Kusagakure now." Even though Hisato abandoned his army and escaped, he didn't feel any regret for making that decision. Against such a large Konoha force, the only result would have been a complete annihilation. Their presence wouldn't have made any difference and would have only increased their losses. However, the loss of his entire army hurt. It was a huge blow to the rebel faction. Reiko said with conviction, "No. As long as Sensei lives, we still have hope. Since Hiroshi can seek external help, there is no reason for us to not do that anymore." "External help, huh? That sounds interesting. I wonder who'll help you out." Reiko and Hisato immediately raised their guard as they suddenly heard a voice. They quickly looked to their left and muttered, "A Hyuga youngster?" Anger appeared in Reiko's eyes as she weaved hand signs rapidly and whispered, "Quick! He must not leave here alive. We'll die if he calls for backup. Sensei still needs our help." Wind release, blade of wind jutsu. Water release, water shuriken jutsu. In the blink of an eye, Reiko launched dozens of sharp wind blades at Hoka. Moments later, Hisato threw water shurikens that cut off all Hoka's escape routes. No matter how he moved, he'd be sliced by a wind blade or pierced by a few water shurikens. To their surprise, Hoka didn't bother dodging. Instead, he merely released some chakra and spun around. Both attacks were repelled easily. Hoka suddenly disappeared and appeared next to Hisato. The chakra that he used for rotation was now concentrated on his right palm as he thrust it forward. Hoka's speed completely caught the 2 rebels off guard. Seeing Hoka's palm move towards Hisato's chest, Reiko instinctively kicked Hoka while cursing, "Shit! Fighting a Hyuga in close combat is beyond stupid. We need to create distance." At the same time, Hisato moved backwards and used his arm to block Hoka's palm. He thought, "It's better if the chakra points in my arm are blocked instead of letting him attack my heart. Hopefully, Reiko's attack will force him back." To the surprise of the duo, Hoka changed his target from Hisato to Reika and slammed his palm on her foot. A painful shriek escaped her lips as the chakra shot up straight through her leg. Not only were all the chakra points in her leg closed, but her muscles were badly damaged too by the chakra ravaging through her leg. Hisato quickly grabbed her and retreated a few meters behind. He asked, "Can you still fight?" Reika gritted her teeth and stood just on her left leg. She answered, I can barely feel my right leg. However, I can still stall him. The two of us can't fall at the same time. Hisato replied, Don't be crazy. He was interrupted by Hoka, who asked in surprise, Why did you attack me? I only wanted to talk. Who would assist you? Reiko and Hisato felt like Hoka was mocking them. Reiko replied, You are clearly strong. Why are you trying to stall us instead of fighting directly? Confusion appeared on Hoka's face as he asked, Stall? I'm not doing anything like that. Rest assured, no one will come here. So why don't you answer my question? Reiko shouted angrily, Kill us if you want to, but you can't humiliate us. We'll never betray Sensei. Even if I have only one leg, I'll still crush your skull. The innocence vanished from Hoka's face, replaced by an indifferent gaze. He asked, One leg? Are you sure you still have it? Hoka's change in question caught the two off guard. They felt a tremor and looked below. Before they could react, a pair of arms appeared and grabbed their legs. They immediately stabbed kunais into the figure that appeared from the ground, but not before the chakra points in their legs were damaged. As the figure dispersed in a cloud of smoke, they heard, Aren't you forgetting something? They couldn't even turn their heads before being hit by the 8 trigrams, 64 palms technique. Hoka sealed all their chakra points before knocking them unconscious. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patilsarvsh8OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Kalevra, Bring, Yamin, Fishnoblade, Etherist, Chris and Dracul for supporting me on Patreon. Thank you, Nishant, for supporting me through UPI. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 773. The First Shocking News. Chapter 779 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Reiko and Hisato collapsed to the ground. They were knocked out cold. Even though they possessed the strength of a real Junin, they were completely outmatched by Hoka. Not only did they fall short in speed and abilities, but they were also under heavy pressure and had to act constrained to avoid attracting any attention. These factors made the battle even more unfair. To make matters even worse, Hoka wasn't arrogant due to his various advantages, and hid a shadow clone underground even before the duo reached that area. So, the poor souls stood no chance. A few ninjas appeared behind Hoka, looked at the two unconscious ninjas, and exclaimed, "You already got them, General?" Hoka nodded and ordered, "I have sealed their chakra points, but add proper seals on their bodies and bring them to the commander." Hoka's subordinates immediately got to work. Before they could leave, a squad led by Konomi appeared as well. She looked at the unconscious bodies and said with a smile, "Good work, Hoka." Hoka smiled and replied, "It's all thanks to your and Illumi-san's divisions establishing a perimeter." The two interacted cordially while the captured rebels were brought to Fujin. However, Hoka overlooked one thing, though it could be attributed to how good Konomi was at controlling her expressions. Even though Konomi interacted cordially, she successfully hid her jealousy from Hoka. She sighed internally while thinking, "No matter at what level we are, people in power always prefer to give control and credit to their friends and family. Even though I couldn't kill Kagero, I could have captured these two with ease and improved my reputation. Yet, this task was also given to him. I can't even say anything as they take 3 spots from the 5 leaders and even have a good relationship with Illumi." Sigh. "I hope that Fujin has some plans for me other than just supporting these two. Otherwise, I'll have to work hard by myself once again." Since Konomi was a ninja from a civilian background, she hoped that she would finally receive more opportunities from Fujin, who was the council member representing all civilian ninjas. Unfortunately, she was only disappointed so far. "What is the current status?" Ashigaka Hiroshi asked grimly. Due to the sudden disappearance of several ninjas, Kusagakure was on high alert. They immediately convened a council meeting. An elderly man answered, "Currently, 41 ninjas are missing. All were patrol groups operating to the south of the village. I suspect that this is Kagero's scheme. He might be planning an attack from this direction." Another countered, "We can't be sure. This could also be a diversion. Perhaps he wants us to focus on the south while he ambushes us from the north." Even though we won the last clash, we must not underestimate him. The elderly man replied, "It doesn't matter what his plan is. Don't forget that we have asked Konoha to eliminate them. We only need to maintain our defensive position, and we will win. However, we need to take steps to check what happened to our ninjas, and also ask for Konoha's help for the same." "Hiroshi-sama, did Konoha accept the proposal?" Hiroshi frowned and said, "I still haven't heard from them." The mood in the council became solemn. If Konoha didn't accept the proposal, this troublesome situation would be the least of their worries, as it would signify that Konoha had weakened, and Iwagakure could drastically increase their support to the rebels. Suddenly, 3 knocks were heard. Everyone gazed towards the door as Hiroshi said, "Come in." An Anbu ninja walked in, handed Hiroshi a scroll and reported, "Hiroshi-sama, we have received a message from Konoha. They have accepted the proposal." Sighs of relief were heard throughout the council room. A huge pressure had been lifted off their shoulders. One council member exclaimed, "That's great news. Who did they send?" "Is it Suzuki Fujin?" Hiroshi nodded and said, "Yes. As we expected, they diverted their 3,000-strong army here. Suzuki Fujin is leading it along with his sensei, Senju Renjiro. With them here, they can't start a war against Tsunagakure suddenly." Hiroshi glanced at his Anbu and nodded. The Anbu immediately left. Hiroshi turned his attention to the council members and said, "We'll co-op." He was suddenly interrupted as another Anbu ninja broke into the council room. Unlike the previous Anbu ninja, who knocked politely, this one directly rushed into the room with zero regard for anyone's authority. Yet, instead of being angry at the lack of manners, every single council member became serious. Entering in this manner signified that the Anbu had news that had to be reported immediately. Even a second's delay couldn't be afforded. Hiroshi asked, "What's the matter?" The Anbu ninja answered, "We received an urgent message from our base outside Tsuchioka. A Konoha platoon appeared and said that Konoha's army had eliminated the rebel camp in Tsuchioka. 350 rebels were killed while Reiko and Hisato were captured alive." The eyes of every council member, including Hiroshi, widened. In order to maintain the element of surprise, Fujin had asked Shikaku to delay accepting the proposal. As such, Fujin's army had already dealt with the first enemy group several hours before Kusagakure knew that Konoha had accepted the proposal. The Kusagakure council members had just learnt that Konoha had accepted the proposal. Not even a minute later, they learnt that Konoha had already eliminated close to 30% of the rebels and captured 2 of their leaders. Their shock was justified. Before they could snap out of their shock, the Anbu ninja continued. They also said that they captured several other ninjas who they suspect to be from the rebel camp. However, since they weren't sure, they have just captured them, and all of them are unharmed. They want to transfer them to us so that we can identify the traitors and deal with them. Hiroshi instinctively felt something was off and became suspicious. He asked, "Did they say how many ninjas they captured?" The Anbu ninja nodded and answered, 45. Immediately, every single council member realized what had happened. After the surprise passed, some were bewildered, some were stunned, some became angry, and a few chuckled. One council member cursed, "So that's how our ninjas went missing. That kid still infuriates me." Another seriously said, "This must have been their plan. They purposefully delayed informing us so that their army could move stealthily. They likely captured everyone they came across while marching across our country. Reiko's group should have been caught off guard. Regardless, as long as our ninjas are unharmed, we shouldn't take offense." A third member said, "I don't know whether I should be happy or be concerned. While the rebels' loss is undoubtedly a piece of joyous news, the fact that Konoha could march across our country secretly is extremely worrisome. They could have marched straight to our village and we wouldn't have known." Hiroshi nodded and said, "We can only be happy that they used it against our enemy and not us. Besides, Konoha wouldn't openly attack a minor village. It would be a huge blow to their reputation and soft power. If they have to settle some matters, they'll act in the dark like they always do. We don't need to be concerned about their intentions for the time being. However, this is a wake-up call for us to improve our capabilities. If Konoha could march across our country undetected, then others could do too. Once the rebels are dealt with, we'll work on improving ourselves in this aspect. Everyone nodded solemnly. Hiroshi looked at the Anbu ninja and asked, "Anything else they reported?" The Anbu ninja replied, "Yes, they said that they'd soon be marching into Kagetani and were predicting that Kagero and Tsuchiro's forces would come together. They have advised us to deploy our forces to the east and south of Midorino to ensure that the rebels don't scatter into our country and create a hidden danger." Frowns appeared on several faces as they quickly began analyzing this particular information. Not far away from the destroyed rebel camp, Fujin and others had set up their camps. Fujin and other leaders sat in the main tent while others rested. Yamanaka Shin reported, "Commander, Reiko sent 4 messenger birds to Kagero from the time we attacked till General Hoka captured her, each message providing greater detail. The 4th bird was intercepted by ninjas on our perimeter, and I have confirmed that the message in it was the same as her memories. So the enemy should know that this camp was attacked by 1 division of Konoha. Since they wouldn't receive any more communications, they should be aware that their forces were eliminated or captured." Hoka sighed. "They were able to send a message despite all our preparations." Fujin casually replied, "That's to be expected. They wouldn't have survived so long if they couldn't do even this. Regardless, our tactic was quite successful. To eliminate a force of 350 ninjas and capture their 2 leaders without a single casualty is an excellent start to our campaign." He turned his gaze to Shin and asked, "I suppose the 4th message stated that there are 3 and not just 1 division?" Shin nodded. He was about to speak when Hoka asked, "Why don't we fool them by pretending to write messages? After all, we have their memories. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI Google Pay. Piddle Sarvesh 8 at OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you. The Reaper's Shadow, Blanket, Information Hierarchy, Gabriel, Adrian, AUWFB, Sukman, Patreon user, Daniel, 4K Kike, and Rex Regis supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 7 and 74. The Will of People. Chapter 780 of Naruto. The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Hoka asked, "Why don't we fool them by pretending to write messages? After all, we have their memories." Shin shook his head and said, "That won't work. It has already been a few hours since we captured them. Since no message was sent during this time, they'll suspect that something has happened to them. They'll be cautious about any new messages they receive, especially considering that they know Konoha is the one who attacked." Hoka sighed. "That's a shame." Illumi warned, "Hoka, don't underestimate our enemies. Even though we have several secret techniques which have no good counter, our enemies are aware of what they can do. They will always consider it while planning. If you blindly believed in the secret techniques, the enemy might use them to lure you into a trap instead." Hoka's expression became serious. He replied, "I understand." Fujin looked at Shin and asked, "Did you mark the positions of the enemy bases on the map?" Shin nodded and handed Fujin a map. As Fujin observed the map, Shin said, "I also marked the other locations they used as their hidden bases earlier, along with some of the locations these 2 thought suitable for future bases. It's unlikely for them to use the current and past ones, but some of these could be a possibility. However, they might consider this as well." Fujin nodded while Renjiro said, "It's fine. We can track them from the clues they leave behind in their current headquarters. However, it won't be that easy." Konomi agreed. "Yes, they will do everything they can to eliminate the traces. In addition, they will also set up several decoy traces to confuse us." Illumi added, "There is also another possibility. Since they know we are heading towards them, they could set a trap for us. I know this seems unlikely since they wouldn't want to face Konoha, but that's what they could use to surprise us." Konomi quickly added, "Actually, I was thinking about the same thing. While they don't have the strength to fight against us, they could ask for reinforcements from Iwagakure." Fujin chuckled and asked, "And who would Iwagakure send? Unlike the rebels, they will be aware that I'm leading the army. To fight against me, the Tsuchikage might need to move himself, which would be akin to declaring war against Konoha. It's too risky, not something that Tsuchikage would do. Fujin's words surprised the ones in the tent. However, they quickly realized that Iwagakure truly didn't have anyone else to fight Fujin. Hoka chuckled and said, "We forget how strong you are. Anyway." His expression became serious as he looked at the map containing their plans and said, "There is one aspect we didn't consider. If we hit them through the border between Tsuchioka and Kagetani, while Kusagakure surrounds Midorani, the rebels could feel trapped and escape to the land of Earth to seek their protection. In that case, we can't do anything. If we do, then it'll be tantamount to us declaring war on Iwagakure, as you just said. And this mission will be a failure." To Hoka's surprise, Fujin simply shook his head and said, "Don't worry, they won't." In Kusagakure, the council meeting had taken a whole different turn from the reason it was convened. The council members were analyzing how to respond to Fujin's request. Finally, one council member said, "I don't understand. That day he said that Konoha would do everything without our help. We are also paying them such ridiculous amounts to get their help. And he still orders us to send our army." Another corrected him. "It isn't an order. It is a request, and not a binding one. Unlike last time, he hasn't threatened us with anything if we don't agree. Even the hidden danger that the escaped rebels pose isn't a threat, as that is something that will happen. It's impossible to kill every last one of them, even if we deploy our army. It'll just be slightly worse if we don't." Hiroshi agreed. "That is correct. From my point of view, this isn't an excuse for him to pawn some work on us. Instead, it is more about a gesture. Doing this will show that Konoha and Kusa have good relations and can cooperate. As for what we are paying, forget about it. We aren't paying for them to eliminate the rebels, but to improve our relationship with Fujin. This is an excellent opportunity to do so." His expression became solemn as he added, "Of course, if this is a trick to cause us some pain, or to force us to fight the rebels, then it'll show Fujin's true nature. If that happens, you know what we must do. It is better to suffer a bit now when we know the risks than to pay a painful price when we can't afford it." Everyone nodded solemnly. They immediately began discussing who to send to Midorino's borders, and how many ninjas to send. Unlike the calm atmosphere in Konoha's camp and Kusagakure's council room, the atmosphere in the rebels' new base was extremely tense. Shizuma muttered solemnly, "It's been 6 hours and there still isn't any message from Reiko or Hisato." Ganku said sorrowfully, "We have to accept the reality. They were captured or killed by Konoha." Shizuma nodded and said, "Yes, it's just difficult to accept. How could they be dealt with so easily?" Ganku had no answer. However, Kagero sighed and passed a scroll to his students. They immediately read it and their eyes widened. Ganku looked at Kagero and exclaimed in surprise. "Konoha was attacked by Tsunagakure and Orochimaru, and they won. But why would they chase after us if they have just been in a battle?" Kagero said, "Read the latter parts of the scroll." Ganku and Shizuma followed his instructions. Due to being on the run, their information network wasn't good. As such, they weren't aware of the attack on Konoha until Iwakure sent them the information. The eyes of his students widened. They looked at Kagero and said fearfully, "You think that Konoha transferred this entire army, led by the cursed spectral swordsman, to eliminate us?" Kagero nodded and said, "Yes, even though the reports say that Konoha's losses were low, everyone will be suspicious. They want to make an example out of us to send a message to other hidden villages." Shizuma and Ganku shivered involuntarily. They were facing unprecedented danger. They had just experienced their second major loss against Kusagakure, and now were faced with an incomparably stronger enemy. Kagero muttered, "This is the worst-case scenario. The reason why I started this rebellion was because of how comfortable Kusagakure has become with being weak. Instead of doing something about it and reviving our glory days, we continue being weak and take pride in our diplomacy. Unfortunately, things have gone exactly where I didn't want them to. I wouldn't have minded losing my life if Hiroshi did it himself. Even though we lost 2 battles, Kusagakure had become stronger. However, by asking for Konoha's help, he has become their lackey. Kusagakure will undo the good work they had been doing and be their vassal for decades. The only way it'll change is if Konoha collapses or becomes weaker." Unfortunately, that won't happen anytime soon with all the talented young blood they keep raising. Just this kid alone will ensure that they'll stay at the top for half a century. Ganku and Shizuma were lost for words. Neither could find words to comfort their sensei. After a long silence, Ganku said, "If Hiroshi took Konoha's help, then why don't we take Iwagakure's help?" Kagero immediately shook his head and said, "As much as I'd love to make Konoha and Iwagakure consume each other's strength, neither are that foolish. Onoki won't confront Konoha head-on, especially not when they have such a strong momentum." Ganku shook his head and replied, "That's not what I mean. Since defending is useless, why don't we retreat to the land of Earth and wait till Konoha withdraws their forces? We can take that time to regroup and come back stronger." Kagero frowned while Shizuma shook his head. Shizuma explained, "I know your strategy sounds good, but you're missing one important aspect: the will of the people." Ganku looked at Shizuma in confusion when Kagero suddenly spoke. "During all 3 great ninja wars, Iwagakure attempted to attack Konoha through our country, making it a battleground. Hence, the people in the Land of Grass have a hatred towards Iwagakure. It decreased with time, but the hate exploded once again when they sent their Jinchuriki to our lands and allowed him to use the tailed beast bomb. If we retreat to the Land of Earth, we'll forever lose the support of any people we have. Not just that, most of the members of our army will lose their faith in me. Even though we'll be unharmed, our army will crumble. In addition, Kusagakure will be forced to be even more subservient to Konoha." Ganku's expression became grim as Shizuma added, "Even if the army stays intact, we'll be subjected to the whims of Iwagakure. They will definitely use us as cannon fodder during the next major war. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patilsarvesh8 at OKSBI. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Alex, Inayak, Hunter, OneSword, Zakche, Pascal, Jack, and Sleepy Black Cat for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 775, The Largest Concentration of Force. Chapter 781 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Kajero agreed. "Yes, we'll be sent on the front lines to face Konoha in this country since we are most familiar with it. And there will be only one result: our complete annihilation. Even though Iwagakure has supported us, don't forget that they only did it to increase their influence in this country, and not out of any concern for our cause." Ganku solemnly nodded and said, "I apologize, I didn't think clearly." Shizuka asked, "What do we do now?" Kagero answered, "We change our base again." Both Ganku and Shizuma were surprised. Shizuma asked, "We already changed our base thrice. Shouldn't that be enough?" Kagero suddenly chuckled and said, "Don't underestimate our enemy. They aren't as weak as Hiroshi's forces. We could change our base 1,000 times, and they would still find us if they have the will to do so." His expression became serious as he continued, "Of course, that is if they have the will. We'll leave behind countless false trails and traps. Hopefully the losses and delays they face, along with external pressures due to their recent war, will force them to withdraw. Since they already destroyed 1/3 of our forces, they can claim victory to increase their morale and destroy others, even if they don't manage to find us. We can only hope." Silence filled the tent, as Ganku and Shizuma finally realized how grave their situation was. Finally, Ganku asked, "What if they continue looking for us?" Kagero's eyes became murderous. His students were terrified by the bloodlust they felt. Kagero answered, "Then we give them hell. I'll use my blood and life to remind every Kusagakure ninja what they could be capable of." Ganku and Shizuma's expressions became solemn. Both decided to follow their teacher until the very end. Unlike the solemn atmosphere in the rebel camp, the Konoha camp was rather lively and in high spirits. After the first battle, Fujin had given them a day's rest since the army had rushed from the fire capital to Tsuchioka and engaged the enemy without a break. They were finally ready to go and were looking at Fujin, who was facing the entire army. Fujin glanced through the army before speaking. "I know that everyone is excited due to yesterday's victory. Even though we outnumbered our enemy considerably, Killing 350 ninjas and capturing their leaders without losing a single ninja is an extremely impressive achievement. It is something that rarely happened in history. However, don't let your excitement make you careless, and don't let yesterday's victory make you overconfident. We not only had an overwhelming advantage in numbers and strength, but also had the element of surprise. The enemy didn't know they were facing us until the last moment. That will no longer be the case. Our enemy will now expect us and be prepared. They'll set countless traps to target us and break our morale. Even though they are weaker than us, unlike us, they have been in constant war for a long time, so don't underestimate our enemy. So always pay full attention to your surroundings and be careful. Look out for yourself and your comrades. Ensure that your enemy is dead and be on the lookout for suicidal attacks. Only then can we win as thoroughly as yesterday. When we win, I want to return to Konoha with all of you. The Konoha army's morale was reduced from its high as Fujin brought them down to the ground. It caused the veterans, including Renjiro, to frown. After all, morale and momentum were major aspects that could decide victory or defeat on a battlefield. However, their frowns faded as Fujin completed his speech. Having a commander who cared for them to such an extent raised the morale of the Konoha ninjas even higher than it was before, and everyone broke out into a loud cheer. Fujin smiled. At his order, the 3 Konoha divisions began their march. Around the same time, Kusagakure armies began moving as well. They sent a 2,000-strong force under the command of Hoshino Ryoichi, who started establishing a perimeter around Midorino. Meanwhile, the other villages also learnt of Konoha's sudden movement. Needless to say, Iwagakure was the first one to know, but other villages weren't too far behind. In Iwagakure, Onoki's office was filled with the important ninjas from Iwagakure. Kitsuchi, Roshi, and even Onoki's granddaughter were present as they analyzed the report sent by Kagero. Kurotsuchi suspiciously asked, "Grandfather, are you sure that Konoha is weakened? They just fought a battle against 2 hidden villages and yet started another war so quickly." The mood in the room was solemn. Unlike her, others knew how terrifying Konoha was in the past. They didn't want to see Konoha returning to their glory days. Unfortunately, they were already getting glimpses of it. Kitsuchi muttered, "This is indeed strange. According to the reports, the 3rd Hokage is still hospitalized. Yet they dared to send Fujin here with 3,000 ninjas. And by targeting a faction supported by us, they are openly taunting us. Aren't they worried we would confront them and someone else could attack them while their forces are stuck here?" Roshi added, "That would put them in a tough situation unless the 3rd Hokage's injury is a lie. Perhaps they want to bait us or Kumogakure into making a move that would result in huge losses for either of us." Onoki grumbled. "Perhaps. Or they may just be banking on my reputation and believe we won't make a move." The same thought was running through everyone's mind, though no one dared to voice it. Since Onoki said it himself, one of the elders immediately suggested, "Why not make a move this time? It'll catch them off guard, and we could eliminate the spectral swordsmen along with thousands of Konoha ninjas. It would be a huge blow to Konoha, and they wouldn't even be in a position to retaliate after such a loss." Onoki snorted disdainfully. "And who do you propose we send to hunt down that brat? Do you want to lead?" The elder immediately went quiet, but his gaze was full of complaints. He didn't feel like his suggestion was bad enough to warrant such a response from Onoki. Not to mention, there were several stronger ninjas than him in that room. Onoki tossed the scroll aside and said, "Read the scroll once again. Does it say anywhere that they want to retreat to the land of Earth? It doesn't. That shows how suspicious they are of us. What's even the point of sending our ninjas to die pointlessly for their cause? Even without Konoha, they were already losing continuously." Onoki's outrage caused everyone to realize why he was pissed. If Kagero had caved, Iwagakure would have gained close to 1,000 new ninjas who had experienced wars and given them a card to take control of Kusagakure into the future. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. Iwa had nothing to gain by going to war with Konoha. On the contrary, the downside was too huge. However, not making any move made Iwagakure look weak, which didn't sit right with several people in the room. A council member asked, "So we do nothing?" Onoki replied, "Of course not. Konoha has not only attacked the Kusagakure rebels, but also provoked us. Kitsuchi, you'll take 5,000 ninjas and go to the Kusagakure border. Roshi, you'll go with him and always stay with him. Don't make any move. Just station your army at the border and let them feel the pressure. Onoki's words surprised everyone in the room except Kitsuchi and Roshi. Several glanced at them in confusion. Kuratsuchi asked in surprise, "Do you mean that Uncle Roshi and Father can't defeat Suzuki Fujin despite having more ninjas?" Onoki answered, "No, they can't. However, Fujin won't be able to defeat them either as long as they are together. On the contrary, Roshi's tailed beast bombs will force him to withdraw the entire army. However, the trouble with this boy isn't just his strength. It's his ability to kill ninjas. The report said that he killed 100 Suna elite ninjas in the blink of an eye with just one technique twice. Perhaps that might be their intention as well. So don't let your guard down. How they respond after we deploy our forces will give an idea about their true intentions." He looked at Kitsuchi and Roshi and seriously said, "If they retreat their army, you guys should retreat as well. This might just be a ploy for us to send our forces so that Fujin could run amok among our ranks and eliminate hundreds of ninjas, just like the 4th Hokage did previously. Though it's very unlikely, a lot of strange things are happening and every one of them seems to benefit Konoha in some way." Kitsuchi and Roshi nodded. Unlike others in the room, neither dared to underestimate Fujin. Kitsuchi had already suffered a terrible loss at Fujin's hands while Roshi was forced to his limits as well. And both those battles had happened years ago. Within a day, 5,000 Iwagakure ninjas marched. Along with Konoha, Kusa, and rebel forces, nearly 11,000 ninjas would soon gather in and around the western part of Kusagakure. It would be the largest concentration of force that involved several hidden villages since the end of the Third Great Ninja War. Would tensions escalate, causing the 3 hidden villages to go to war? Or would things calm down? Only time would tell. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon, link w.patreon.com/devilhispace. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Patel Sarvesh H, at OKSB, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Chris, Gaming Experience, Gastric Salmon, Sam, Mammy, Luis, Alex, Matt, and Mickey for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 776, Hide and Seek. Chapter 782 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. The movements made by Iwagakure and Konoha were quickly picked up by other hidden villages. In Sunagakure, the council met again to figure out what to do. Ryusa muttered with a frown, "Instead of targeting us, Konoha went to the land of grass. What are they intending?" Goza replied, "This should be Kusagakure's doing. They want to prevent Konoha from being weakened by attacking us. Even if Konoha wins against us, a weak Konoha will put Kusagakure in a lot of danger." Ryusa asked, "Does that mean Konoha wouldn't pursue our attack?" Tojiro snorted. "Of course they will. However, it'll depend on how this campaign goes. If they fail to eliminate the rebels or enter into a conflict with Iwagakure, they won't be in a position to attack us." "I wouldn't be too sure about that." The council members turned their heads to Baki, who had rejoined the council after returning. After meeting him, they had a far clearer picture of what happened and how terrifying that battle was for Sunagakure ninjas. Baki explained, "We underestimated Konoha by a huge degree the previous time, and we paid a terrible price for it. During our attack, Konoha was even more prepared for it than us. Considering how quickly Fujin attacked, it felt like they were waiting for us to attack so that they could begin slaughtering us. It'll be foolish to believe that they aren't prepared this time. The only scenario that would be in our favor is if Iwagakure decides to go on the offensive. However, that is even more unlikely. The Tsuchikage would never do something so risky. We should be thankful to Kusagakure for buying us some time, and need to use this time to prepare for any plans Konoha might have for us later." The rising hopes in the Suna Council were immediately crushed by Baki's trauma of the battle. Before they could recover, Baki muttered, "Besides, they have sent that demon to lead their army. Inexperienced as he may be, Konoha's intentions must be very nefarious." Abizo glanced at Baki and wondered, How much trauma did the battle leave on him? Suzuki Fujin, how terrifying is he? In Kumogakure, several important ninjas gathered in A's office as he read the reports. A smirk appeared on his face as he muttered, "Interesting, the fence-sitter is finally making a move." He glanced at Darui and Yugito and ordered, "This is the perfect opportunity. Make the move. Be careful and stay in constant touch with Mabui. If needed, I'll make a move myself. We can't afford another loss after the earlier debacle." Darui, Yugito, C, and Samui nodded. Along with a few other elite squads, they left Kumogakure within half an hour and began moving towards the west. Both factions in the Land of Water ignored this news. They were too busy with their civil war. They were just glad that other villages were facing losses too, even though to a lesser extent. The minor villages became tense. A war between Konoha and Iwagakure could easily turn into the next great ninja war. Considering that the matter between Konoha and Tsunagakure was still unresolved, they were very nervous. Needless to say, the ones who were the most tense were Kusagakure. However, they had already foreseen this situation when they asked for Konoha's help. They could only hope that their calculations were accurate. While the world was paying close attention to the events, Konoha's army reached the rebel faction's base. A senior Hyuga ninja muttered, "As expected, no one is here. However, there are several areas my Byakugan can't penetrate. We'll need to inspect the base properly." A Hyuga youngster observed the base and chuckled. "They did such a sloppy job, leaving behind so many dead bodies. Even a novice would know that they are traps for us." Even though the base was empty, several dead bodies were lying throughout the base, and even the surrounding areas. Such bodies were commonly used to set traps to harm any unsuspecting ninjas. However, the senior Hyuga ninja scolded, "Don't get overconfident. Even though you have done hundreds of missions, this is the first time you're going to a battlefield. If anyone leaves such obvious traps, then it only means that they want us to see these traps. If our attention is focused on them and we get careless, we'll fall prey to the real traps." "That is right. Let us take over from now. You guys stay in the back and watch over us in case the enemy has an ambush planned." The Seal Masters stepped up and took over. They created shadow clones who went ahead to inspect the base. Some distance behind them, the Konoha army set up camps, waiting for their reports. In the main camp, the leaders assembled around a round table. Hoka muttered, "Iwagakure is sending a 5,000-strong army towards us." Illumi added, "And they're being led by Kitsuchi and the Four Tails Jinchuriki. This could be troublesome." Renjiro looked at Fujin and asked, "What did Shikaku say?" Worry was visible on the faces of all the leaders. Fujin answered, "It's fine. Both of us believe that they are just doing a show of strength since we are attacking a faction they support. They'll appear weak if they don't do anything at all, and similar factions would be wary of working with them in the future. They won't step into the land of grass." Illumi worriedly said, "Let's hope that is the case. Otherwise, our losses would be too high. Roshi can use the tailed beast bombs. Our army will have severe losses if he decides to go all out." Fujin nodded and replied, "True, but they will also be worried that I'll target their weaker ninjas. While killing Roshi and Kitsuchi would be difficult, neither can save them from me. So it's a lose-lose situation. Considering that I could even kill Roshi and Kitsuchi if the circumstances are in my favor, they risk losing a lot more, so don't worry." Fujin ended with a chuckle. It alleviated their worries a bit, but they were still more than a bit nervous. It took nearly an hour for the Seal Masters to disable all the traps, following which the ninjas specializing in tracking started doing their work. Half an hour later, a ninja arrived at the main camp and reported, "Commander, we have inspected everything. The enemy isn't here. Though there were several traps, none of them injured our ninjas. We inspected the tracks that they left behind." However, he became slightly nervous as he continued, "We found as many as 10 tracks heading out of the camp. All are quite similar as they have made attempts to hide all of the tracks. We can't say for sure which is the right one." Hoka was taken aback. He thought, "They left 10 tracks to confuse us? This will be harder than I thought." Fujin replied casually, I expected as much. These guys aren't slouches. We'll follow every track to find them. Rank the ones you think are the most plausible and start the work. We'll inspect each one by one to avoid falling into any traps." The ninja nodded and left. The army quickly began working through the tracks. It took several hours to find the right track, and they reached the second base, where the rebels hid. Unfortunately, they were met with the same situation. The Iwagakure army reached the border and stayed along it. A few squads entered the Land of Grass occasionally to see if there would be any reaction. However, both the Konoha army and the Kusagakure army completely ignored their activities. Neither paid any attention to them, puzzling as well as angering the Iwagakure ninjas. Kitsuchi muttered, "Tsuchikage-sama was correct. Something is indeed fishy. Despite our forces being so close and in a position to launch a massive assault, the Konoha army continues to do their job as if we aren't even here." Roshi nodded and added, "Even if they know his nature, they shouldn't be this confident. It's as if they are waiting for us to attack them. However, I can't seem to put a finger on what their plan could be." Kitsuchi agreed. He had the same feeling. Regardless, they didn't have the orders to attack Konoha in any case. They were just fishing to see how Konoha and Kusagakure would react. And so far, neither had taken the bait. In Kagetani, the Konoha army trailed after the rebels for 8 days. Yet, they didn't even catch a glimpse of the rebel army. The rebels set behind several traps to cause harm to the Konoha ninjas, but all failed, since Fujin ordered them to prioritize their safety. Though the traps slowed down the Konoha army, they failed to harm a single ninja. On the contrary, 25 rebel ninjas were caught and eliminated. Finally, the Konoha army reached an inconspicuous valley where they were confident the rebels were hiding. Since the Narajunins were sure of it, no one doubted them. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon, link patreon.com/devilhexspace. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil Sarvesh, AOKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Mason, Alisher, Diogo Wazel, Caleb, Corrupt Man, Santiago, Reggie, Mateo, Christian, and Pervy Sage for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 777. An Ambush. Chapter 783 of Naruto Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Hoka led his division down the valley while observing it with his Byakugan. He thought that this would be an easy mission. These guys are remarkable. They set up hundreds of fake trails and dozens of traps on each of those trails. We searched all the good hiding places thoroughly without any success. To think that they'd hide in such an inconspicuous place. Even now, I can't spot a suspicious detail with my Byakugan. Even though Hoka didn't battle even once in the last week, his horizons were expanded considerably. He never knew that a weaker force could trouble a stronger force in such a manner. He continued thinking, had Fujin focused on speed instead of safety, we could have lost a few dozen ninjas. Perhaps the number might have even exceeded 100. It would have discouraged the army and killed our morale. On the other hand, if Iwagakure or any other force had moved against Konoha, we would have been forced to withdraw, and they would have been safe. They were just unfortunate that none of the circumstances was in their favor. Hoka was about to sigh when his eyes suddenly widened. He immediately turned his head to his right. "Kill them! Lay no one ailey! E'en if you die, take 5 with you!" A loud shout forced Hoka's division to turn their heads to their right. A force of 300 ninjas was rushing towards their flank. Needless to say, the Hyuga ninjas and the censors had already spotted them as soon as they appeared, which is why the enemy didn't bother trying to move silently, and instead focused on raising their morale. Hoka immediately realized, isn't that Tsuchiro? Why we're hiding here instead of deeper in the valley? How did they fool our seal master? Shit! These bastards want to battle on the slopes. Even if we win, our casualties will be very high if we make a single mistake. Hoka immediately flickered while shouting, "Intercept them with the combination jutsus." Hoka's division was halfway down the valley. They were walking down the slopes when they were suddenly ambushed. As per their usual formation, the specialist units were at the forefront, and they were followed by the ninjas who excelled in the fire-wind combination jutsu. However, Tsuchiro's forces attacked Hoka's division on its flank, which didn't have the main attackers. Of course, some were still stationed there for such a scenario, but their numbers were rather limited. Even so, they immediately acted. Dozens of ninjas used fire and wind jutsus. At the same time, the ones who could contribute to the combination jutsu quickly rushed through the army ranks to reinforce them. The specialist units moved as well to harass the flanks of Tsuchiro's small force. However, Tsuchiro's forces were faster since they were the ones who ambushed. They attacked with water and wind jutsus even before the Konoha ninjas attacked. Even the ninjas who couldn't use water jutsus released large amounts of water from storage scrolls, increasing the scale of the attack even further. The two attacks collided. The Kusagakure rebels had the upper hand as the water doused the flames and continued moving towards the Konoha ninjas, making them quite nervous. Hoka quickly analyzed. Even though my division is relatively dispersed, quite a few will be hit if that jutsu reaches us. And considering that we are on the slope, dozens will die and hundreds will be severely injured. Probably a few hundred more would die in the battle following it. His eyes quickly spotted the ninjas rushing towards the flank while calculating. Even though we are on the back foot, we'll gain the upper hand once they reinforce. However, their attack will hit us before that happens. Sigh. This is an excellent ambush. I can't hold back. Hoka rapidly weaved hand signs and slammed his hands on the ground. Earth Release, Earth Wall Jutsu. A massive wall rose from the slopes, several meters ahead of where the fire and water were clashing with each other. The wall acted as a dam, cutting the water flow and releasing the pressure from the flames, which continued moving towards the wall while evaporating the water that was on the side of the Konoha forces. However, there was another distinct feature of the earth wall. Instead of being straight, it was slanted. As a result, it didn't have to absorb the entire force of the wind-enhanced water. Instead, the water was diverted down the slope, where it flowed harmlessly. Of course, a single earth wall couldn't stop the combination jutsu of hundreds of ninjas. The wall crumbled quickly, but the flames had reached the other side of the wall by them. In addition, dozens of Konoha ninjas had reached the flank and strengthened Konoha's combination jutsu. When the water and fire clashed once again, it was Konoha who had the upper hand. The water rapidly evaporated, surprising the rebels. Even Tsuchiro was taken aback. He thought, not bad, this young ninja is good. His earth wall saved his army. He should be Hyuga Hoka, one of the 3 generals leading Konoha's army. It looks like the reason why he became a general isn't only due to his teammate. This could be a bit troublesome. Even though he was discouraged, there was no fear on Tsuchiro's face. On the contrary, he weaved hand signs with a wide grin and a crazed look in his eyes before slamming his hands on the ground. Earth Release, Earth Flow River Jutsu. Hoka's Byakugan quickly noticed something strange. He glanced towards the top of the hill and quickly weaved hand seals while cursing, "Shit! The Earth Flow River Jutsu. Bastard wants to bury us." Earth Release, Earth Wall Jutsu. Hoka slammed his hands on the ground, raising another earth wall. However, this time he raised it on his division's right flank, which was previously the army's rear. As the slopes of the hill started transforming into mud, large rocks began rolling down the hill. However, they were stopped by the wall before they gained more momentum. Yet, Hoka didn't lower his guard. He continued weaving hand seals and slammed his hands on the ground once again. Earth Release, Bedrock Coffin Jutsu. The Bedrock Coffin Jutsu was normally used to crush the opponents to death by controlling multiple sections of rocks. However, Hoka used it just to strengthen the ground under the feet of his division. Hence, Tsuchiro's jutsu failed to convert it into mud, thus preventing the Konoha ninjas from falling into a mud river and being vulnerable to the enemy's attacks. Some distance away, a smile appeared on Renjiro's face. He muttered, "Good, you have finally matured." Renjiro was about to act when he noticed the Earth Flow River Jutsu, but stopped when he noticed Hoka acting. He couldn't help but recall the time when Hoka was extremely reluctant to learn any ninjutsu. Even after Fujin defeated Hoka demonstrating how critical ninjutsu was, Renjiro and Hoka's parents had to force him to learn ninjutsus. So seeing his student finally become mature brought relief to Renjiro. Suddenly, a Yamanaka ninja shouted, "Commander, be careful." Hoka didn't need to be warned. He had already turned his gaze towards the flames. A A silhouette appeared in them before dispersing the flames around him. The Konoha ninjas were surprised to see Tsuchiro making it through their combination jutsu. Only a few sensors and Hyuga ninjas realized they concentrated their combination jutsu at a small point, making a way for their leader to make it through. However, Hoka's eyes met with Tsuchiro as he thought, how ruthless. Even though this tactic made a path for them, dozens of their ninjas would burn to death. They will lose at least a fourth of their forces. Yet, they are marching forward. It seems like they have completely given up on their lives. All this sacrifice just to come here to die? Tsuchiro saw the pity in Hoka's eyes and was enraged. He smiled coldly and said, "Let me see what Konoha's next generation is made of." Lightning release false darkness jutsu. Tsuchiro extended his palm towards Hoka and launched several lightning spears at him. At such a close range, dodging it was difficult. Besides, even if Hoka did so, several of his subordinates would die. As such, Hoka released a large amount of chakra and used rotation to defend against the attack. At the same time, the remaining forces under Tsuchiro reached. From their original number of 300, only 214 ninjas reached Hoka's division. The rest were burned alive, most of whom were dead while a few were still screaming in pain. However, the rebel army wasn't discouraged. Instead, the death and screams of their comrades fueled their rage as they attacked the Konoha ninjas with everything they had. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Pilsarvesh8 at OKSBI, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Sinmori, Deeps, Quinton, Wazel, Calvin, Benjamin, Darkslayer, Jar Jar ITT12, One Piece, Angelica, and Bald Rhaegar for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 778, Paying the Price. Chapter 784 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Merry Christmas. On the other side of the valley, Illumi's division was moving down as well. The sensors under his command reported, General Hoka's division is under attack by 300 ninjas. It's difficult to say who has the upper hand from here. Illumi thought, we don't need to worry about the upper hand. Even if his group is caught off guard, there is sufficient backup. However, this is rather surprising, to think that they would ambush us instead of hiding. General, should we reinforce them? Illumi shook his head to answer his subordinate's question and instead asked, can you see who's attacking them? Most sensors stayed quiet, but a senior Yamanaka ninja replied, it is Tsuchiro. I had sensed his chakra signature during the Third Great War. Illumi thought for a bit before saying, just 300 ninjas won't be able to stop Hoka's division, and if we go there, the remaining rebels might be able to sneak away. We'll continue moving down the valley, but we'll slow down a bit. That way, we'll attack first, while Hoka's division can follow up by attacking their rear and trapping them Batu. Illumi stopped midway, and something unexpected happened. Some distance away from him, 500 ninjas appeared and rushed towards him. This army was led by none other than Kagero, the leader of the Kusagakure rebels. Following him were his two students, Shizuma and Ganku. The three of them went straight for Kurama Illumi. We failed to detect both the forces. A seal master exclaimed in shock. Despite several seal masters inspecting the valley, not a single one noticed the two spots where the rebels hid. Instead, we calculated the incorrect location. Anara Junin said, not just that, the location they hid in is perfect for ambushing as well. They outplayed us. Renjiro nodded and asked, where did you mess up? The seal master thought for a bit before answering. It was how they planned their bases in this valley. Every seal here is carefully hidden. Just finding the seals hiding the base at the bottom of this valley took a long time. In fact, if the Nara Junins didn't insist, we wouldn't have looked deeper into this valley either. It was only due to them that we managed to locate that base. We did try searching more bases, but we couldn't spot any since these were even better hidden. Renjiro asked, could you guys have done anything different? The Nara Junin looked at Renjiro suspiciously and thought, why does it feel like he is educating us instead of being worried about the battle? The seal master answered unsurely, Perhaps if we had searched longer, we could have discovered them, but it would have taken a couple of days, if not more. In addition, I can't guarantee that we would have found it. Perhaps we could have fallen into the trap too and lost our lives. The only way we could have avoided this trap is if a Grandmaster took a look. Perhaps if the commander had. Renjiro cut him off and said, "Our enemy is quite weak. If the commander did everything, we wouldn't need an army." The Sealmaster obediently replied, "I understand." The Narajunan asked, "Should we help out General Hoka's division? Even though they will win, they are under a lot of pressure right now. Soon the casualties will start mounting." Renjiro shook his head and answered, "Of course, there will be casualties in war. A war that doesn't have any casualties isn't a war, it's a massacre. This time, our enemy is weak, trapped, and helpless, yet we are struggling so much. Do you think we'll have such favorable conditions when battling against other major villages?" Renjiro glanced towards Hoka's division and continued, "An army will only be born when it survives several tribulations of blood and death. Let them handle it. You'll see what I mean soon." The Narajunan as well as the Sealmaster frowned and wondered. But didn't Commander say that he didn't want to see anyone dying? The two didn't say it out loud. After all, neither was as close to Fujin as Renjiro. Even though they didn't say anything, Renjiro could easily figure out their thoughts. He thought, in a way, Fujin is inexperienced and ignorant about wars too. Even though he has a lot of mission experience and has undoubtedly done a lot of morally gray tasks in the missions he didn't talk about, war is a different matter altogether. He'll have to have the heart to sacrifice some ninjas to win the larger war, a position he was rarely put under due to how remarkably strong he has become. And he'll have to accept such losses too. The same is true for Hoka. He's even behind Fujin in this regard. And this is a good opportunity for him to gain experience because he's leading from the front. The next time, he'll be far more careful against such ambushes. The army will benefit too. This will teach them how gruesome wars are and how one mistake or one moment of carelessness could be catastrophic for their comrades. If I help them now, then it'll have the opposite impact. If we baby them today, they'll pay the price when they don't have the same luxury in the future. Have you recovered? On a rock in the middle of a dense, dark forest, two men sat wearing black cloaks having red clouds. They were none other than the fearsome Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame. Ironically, neither of their cloaks inspired fear. Itachi's right sleeve was missing, and burn marks were visible on the edge of the cloak where the sleeve should have been. On the other hand, most of Kisame's cloak was destroyed and his upper body was visible. Kisame answered, "Yes, the injuries have been dealt with. It's a shame that I couldn't find anyone with a large amount of chakra. Otherwise, I could have healed quicker by absorbing their chakra through the Samahada." Just like in the original story, Itachi and Kisame entered Konoha 4 days ago. Since Fujin was in the Land of Grass, no one intervened, and they ended up clashing with Kakashi's group in the same manner. Kakashi, unfortunately, couldn't change his fate and fell prey to Itachi's Tsukuyomi. He fell unconscious and had to be rescued by Guy before the Akatsuki members retreated. However, there was one major difference. Unlike the original story, they had to pay the price for taking on Hatake Kakashi, the copy ninja. Both Itachi and Kisame got a taste of Sakumo's yin chakra-infused lightning. Itachi noticed the signs with his Sharingan and almost dodged the attack while Kisame was fooled by Kakashi's shadow clone and ended up taking the whole brunt of the attack. Of course, Kakashi was nowhere near Sakumo's level, which is why neither was mortally wounded, and he was quickly defeated by Itachi's counterattack. However, the pain stayed behind. After they retreated from Konoha, they had to wait for 4 days to heal up completely. While they could have moved on earlier, neither dared to move around with any handicaps. After all, their next opponent was in an entirely different league as compared to Kakashi. Itachi's sudden appearance got the attention of the big shots in Konoha. Every clan leader paid careful attention to it and raised their clan's guard. After all, they didn't know the truth. From their perspective, Itachi had massacred the mighty Uchiha clan by himself. Even though Shikaku had some guesses, he didn't want to take unneeded risks either. Fujin and Jiraiya were informed about the same. Needless to say, the ones who were alarmed the most were Danzo and the other elders. They received Itachi's hidden message without the need for a single word, forcing them to drop any ideas they had about the Uchiha kids immediately. Kagero, this is a brave choice. I didn't expect you'd come out and battle instead of hiding, Kurama Illumi said as he stood face to face with Kagero and his students. The 500 ninjas under Kagero's command began battling with Illumi's 1,000 ninja strong division while their leaders faced off. Kagero chuckled and asked, "Where can one hide from Konoha ninjas? Surely you didn't expect me to wait for my death, did you, Illumi? That said, this is rather unexpected. Illumi, you have come a long way. I didn't think you had the talent to reach the elite Junin rank in Konoha. It should have been a matter of pride for you. Unfortunately, it'll be the cause of your death. Anyway," Kagero rapidly weaved hand signs while saying, "Enough talk!" Illumi became serious and withdrew while weaving hand signs as well. He glanced at the three opponents and thought, his two students are as strong as the Iteran Junins in Konoha. If they had been in Kusagakure, they would have been promoted to elite Junin rank. Renjiro also said that Kagero is as strong as he is. Winning against him will be very difficult. However, a sly smile appeared on Illumi's face. He didn't need to win. He just needed to stall Kagero. As for Kagero's students, Illumi wasn't worried. Reaching the level of Konoha's Iteran Junin might be extraordinary in a minor village, but it wasn't so in Konoha. Illumi had 9 Iteran Junins under his command, 3 of whom were standing right next to him. As such, Shizuma and Ganku's task wasn't to gang up on Illumi along with their sensei. Instead, it was to avoid Konoha from ganging up on their sensei. Water release, Upward Gale Jutsu, Phantom Mist Jutsu. Latest chapter, Konoha's premium transportation system. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon, link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, pedalsarvesh8 at OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Antonio, James, Eli, and Nashes for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 779, The Second Shocking News. Chapter 785 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Water release, a poor gale jutsu. Kagero exhaled mist, which quickly surrounded him and his students, concealing them from the Konoha ninjas. The mist expanded towards Illumi and his subordinates. Without a moment's hesitation, the Konoha Junins retreated. One of them muttered, "The intel was accurate. The mist is not only hiding them, but is also hiding sharp wind currents. If it reaches us, we'll be diced up." Another added, "It is a bit similar to Commander's technique. Of course, it isn't comparable since he can't control the winds like Commander can." Illumi completed his hand seals and said, "Don't underestimate him. He spent decades trying to recreate 2 Kekkei Genkai. Even though he failed, he has several combination jutsus, so pay careful attention to every jutsu he uses." Phantom Mist Jutsu. It was the turn of Kagero and his students to raise their guards. The thick mist around them suddenly turned purplish, giving an eerie feeling. They heard several echoes and saw shadows of the Konoha ninjas flickering in the dense fog. Kagero immediately disrupted his chakra and said, "It's a genjutsu. Disrupt your chakra." Shizuma and Ganku didn't need to be told. They disrupted their chakra flow at the same time as their sensei. As soon as they snapped out, their eyes were filled with a bright orange light. They immediately flickered away as flames ravaged through the windy mist Kagero had created. Kagero began weaving hand signs once again, when trees suddenly sprouted from the ground. In the blink of an eye, they coiled around him and his students, trapping them. Kagero cursed, "This genjutsu. Do these fools think that the first Hokage is still alive for this genjutsu to scare us?" Illumi's figure appeared in front of them as he casually asked, "Why don't you just surrender? I'm sure our commander will be merciful and let you live. Perhaps you can enter a deal with Kusagakure and ensure the survival of most of your subordinates. Perhaps you could negotiate your life too. Why fight a lost battle?" Needless to say, neither Kagero nor his students paid any attention to Illumi's words. They could see that he was just buying some time and focused entirely on breaking out of the genjutsu. As soon as they did, they were once again greeted by hot flames. This time, They were even closer. Kageo immediately raised a water wall while Ganku raised an earth dome to protect themselves. The flames easily broke through the hastily erected wall of water but failed to penetrate the dome. Kagero frowned and thought, as expected, it won't be easy. Though not as dangerous as the Uchiha clan, the Kurama clan's genjutsu is difficult to deal with as well. If he keeps trapping us in genjutsu while others try to blow us up, we'll eventually lose. Kagero whispered, Shizuma, Ganku, stall the others. I'll deal with Illumi first and then assist you. Yes, sensei. Both answered and moved towards Konoha's Itaran Junins from under the ground. The two unleashed all their might to keep the 3 Itaran Junins occupied. In addition, they also kept an eye on the other Itaran Junins making their way towards them. Illumi and Kagero finally faced off against each other without external disturbances. Illumi asked with a smirk, Do you want to take on a genjutsu specialist by yourself? Kagero answered, If you had the Sharingan, I wouldn't have dared to. Unfortunately for you, the Kurama clan can't compare with the Uchiha clan. Illumi understood that Kagero was trying to get under his skin. He laughed and said, Good, let me see how long you can maintain this attitude. The two engaged in an intense battle as Illumi tried to trap Kagero under genjutsu, while Kagero tried to hit Illumi with his complex ninjutsus before that happened. The armies clashed as well. However, unlike Tsuchiro's division, which made some inroads into Hoka's division, Kagero's army failed to gain an upper hand. Even though they ambushed Illumi's division, their attack was from the front, where the stronger Konoha ninjas were. In addition, Illumi's division not only enjoyed numerical superiority, but also had far stronger ninjas. While Fujin's army and the rebels clashed, the Konoha Council gathered once again for another meeting. They discussed several miscellaneous topics before coming on to the crucial points. Hiyashi asked, Has there been any update on Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame? Also, have you figured out the reason for their infiltration? Everyone's gaze turned towards Shikaku, who answered, We have some idea. Both of them are in a rogue mercenary group called the Akatatsuki. Though they have been doing only some normal missions, Lord Third had intel that their real targets are the tailed beasts. They likely wanted to take advantage of the recent attack and make a move against Naruto. A frown appeared on the faces of several council members. They didn't like what they were hearing. Sume muttered, Naruto isn't in the village right now. Should we be worried? Shikaku answered, He is with Jiraiya-sama. So, I wouldn't be too worried. If they dare to make a move, then it could be a good chance for Jiraiya-sama to eliminate them. Everyone nodded. If Naruto wasn't safe with Jiraiya, then there wasn't much point in them being concerned. They had some doubts about the Akatsuki, but before they could voice them, Koharu asked, How is Kakashi? Even though they managed to hide their emotions very well, both Koharu and Homura were very worried. Itachi's sudden move had them raise their guards to the highest level. While they believed in Itachi's loyalty to the village, it had been several years since Itachi left Konoha. There was a chance that he had changed, and that posed a grave risk, especially to them. Shikaku answered, His life isn't in danger. He was put under a very strong genjutsu, which completely exhausted him. Unfortunately, no one in the village is able to heal them. Fortunately, the issue should be solved once Lady Tsunade returns to the village. Several clan leaders breathed a sigh of relief. While Fujin had taken the limelight in recent times, Kakashi was still a very important ninja for Konoha. If he met an unfortunate end or was crippled, it would be a huge blow to Konoha's military might. Since several sighed, no one found the relief on Homura's and Koharu's faces strange. Homura asked, How is the war in the Land of Grass proceeding? Shikaku answered, The rebels were good enough to keep hiding from us. However, they were located today. They are engaged in a battle as we speak. Perhaps the war would be over by the time the meeting ends. Hiromasa quickly asked, What of the Iwagakure forces on the border? The rebels aren't a threat to us. The only thing that could cause us losses is if the Iwagakure army moves. I thought you'd send more ninjas to deter them, but you refrained from doing it. Before Shikaku could answer, Koharu said, As annoying as that kid is, he makes a great deterrent by himself. With his capabilities, he could kill their commanders or slaughter their weaker ninjas depending on the circumstances. Knowing the third Tsuchikage's nature, I wouldn't be too worried about it. Hiramasa thoughtfully countered. Actually, that in itself is a risk. Since he has such a reputation, we'll be caught off guard when he eventually orders the opposite. However, you are right. As long as Fujin is there, we don't need to be worried. The fact that Iwagakure still hasn't made a move should prove that. Is that correct, Shikaku? The entire council was slightly puzzled as there was a strange expression on Shikaku's face. He muttered, "Well, about that." Before he could answer, an Anbu ninja entered the room and hurriedly reported, "Shikaku-sama, we just received this news." His sudden intrusion surprised the council members. Homura asked, "What's this about?" Shikaku glanced at the scroll before passing it along. As soon as the elders and other clan leaders read the message, their eyes widened in disbelief. Homura's breathing became rough as he muttered in disbelief, "This." A similar scroll reached Tsunagakure, where the council was convened instantly. None of them could believe what the report said, and the entire council stayed silent in shock. In Amegakure, Zetsu, Obito, Nagato, and Konan stood in silence. They were digesting the news Zetsu passed on. Finally, Obito muttered, "This could be troublesome." In Kumogakure, Ai's expression went pale as he read the report. He ordered, "Recall Darui and the rest immediately. Call back all our forces without any delay." Mabui nodded and immediately got to work. The two factions in the Land of Water were shocked as well, but neither cared much about the information as their battles were becoming more intense. However, there was one person who cared deeply about it. In Iwagakure, Onoki read the report with widened eyes. For a moment, he couldn't believe what he was reading, and he read the report once again. As he confirmed the information, his anger soured through the roof. The scroll in his hands was obliterated into dust as he cursed loudly, "Those bastards dare to look down on me so much." His subordinates stayed frozen in his office. Not a single one of them had ever seen their leader this angry. In Kusagakure, a council meeting was ongoing just like in Konoha. While they were careful, the meeting was a joyous one. Hiroshi said, "According to Ryoichi's reports, the Konoha army will finally engage the remaining rebels today. Iwagakure's forces haven't made any moves." A smile appeared on his face as he announced, "The war will finally be over." Relief spread through the council room. Though it had cost them a lot, their internal war would finally end. However, before they could celebrate, an Anbu ninja broke into the room, attracting everyone's attention. His breathing was very rough, and even though he was wearing a mask, everyone could sense that he seemed afraid. The council immediately raised their guard. Hiroshi asked, "What's the matter?" The Anbu ninja reported, Hiroshi-sama, we have just received information." Seeing how terrified the Anbu ninja seemed, Hiroshi frowned. He asked with an ugly face, "Did Iwagakure make a move?" The Anbu ninja took deep breaths as he answered, "No, Iwagakure isn't involved. The news is from the Land of Rice." His words confused the council. Before they could guess, the Anbu ninja exclaimed loudly, "Konoha has set fire to the Land of Rice. Otogakure is completely destroyed. Orochimaru is believed to be on the run." Without an exception, the pupils of every council member dilated and their eyes widened. Konoha had just been attacked by the combined forces of Tsunagakure and Otogakure. Kusagakure had successfully diverted the army Konoha raised into the Land of Grass and kept them occupied. They couldn't believe that Konoha had the manpower to do something so ridiculous. One of the council members asked in disbelief, "Do you mean that Konoha sent another army to the Land of Grass secretly while fighting a war here?" To the council's surprise, the Anbu ninja shook his head and answered loudly, "No, it wasn't another army. It was none other than Suzuki Fujin, the spectral swordsman." I'm aware that Otogakure wasn't a village. I'll cover it in the next chapter. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil Sarvesh 8 at OKS Buy. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Evely, David, Travis, Kida, Allen, Mateo, Madara, Tathagata, Tathada, Uger, Aiden, Bookworm, Lind, RGA, ITGT12, Kaito, Mustafa, and Emmanuel for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 780, Konoha's Outrageous Move. Chapter 786 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Thick smoke rose into the sky as four figures moved swiftly through burning rice fields. Waves of flames had devoured the entire landscape in every direction around them, casting an orange glow. The figures weren't fazed by the rampant destruction caused by an intense battle, and instead had something else on their mind. The lady leading the squad muttered, "Suzuki Fujin, what a crazy man!" There was no hate or disgust in her voice. It was just plain disbelief. She still struggled to digest all that she had experienced recently. However, her words alarmed her followers, who quickly whispered, "Konomi-sama, not so loudly! Someone might hear us!" Konomi snorted, "Even if they do, what'll they do? Report us to the commander?" The three Junins accompanying her were left speechless. Neither could figure out any reply, as they too were left flabbergasted by the events in the last 1.5 weeks. Just like Konomi, they struggled to believe it was real, despite having witnessed everything. What Fujin had done in the Land of Grass was shocking in itself. From outrageously capturing the ninjas of their ally to authoritatively destroying an enemy base without a single casualty, it left an impact on the minds of the Konoha ninjas. However, instead of pressing on the advantage, Fujin made an extremely strange move. Only the Hoka and Illumi divisions moved forward to continue the mission. As for Konomi's division, Fujin took command and led them in the opposite direction. The Konoha ninjas speculated that Fujin might be pulling off some maneuver to catch the enemy off guard. To their surprise, Fujin led them back into the Land of Fire. They traveled for 2 days, taking adequate rest during their journey, unlike their rush to the Land of Grass. When they finally arrived at their destination, the entire army was left speechless upon realizing they had traveled to the opposite end of the Land of Fire and reached the Land of Rice, which was under Orochimaru's control. However, there was something that shocked them even more. Perhaps more than shocked, weirded out would be a better way to describe it. They had just traveled across the width of the Land of Grass, which was on high alert due to Fujin's outrageous actions, and the Land of Fire, which was on guard due to the recent attack. Yet, they didn't encounter a single human on their journey. Konomi recalled, "If that wasn't strange enough, then the events in this country have been even more crazy." Sigh, I don't even know what I should call it. Strange? Weird? Crazy? Outrageous? I don't even know. But I shouldn't have wished for that. Konomi let out an exhausted sigh. Her division reached the Land of Rice 6 days ago. Needless to say, everyone understood that it was Konoha's retaliation. However, Otogakure wasn't a village in the traditional sense. Instead, it was made up of a vast number of hidden bases throughout the Land of Rice. Except for Orochimaru, no one knew how many bases existed in the Land of Rice. Even his closest subordinates were unaware of a few. Luckily, Konoha excelled in gathering intelligence, and Fujin had a jutsu that was perfect to detect people hiding in secret bases. Fujin led the initial investigation to find a few of the bases. Needless to say, it was just a cover-up for his space-time sensing technique. Once a few bases were discovered, the Yamanaka ninjas read the memories of the Otogakure ninjas to find other bases. While no one knew the locations of all bases, the leaders of bases generally knew the location of a few other bases where they had been earlier. Fujin took a step back and let the army do its thing. With Fujin having little interest in fighting the weaker ninjas, Konomi was given the honor of leading Konoha's attack. As someone who wanted an opportunity to contribute and make a name for herself, Konomi was overjoyed when Fujin asked her to lead. However, her enthusiasm started fading away pretty quickly as they kept on finding new bases. The number far exceeded anyone's guess. In a mere 6 days, they had destroyed 184 Otogakure bases. Konomi thought tiredly, "Even though we found so many hidden bases, most of them were abandoned. The ones who were occupied didn't have a single elite Junin. The number of Junin-level ninjas can be counted with a single hand, too. In the end, I just did the grunt work." Konomi couldn't help but complain about the injustice in her heart. Even though she performed excellently, it didn't add much to her reputation. As an elite Junin, she was expected to do what she did with ease. Unfortunately, she didn't have anyone to voice her thoughts to. She could only find solace in the fact that she obtained plenty of experience in leading a division. In addition, being the general whose divisions slaughtered the forces of a traitor like Orochimaru was a unique reputation in itself. After all, even though most of the bases were empty, they still killed 769 Otogakure ninjas. Konomi thought, combined with their losses during the attack, I doubt they can even be called a hidden village anymore. And we accomplished all this at the cost of just 3 unfortunate genins who fell to the innumerable traps. Sigh. This wasn't a war, it was a massacre. To think that Orochimaru would someday have to experience something like this. Not to mention, Konomi's group finally reached their destination and looked around. The stench of burning flesh filled the air as several dead bodies were burning. Their gaze landed on an Otogakure ninja who was in terrible shape. His left leg had been cut off clean from his thigh, and injuries riddled his body. He didn't even register the appearance of Konomi's group, instead staring hatefully at the 5 little demons who reduced him to this state. Konomi's eyes twitched as she thought, I didn't even know they existed before this. To think that Fujin has already taken some disciples and that his disciples are already this fearsome. Not only are they exceptionally strong for their age, they are completely ruthless. It almost brings back the memories of when I saw the Root Ninjas in action. In Kusagakure, the council was still in shock. They couldn't make any sense of the situation. One of the members asked, What do you mean? Isn't Suzuki Fujin dealing with the rebels? Another added, He should be. Ryoichi reported that he met Suzuki Fujin a few days ago. So, how could he be in the land of rice? Everyone stared at the Anbu ninja in confusion. He replied, I don't know. However, it isn't just him. Apparently, one of the 3 divisions is with him too. We don't know how they reached there. The council fell deep in thought. Hiroshi wondered, did they come to the land of grass with only 2 divisions? He thought for a bit before dismissing that idea. No, that's not it. There were definitely 3 divisions here. All of our ninjas who were captured said so. In fact, he must have purposefully shown them to our ninjas so that the news would leak and everyone would believe it. So, how did an entire division move out of the country? Did they employ the same tactic again? But there are no reports of any missing ninjas this time. Even if I assume he bribed the ones who spotted them, there is no way everyone would keep quiet. So, what could it be? His eyes suddenly widened as he recalled something. He muttered, The siege of Midorino. Huh? The council members were surprised by the sudden words uttered by their leader. They began wondering what Hiroshi was thinking about. Suddenly, the eyes of a few council members widened while the rest were still clueless. Hiroshi muttered, Suzuki Fujin? What a fearsome individual. We were completely fooled. Hiroshi didn't look at any of the council members while he spoke. Instead, he appeared to be lost in thoughts. He muttered, Suzuki Fujin's request of sending our army to stop the rebels from hiding in the land of grass wasn't out of goodwill in his heart, nor was it a trap set for us. No, he merely wanted to disrupt our forces and divert them temporarily. Shock appeared on the faces of nearly every council member as Hiroshi continued. When we moved our ninjas, it opened up several gaps in our defenses. We didn't care as the Konoha army was within our borders and attacking us would be equivalent to humiliating them. In addition, none of the gaps were leading to our village. However, Fujin used those openings to lead a division out undetected. He must have cooperated with Konoha ninjas in the Land of Fire to ensure they could continue traveling in secrecy. So, when the whole world believed that he was here hunting down the rebels, he'd be secretly eliminating Orochimaru's forces. Silence spread through the council room. If Hiroshi's words were true, Konoha's actions were too outrageous. There was no doubt that the entire ninja world would be in a state of shock and disbelief. One said in confusion, However, isn't that too risky? What if Iwagakure had attacked? Wouldn't Konoha's army be destroyed without the spectral swordsman leading them? Hiroshi shook his head and said, It means that they were sure that Iwagakure wouldn't make a move. Either that, or they have a different arrangement to take care of Iwagakure in case they attack. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil Sarvesh8 at OKSBI. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, B. Joel, Alan, MG, Leandro, Andrew Nathan, Jose, Erwin, and Ethan for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 781. Pity. Chapter 787 of Naruto. The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Hiroshi shook his head and said, "It means they were sure Iwagakure wouldn't make a move. Either that, or they have a different arrangement to take care of Iwagakure in case they attack." Kusagakure's council members glanced at each other, confirming that they weren't the only ones having such a hard time believing it. Even so, no one had any point to disprove their leader's words. In mere seconds, they experienced a range of emotions. Strangely, the last emotion they felt was relief. Indeed, they were relieved that they took this opportunity to mend their relationship with Fujin. A large-scale war wasn't the appropriate place to test his students, so Fujin had kept them out of the attack on the base of Kusagakure rebels. He didn't want to see any of them die to a stray kunai or shuriken. On the contrary, the smaller bases in the Land of Rice presented a perfect opportunity to give them some experience. Under Bunjiro and Fujin's careful watch, they participated in almost every battle and killed at least a dozen Otogakure ninjas each. Thanks to the time they spent under Danzo's care, Fujin didn't need to worry about them adjusting to killing like Renjiro once did with his squad. On the battlefield, his 5 students were like fish released into the sea. The Oto ninja hatefully said, "You cursed brats. Orochimaru-sama wouldn't spare you. You may think you have won, but he will avenge us. Ha ha! Leave the rest of your miserable life in the fear of not knowing when Orochimaru-sama will strike you." Despite his threatening tone, there wasn't a hint of fear on the faces of Fujin's students. Instead, Yuji teased, "You sure have a lot of confidence in your boss. It's almost as if we didn't destroy his main base." Yuji's taunt sent the Otogakure's ninja's rage through the roof. He wanted to respond, but no words formed in his mouth. After all, what Yuji said was true. Memories surfaced in the Otogakure ninja's mind. A few hours ago, he was at the main base where Orochimaru handled matters related to Otogakure. Of course, due to the wounds inflicted by Hiruzen, Orochimaru was more focused on nursing his injuries instead of managing the hidden village. Even though Fujin had killed Kabuto and sealed his Edo Tensei, Orochimaru still had quite a few capable medical ninjas who were working round the clock to heal him. Granted, they were a considerable distance away from Kabuto's level. Despite not attaching himself to any subordinate, Orochimaru felt his absence. The Otogakure ninja expected Orochimaru to stay there until his condition stabilized, but he recalled the change in Orochimaru's expression when he learnt that the Konoha army led by Suzuki Fujin had found their main base. Without a moment's hesitation, Orochimaru decided to abandon the base. He escaped with some of his subordinates while sending the rest in a different direction to divert the attention of Konoha ninjas. The tactic successfully threw Fujin off his tail, but raised doubts about Orochimaru's capabilities in the hearts of his followers. His godlike image fell considerably. Seeing the hesitant expression on the face of the Otogakure ninja, Yuji grinned and continued, "How about you stop dreaming and tell us where your leader ran away like a scared little girl?" "I'll see." Sayaka interrupted him. "That's enough playing around. Focus on the mission." Needless to say, they had no reason to trust his words. On the other hand, his memories wouldn't tell any lies. Just as they stepped close to him to knock him out, a grin appeared on his face, alarming Fujin's students. The Otogakure ninja thought, "It is exactly as Orochimaru-sama said. You want to read my memories? Ha! Be my guest!" At the next moment, he exploded. It wasn't a simple explosion from explosive tags. Instead, Orochimaru inscribed several explosive tags on him before he escaped. His body blew up from the inside out, destroying his brain in the process. No one could read the memories from his brain any longer. Shoma muttered nervously, "That was scary. He almost got us." Hikari agreed. "Yes, if Sensei hadn't taught us to flicker without hand seals, we'd be dead." Takeshi muttered, "That was surprising. I didn't feel any explosive tags on him." There weren't any. Instead, the seals were inscribed on his body directly. The 5 kids turned their heads and saw Fujin standing right behind them. Sayaka sighed and muttered, "We failed. He looked like the main guy they left behind. He must have had some information about Orochimaru's movements, which is why he exploded himself. Fujin nodded and said, "Never forget this. When you are on the battlefield, be it in an all-out war or a rank D mission, never look down on your opponent. Never gloat and never become overconfident. If you had focused on knocking him out instead of humiliating him, you would have succeeded." They immediately became dejected. Despite doing so well in the last 5 days, they messed up at the very end. The Konoha army had compiled a large amount of information from several clues obtained by reading the memories of hundreds of ninjas to find the location of the main base. It wasn't an easy task. Had they succeeded in eliminating Orochimaru, it would have been a major accomplishment. Unfortunately, Orochimaru had escaped and Konoha no longer had any leads. Yuji sincerely said, "Sorry, sensei. It was my mistake." Bunjiro, who was nearby, thought, well, killing Orochimaru was extremely unlikely anyway, so it wasn't exactly a huge mistake. Destroying all his bases and forcing him out of the Land of Rice are huge achievements by themselves. The revenge for the attack on our village can be considered complete. Konomi and her subordinates had the same thought. To their surprise, Fujin bluntly said, "It was." Konomi's eyes twitched as she thought, does he need to be so harsh? That boy is barely 10 years old. All of them did splendidly in the battle. Besides, it's obvious that he was planning to blow himself up. He was just waiting for the right moment. Without a powerful genjutsu or a good surprise attack, it was impossible to capture him alive. Even then, Orochimaru wouldn't leave such a vulnerability behind. Fujin continued. However, there are a few other means that you still need to be aware of. Fujin's students were confused and glanced at their sensei. However, Fujin had already disappeared. They quickly turned their gaze towards the spot of the explosion, where Fujin was standing next to the remains of the Otogakure ninja. To their surprise, chakra flowed through Fujin's right palm and he made a grabbing gesture. "What is that?" Takeshi muttered unsurely. Like others, he had noticed Fujin making a grabbing gesture, but it looked like Fujin merely grabbed air. However, Takeshi could see something else. It wasn't clear, but it felt like Fujin was holding something. Fujin asked in surprise, "Can you see it?" Takeshi answered, "Not clearly. It's just that it feels thicker than just air or winds. A bit like mist, but not that either." His words surprised his fellow students, who inquired, "What do you mean?" Takeshi wasn't sure, but Fujin said, "It looks like you have some talent in the yin release. Either that or the rest of you have been slacking off in yin and yang manipulation training." Fujin gazed at the other four, who shivered involuntarily. Hikari quickly said, "I'm sure it's Takeshi's talent, sensei." Yuji immediately added, "She's correct. We didn't slack off, sensei." Fujin said, "Well, to be sure, I'll be doubling your training in this aspect so that the four of you can catch up to Takeshi." Bunjiro and Konomi watched speechlessly as Fujin's remaining 4 students looked at Takeshi with eyes full of complaints. Needless to say, none of them dared to voice their complaints. They were sure Fujin would triple it if they did so. Takeshi sighed in relief internally, thinking that he was safe. Unfortunately for him, Fujin continued, "Just in case they haven't been slacking and you're just talented, your training will be doubled too, Takeshi. After all, it'd be embarrassing if others catch up with you in the aspects you're talented in, right?" It was Takeshi's turn to suffer. The poor boy could only nod obediently, no matter how unwilling he was. His fellow students watched his misery with glee. While they were going to suffer, it definitely felt better when all of them suffered together. Konomi's eyes twitched as she realized, no wonder they're so strong. Fujin explained, "Anyway, what I'm holding is this ninja's soul. This is an application of a technique created by Lord Second and later improved by Kato Dan. Though it's a bit tricky and very dangerous, this technique can be used to read memories too. Fortunately, the soul takes some time to depart after the body dies." Fujin began reading his memories directly from his soul, while others observed with a deadpan expression. The same thought ran through their minds. So, even though he destroyed his brain, it was a useless sacrifice? The Otogakure ninja could have never expected that his remains would be looked at with pity by the very same Konoha ninjas he tried to kill. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patilsarvesh 8 OKSBY can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Slothy, Benjamin, 668835, Happy Feppy W, Brian, Iki Irwin, Mike, and Scott for supporting me on Patreon. Thank you Mahesh for supporting me through UPI. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 782. Annexing the Land of Rice. Chapter 788 of Naruto the Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Is everything alright, Orochimaru-sama? While Fujin read the memories of the Otogakure ninja, Orochimaru's group was focused on running away. However, Kimimaro noticed a sudden change in Orochimaru's expression. Orochimaru answered, "The group we left behind was eliminated." The mood of the group dulled a bit. In the last few days, their forces had suffered extensively. Not only was the attack unexpected, but Konoha ninjas hadn't shown a shred of mercy during their operation. Kimimaro said, "It doesn't matter. As long as you can recover, we will rise again, Orochimaru-sama." Orochimaru thought, "I couldn't care less of those useless fools. They served their purpose by securing my escape route. However, why hasn't Manda been responding to my summons? I can't summon any snakes at all. Did something happen to the Ryuchi cave, or is this also the consequence of Sensei's blow?" Amachi, the medical ninja who tried healing Orochimaru, agreed. "He is correct, Orochimaru-sama. Though our forces here were destroyed, the true foundation of Otogakure is you. And Konoha can only dream of killing you. Besides..." A smirk appeared on his face as he said, "We finally have a lead about Tsunade." "Not bad. You have come a long way. I didn't think you'd last so long against me, or be able to injure me," Kagero said with a hint of surprise and respect in his voice. A large cut could be seen across his left cheek, almost exposing his teeth. His right arm was bleeding as well. Facing him, Illumi wasn't in a good state either. His breathing was much rougher. Several cuts had opened up on his body while his left arm had been electrocuted not too long ago. Kagero added, "No matter. Even if I can't kill you myself, I'll do it soon. Once Tsuchiro is done with the Hyuga boy, it'll be your turn." Illumi chuckled and said, "You seem to have made a miscalculation." Kagero shook his head and said, "It's because you Konoha ninjas are too arrogant. If your commander had made a move, we'd have been wiped out by now. However, he thinks it's beneath him to fight us. Of course, if he makes a move now, then it'll still be the same result. Even if I kill you, it likely wouldn't change the result of this war. However..." Illumi cut him off and said, "No, you seem to have miscalculated who the weaker general is." "Huh?" A frown appeared on Kagero's face. Suddenly, his eyes widened and he quickly turned around and shot sharp water jets. To his shock, the person moving towards him was none other than Hoka. He thought, he dealt with Tsuchiro so quickly? Fuck, that's what Illumi meant. Unlike Illumi and Konomi, Hoka wasn't an elite Junin officially. Hence, Kagero expected him to be the weakest of the three generals and assumed that he was only given the position due to his closeness to Fujin and Renjiro. As such, he wanted Tsuchiro to kill him while he would kill one of the other two. He knew they would still lose, but killing two of Konoha's generals would send a message throughout the Land of Grass, which was Kagero's goal. Unfortunately, he made a small miscalculation, as Illumi said. Hoka dodged the water jets and said, "You're in my range." 8 trigrams, 64 palms technique. Kagero cursed. "Shit, I can't fight him in close range." Chakra gathered around his hands and transformed into winds. However, before he could do anything, a tree appeared under him and trapped him once again. He immediately disrupted his chakra, but that short delay was all Hoka needed. Fujin clenched his fist, crushing the Otogakure ninja's weakening soul and sending him into the afterlife. Konomi asked, "Did you find the path Orochimaru took, Commander?" Fujin replied, "He said he was heading into a base he has in the southern parts of the Land of Hot Water." Bunjiro, Fujin's students, and the other Konoha ninjas around Fujin were surprised. They didn't expect him to find a clue. Only Konomi was slightly doubtful. Even so, she said, "That's good, I'll reorganize the army and we'll head there right away." However, Fujin shook his head and said, "Don't bother." Sayaka asked in confusion, "Why not, Sensei?" Fujin chuckled and asked, "If you are running away from an enemy that can easily kill you, would you tell everyone where you are heading?" Sayaka blushed due to overlooking something so simple. She said, "I didn't think of that. I wouldn't do that. Orochimaru should have given him wrong information to mislead us or to lure us into some trap. Fujin nodded and said, whatever it isn't worth the effort to look into. Konomi agreed with Fujin's analysis. She asked, does it mean this operation is finally over? Fujin answered, almost. Did you dispatch forces to investigate the area I ordered? Konomi nodded and answered, yes. Our forces seem to have discovered some traces, but didn't find anyone. Fujin replied, good. I'll look into it myself. What about the daimyo of the Land of Rice? Did he respond? Konomi answered, yes, he agreed to all our demands. He even expressed eagerness to meet you. Needless to say, the daimyo had abandoned the country and escaped once Orochimaru took over the Land of Rice. While he respected the samurais, he had no confidence in their strength to protect him from Orochimaru. While killing a daimyo would result in other daimyos exerting their influence on the hidden villages to take action against the culprit, he didn't think Orochimaru would care about being hunted down. With Orochimaru continuously strengthening his hold over the country, he had completely given hope. However, Fujin's sudden operation ignited his hopes. He was still suspicious of Konoha's plans, but when he received a scroll from Fujin, he agreed to all the conditions without a second's hesitation. Yuji giggled and mischievously asked, will we take over the Land of Rice? His giggles were stifled when all the senior ninjas stared at him. He wondered, why are they staring at me like that? Bunjiro coughed and said, Yuji, you should never say things like that openly. If someone hears them, it can create several diplomatic issues. Not wanting to attract unrequired trouble, Yuji obediently nodded. However, everyone was left speechless when Fujin said, don't worry, I had the same idea. The gazes transferred from Yuji to Fujin as the Konoha ninjas cried in their hearts, even if you have that idea, don't say it out loud. Fujin sighed and added, unfortunately, Shikaku-san opposed the idea as it'll cut through some important routes. Konomi thought, yeah, it'll cut off the path between the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning, meaning the two villages will focus all their strength on Konoha. It would make things too disadvantageous for us. She asked, will you meet with the daimyo? Fujin answered, no, ask the village to send a diplomatic team. I'll handle those pests now. He did what? Much like the rest of the world, the Konoha Council was shocked by the sudden change of events. Except for Shikaku, not a single one was aware of Fujin's actions in the Land of Rice. In fact, they were all under the impression that he was leading Konoha's army in the Land of Grass. Homura asked in a worried tone, if Fujin is the Land of Rice, then who is deterring Iwagakure in the Land of Grass? Shikaku replied, I calculated that the third Tsuchikage wouldn't make a move unprovoked. Besides, the outrageous nature of this move is a deterrent in itself. Everyone in the council agreed. The move was so strange and outrageous that it would force anyone to analyze it a dozen times before making a move. And the more they explore, the more misconceptions they will develop. It was exactly what Onoki felt. The more he thought, the more nefarious schemes he discovered, even though there were none. After all, who would believe a village led by the likes of Hiruzen and Danzo wouldn't have hundreds of dark schemes running continuously? Their work, along with what their sensei did, had left so many scars on the enemies of Konoha that they would look at it suspiciously, even if a saint led it for a decade. Hiromasa sighed and muttered, as expected of you, Shikaku. Your mind always amazes me. Shikaku chuckled and said, this one wasn't my idea. Fujin suggested it. I just gave the permission. His words once again surprised the council. Inoichi thoughtfully said, if that's the case, then he is quite good at strategizing. Shikaku nodded. Yes. His strategic acumen is very high. He is a natural at discovering paths that would either benefit the village or be very painful for our enemies. The only issue is that the ideas he has are generally very high risk in nature. However, they also have high rewards, which makes them acceptable if pulled off right, like in this case. Next chapter, Chaos in the Midworld. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil Sarvash8 at OKSBI. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Slade. Gilberto, Raven, Luan, Mike, Scott, Rude Arnley, Jamins, and Panagiotis for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 783, Chaos in the Ninja World. Chapter 789 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. And Happy New Year, everyone. Have fun, but stay safe. I hope you have a prosperous and fun 2025. Also, good luck with your New Year resolution. Everyone understood Shikaku's words. While Fujin's sudden decision to attack the Land of Rice was very good, it had several pitfalls. Any one of them could force Konoha into a difficult position. The first pitfall was information. Konoha's army was vulnerable in the Land of Grass, as a far stronger Iwagakure army stood close to their location. So it was important that no one knew about Fujin's maneuver and the fact that he was in the Land of Rice. Considering that even Konoha's council was in the dark, Fujin did a very good job at it. The second pitfall was the Otogakure forces. Fujin had to ensure that they were wiped out. If he failed to eliminate enough bases or kill enough ninjas, or if his forces were repelled by their resistance, it would be a huge blow to Konoha's reputation. Instead of deterring their enemies, the failure would embolden them. The worst-case scenario would be if Konoha's forces were embroiled in a complicated war in the Land of Rice. If they had been forced to send reinforcements, Kumogakure and Iwakure could have decided to take a risk. However, Fujin had pulled it off perfectly, and Onoki had acted as he and Shikaku predicted. Hence, Konoha could now enjoy the rewards of the outrageous move. Destroying Otogakure had far-reaching implications. Nearly all of them were beneficial for Konoha. The only real downside was that the other villages would be more wary of Konoha in the next Great War. However, that was rather ordinary for Konoha, and it changed nothing. Even without this incident, the council made plans to deal with all four great illages, while cooperating with the minor villages. The absence of a hostile minor village on their border made this planning easier. The council immediately began preparing for the aftermath of the two operations. They formed a diplomatic team and dispatched them to the Land of Rice. While Konoha wouldn't annex the Land of Rice, the daimyo would be forever indebted to Konoha and Fujin. The council wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. In the coming days, the Land of Rice would be subservient to the Land of Fire, almost akin to a vassal state. While the Konoha Council became busy making that a reality, Kumogakure ninjas set up a camp on the northern coast of the Land of Hot Water. In a tent, Darui worriedly asked, "How many ninjas have returned?" Samui answered, "So far, only 36 have returned. The remaining 294 should be on their way." C advised, "We just sent the order. It'll take some time." Darui muttered, "I know. It's just that I have a bad feeling." When Konoha's forces moved into the Land of Grass, Ai intensified his efforts in the Land of Rice. He believed that Orochimaru was still loyal to Konoha and wanted to clip their wings by eliminating one of the students of the Third Hokage. As such, he sent over 300 ninjas to investigate the locations of their bases. He also dispatched the Darui's team along with Yugito to oversee the operation and handle the situation in case things heated up. In addition, he was planning to make a move himself once they had concrete information. However, unlike his previous expedition, he planned to let B stay in the village in case Akuro decided to show up once again. However, the presence of Konoha's army caught the Kumogakure leadership off guard. It also raised doubts over their speculation about Orochimaru's loyalties. Ai ordered an immediate retreat of his forces. However, things were concerning for Kumogakure. Their forces had been active in the Land of Rice for over a week, yet they hadn't received a single message about the presence of Konoha ninjas in the Land of Grass. That was a huge cause of worry for Kumogakure. After all, the memories of the missing ninjas and Akuro's actions were still fresh in the minds of Kumogakure citizens. If they suffered more losses with nothing to show for it, chaos would erupt once again, and Ai's position would become even weaker. C was about to reassure Darui when he suddenly became alert. Darui asked, "What did you sense?" C answered, "That's strange. I sensed 11 ninjas heading towards us, and I'm not familiar with any of their chakra signatures. However, one of them feels oddly familiar, but I can't put my finger on who it is." Darui, Samui, and Yugito frowned. Darui said, "Let's check it out." The ninjas immediately flickered. Some distance away, Orochimaru frowned and asked, "Whose chakra field was that?" The censor and his group answered, Orochimaru-sama, I can't sense anyone yet. Orochimaru frowned. That means the censor is better than him. However, who could it be? Is it Konoha? But how could they know I was planning to escape in this direction? No, something's off. The censor suddenly spoke up. Orochimaru-sama, I can sense some chakra signatures. There are 4 running towards us and they all seem strong. They are likely elite Junins. One of them has an especially strong chakra signature. Orochimaru's group was surprised. Had Orochimaru been in a good condition, they wouldn't have cared about such a group. However, they were worried right now. Kimimaro asked, Orochimaru-sama, what do we do? Orochimaru immediately answered, There is no gain in fighting right now. On the contrary, there is a lot to lose. Avoid them. Everyone nodded. They were about to leave when the censor said grimly, Orochimaru-sama, they're already here, and I can sense 36 more ninjas following them, though they aren't that strong. C sensed that Orochimaru's group had stopped moving. Growing suspicious, Darui ordered the group to flicker continuously, catching up with them before they could retreat. Of course, when they landed in front of Orochimaru's group, they were in for a surprise. Darui's eyes widened as he exclaimed, Orochimaru? C asked, What is he doing here? Samui guessed, Did he run here while escaping from Konoha's forces? Yugito chuckled and taunted, You don't look good, Orochimaru. Who'd have thought that one of Konoha's legendary Sannin would see such a day? Hehe. Yugito's taunt was on point. Even though Orochimaru had fooled Fujin's army and successfully escaped, it didn't change the fact that it was extremely humiliating. A month ago, this would have been unthinkable for Orochimaru. Unfortunately, he crossed too many lines, forcing Hiruzen to stop showing mercy. Remembering his state, Orochimaru controlled his temper. However, he knew that he couldn't appear weak. He replied teasingly, I thought I was mistaken earlier, but it looks like I was right. I wonder why so many Kumogakure ninjas are scurrying out of my country. You wouldn't be afraid of the ninja leading Konoha's forces, would you? The expressions of the Kumo ninjas became dark. Much like Yugito's words, Orochimaru's words also held a humiliating truth. Before they could reply, Orochimaru continued, Since we both have issues with Suzuki Fujin, why not collaborate? I know exactly where he is right now. You can reach him if you move immediately. After all, you want justice for hundreds of your missing ninjas, don't you? Darui and the others frowned. They wondered, does Orochimaru know something about that incident? Or is he just throwing mud on Fujin to infuriate us and force a conflict between Konoha and Kumogakure? While Darui and others were sure that Fujin was involved in some way, they weren't sure to what extent he was involved. More importantly, they weren't sure whether Orochimaru knew something or not. Regardless, they didn't have the forces to confront Fujin and the Konoha army in the Land of Grass, so they could only focus on the ones in front of them. C asked softly, What do we do? Darui sighed and whispered, There is only one thing we can do. His expression suddenly became serious as he rapidly weaved hand signs and said loudly, Orochimaru, I'm afraid you will have to stay with us as a guest. Since you know about our missing ninjas, I can't let you go. Storm release laser circus jutsu. While Kumogakure forces confronted Orochimaru, who had unfortunately run straight into them, large areas in the Land of Rice were still burning. In one area that wasn't touched by the flames, 2 individuals stood unbothered by the destruction. One of them muttered, The Konoha ninjas have been scurrying more and more around this area. Can we finally kill them, my man? His partner replied in an annoyed tone, There are too many of them. It'll attract a lot of attention. Not to mention, The 2 immediately jumped away as a few stealthy air bullets landed at their previous location and drilled a few holes in the ground. They turned their heads to see where the bullets were fired from. Their eyes landed on a youngster standing on a branch and looking down at them. A smirk appeared on his face as he muttered, Heh, I didn't think I'd run into Sasori of the Red Sand here. What an honor. If you can, then please support me on Patreon, link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, paddlesarvesh8 at OKSB, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio, subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 784, Chaos in the Ninja World 2. Chapter 790 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Geez, you guys make me doubt my own work and make me recheck. So many comments about CAP 781 being short when it is 1,550 words long, without the AN at the bottom. The comments made me think that I uploaded half a chapter or something. Heh, I didn't think I'd run into Sasori of the Red Sand here. What an honor. Fujin was genuinely happy. He couldn't even hide the glint in his eye. The last time they met, Sasori had given Fujin quite a gift. Fujin had even traded some of it with Hiruzen and got his hands on a very useful rank S-jutsu. Even though he still wasn't very comfortable with handling the other puppets, there was no reason to decline another generous gift. He couldn't help but wonder whether Sasori would give him the legendary puppet of the third Kazekage during their second meeting. A chill passed down Deidara's spine as he shivered involuntarily and wondered, I have never seen such a passionate gaze. Why is he staring at Sasori in such a manner? It's almost as if he found some great treasure. Sasori, despite having changed his body to a puppet, immediately lost his temper. Needless to say, he had already connected the dots when Zetsu reported Fujin's abilities. However, he never imagined that Fujin would look at him in such a brazen manner on their second meeting. There wasn't a hint of doubt in his mind that Fujin wanted to steal more of his puppets. He cursed. It was you, wasn't it, Suzuki Fujin? You are the one who stole my puppets. The Konoha ninjas, who were following Fujin, were dumbfounded. None of them ever imagined that their commander would be accused like this by a rogue ninja. Konomi wondered, what in the hell? He stole puppets from Sasori? Is that even possible? No wonder he is so angry. I can feel his bloodlust. To the surprise of the Konoha ninjas, Fujin immediately replied aggressively, Bullshit. This is the first time I have seen you. Don't try to sully the reputation of Konoha ninjas without any proof. Fujin's words confused the Konoha ninjas. They wondered who was lying. While they would normally believe their commander, they saw no reason for Sasori to make such a ridiculous lie. Even Deidara was confused. He thought, such a passionate response, it almost makes me believe him. However, what was the glint in his eyes earlier? No, Sasori should be the one telling the truth. Still, to steal his puppets, what a lunatic. Unlike the confused fellows, Sasori was even more enraged. Not only had Fujin humiliated him by interfering with his mission, defeating his puppetry and stealing his invaluable puppets, but he also refused to take credit for any of those achievements. For a moment, Sasori wasn't sure what was more humiliating. A dozen puppets suddenly appeared around Sasori, and he said, It doesn't matter whether you lie or not. I'll refine you into my next puppet. Seeing the puppets, the Konoha ninjas became slightly nervous. Sasori may have gone rogue over a decade ago, but his reputation still remained. No one wanted to deal with his countless, unpredictable, and poisonous traps. Thankfully, Fujin ordered, Retreat. I'll handle these two. Don't come close to our battlefield. The Konoha ninjas nodded and immediately retreated. While some were worried for Fujin, the ones who saw him fight in the arena were confident in his abilities. Deidara put his hands in his bag and began eating clay with the mouths on his hands while looking at the retreating ninjas. However, before he could make a move, Sasori said, Let them go. We can't afford any distraction against him. Deidara frowned and asked, Wouldn't it be better if we forced him to protect his weaker allies? Sasori answered, No, he isn't soft like the recent generations of Konoha ninjas. He is as ruthless as their older generations. Sasori moved a few fingers, launching several poisonous needles at Fujin. However, a breeze appeared, blocking them with ease. Soon after, Fujin expelled large amounts of chakra, immediately transforming into winds. Sasori and Deidara retreated while Sasori warned, Don't underestimate him and be careful of those winds. If you enter its range, you'll die. Deidara was surprised. He didn't expect Sasori to control his anger so easily and have such a high opinion of Suzuki Fujin, despite being humiliated seconds ago. While Sasori was undoubtedly angry, he clearly recalled how useless his puppets were against Fujin's technique. It was the first time in his life that he had been defeated so easily. As such, Sasori treated Fujin as his greatest enemy instead of with disdain. The wind domain took form as Fujin moved forward. Several wind blades flew towards Sasori and Deidara as Fujin asked loudly, You wouldn't run away after accusing me? Lava release, melting apparition jutsu. Water release, great waterfall jutsu. On the high seas, two supercharged jutsus clashed. The Mizukage faction ninjas breathed a sigh of relief. They were fighting against the rebel forces when Terumi Mei suddenly appeared on the battlefield and unleashed a massive wave of lava at them. They were completely caught off guard. Fortunately, before the lava could reach them, an equally strong water jutsu stopped it. Mei turned her head and said, "Mangetsu, I didn't expect you to be here." Mangetsu chucked, "Yeah, I was on my way to the main battlefield when I had a feeling that something was off. To think you would appear on this battlefield. If you win here before the main battlefield is settled, you could move these forces to flank our main army. A nasty maneuver indeed." Mei sighed and asked softly, "Why do you keep serving the 4th Mizukage, Mangetsu? His reign has caused nothing but pain to Kirigakure. Join forces with me. Together we could settle the war quickly and end the suffering of our people." Mangetsu grabbed Shibuki and replied, "Not only have you betrayed the village, but you are also trying to convince me to do the same. Why don't you stop this pointless resistance and surrender? It'll bring peace to the country. Besides," a smirk appeared on his face as he asked, "Do you think Lord Forth is that weak?" Mei's expression became dark. She knew very well how strong Yagura was. No one in Kirigakure had the strength to defeat a perfect Jinchuriki. The rebels had avoided him so far. However, they would eventually have to face him to win the civil war. But that was an issue for later. On this sea, Terumi Mei, the strongest ninja in the rebel camp, and Hozuki Mangetsu, the strongest ninja after the 4th Mizukage in the Mizukage faction, faced off in an epic battle. This is all very convenient. I'll eliminate the two of you at the same time. In an inn, Jiraiya faced off against Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame to protect Naruto and Sasuke. Two of the strongest ninjas in Konoha were confronting a pair of Akatsuki members each at the same time. Shit! We're completely outmatched. If this continues, we'll be wiped out. Even Orochimaru-sama could be captured by Kumogakure. If that happens. Kimimaro analyzed grimly as he coughed blood. Darui was extremely strong just by himself, and was supported by two elite Junins. However, it was Yugito who made Orochimaru's subordinates feel helpless. A near-perfect Jinchuriki was too strong for them. Even at his peak, Orochimaru wouldn't take her lightly. To make matters worse, 36 more Kumogakure ninjas had joined in the battle. While they lacked in strength, they took away the numerical advantage of Orochimaru's subordinates and put them at a heavy disadvantage even in this aspect. In just a couple of minutes, 4 of Orochimaru's subordinates had sacrificed their lives. Dance of the Seedling Fern. Kimimaro dug his right arm into the ground and sprouted a bone forest around him. Thousands of blades of bones rose from the ground, piercing several Kumogakure ninjas. Due to her massive form, even the cloak around Yugito was pierced. Kimimaro huffed as he said, "I'll stall them, Orochimaru-sama. You must escape." Orochimaru immediately left with the rest of his subordinates. Had Kimimaro been in good condition, there was some hope of him making it out alive. Unfortunately, his condition had only worsened after Rasa's final blow. Even without this battle, he didn't have much time left to live. Orochimaru could only sigh at how rapidly he kept losing his most reliable subordinates. Kabuto, Guren, and the Sound Four all had died due to his plans of attacking Konoha, and now Kimimaro was about to join them. How did we go from hunting that snake to fighting this monster? My art has no effect on him. The birds just explode whenever they enter those winds. Even the shockwaves of the explosions don't reach him. I suspect that he might repel even the C4 Karura. Deidara sighed helplessly. Latest chapter, the most valuable resource. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link w.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Padelsarvesh8 at OKSBI. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Silverleaves Fall and Derek for supporting me on Patreon. Thank you Parthiban for supporting me through UPI. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 785, Chaos in the Ninja World 3. Chapter 791 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Deidara was feeling helpless and annoyed at Fujin's wind domain. He couldn't help but recall the events that landed him in this situation. He and Sasori were looking for Orochimaru to eliminate him at Nagato's orders. They successfully found his main base even before Konoha's forces located it. However, they were misled just like Konoha's forces by Orochimaru's little scheme. Since they weren't as good as the Konoha ninjas at tracking, their speed was slower. Before they could find the sacrificial unit, the place was swamped by Konoha ninjas, trapping them in the area too. As they had no reason to kill hundreds of Konoha ninjas and attract unneeded attention, they stayed hidden. Under normal circumstances, Konoha ninjas wouldn't have found them. Unfortunately for them, the army was led by none other than Fujin, who found it peculiar that the Konoha ninjas couldn't spot the two disturbances in space that he was feeling with his space-time sensing technique. In the few minutes they clashed, Sasori ensured that his chakra threads didn't enter the wind domain, allowing him to keep control of his puppets. Unfortunately, it was almost impossible to hit Fujin from 50 meters away. Any surprising traps in his puppets would be just too slow to reach him. Not to mention, the winds would just knock off all of his attacks. Even poisonous gases were contained by the winds. On the contrary, Fujin destroyed the dozen puppets Sasori controlled. That said, it wasn't as if Sasori didn't have any gains. As for Deidara, he went through half of his explosive clay to get a feel of the wind domain. While they gained some intel, they failed to inflict a single scratch on Fujin. However, intelligence was a crucial aspect in ninja battles. While Deidara was still too young and inexperienced, Sasori's analytical mind quickly calculated ways to counter the absurd jutsu. He thought, what a remarkable control over the winds. I have never seen anyone even remotely close to this level of mastery in wind manipulation. At first glance, this technique is completely invincible. However, every technique has weaknesses. His weakness should be Pain's and Kasame's ability to absorb chakra. Unfortunately, neither is here. Luckily, there are still several other shortcomings. Even though the technique is very strong, it severely restricts his movement. He can't move the wind domain along with him at a fast speed. Otherwise, we would already be trapped inside it. In addition, the wind domain doesn't extend into the ground for obvious reasons. So, he can't counter underground attacks that easily. However, Zetsu said that he also displayed the ability to fly. He could avoid underground attacks that way, but it would increase his chakra consumption, which is another weakness of this jutsu. Even though it looks like the dome is entirely made of winds, it contains a large amount of his chakra which he uses to control the winds. While my poisons and weapons have no effect on it, Deidara's explosions have consumed a decent amount of that chakra. Unfortunately, Deidara will run out of clay as well as chakra long before Fujin shows any signs of exhaustion. However, we could employ this tactic when we have a significant numerical advantage. Fujin knew Sasori and Deidara were analyzing his technique. It was very much expected, and one of the main reasons why Fujin kept most of his techniques a secret. However, this time he didn't mind it. He thought, interesting. I wonder if he can find any counters. That'll be the way for me to improve this jutsu further and take it as close to perfect as a jutsu can be. Unlike his other techniques, the wind domain was going to be Fujin's core technique. Though he hasn't used it too many times publicly, he absolutely intended to do so whenever he faced strong opponents. It showed his confidence in the technique. Even if all its secrets were leaked, Fujin was confident that no one could break it. Of course, nothing was perfect. Every technique would have some shortcomings, especially a newly created technique like the wind domain. Thankfully, several capable individuals were willing to help him improve the technique. Hence, Fujin was looking forward to seeing how far he could perfect this creation of his. Sasori grabbed a different scroll and opened it, summoning the puppet of the third Kazekage. At the same time, he said, "Deidara, leave him to me. You hunt down those Konoha ninjas who escaped. Blow up as many as you can." Deidara was surprised, but had no reason to decline to do the one thing he enjoyed. His hands began eating more clay as it replied with a grin, "Leave it to me." At the same time, winds became chaotic within the wind domain. Fujin sighed and exclaimed, "The third Kazekage. To think that you were the trigger that started the third great ninja war. I wonder what Tsunagakure would think when they learn the truth." Sasori didn't react to Fujin's provocations while Deidara created a large clay bird and jumped on its back. Large amounts of iron dust rose around the third Kazakage's puppet, while Deidara flew towards the Konoha ninjas. Sasori said, "Now, let me see how strong Konoha's spectral swordsman is." Fujin paid no attention to his words. Instead, he noticed something else. He thought, not bad. He blocked my sight with that iron dust while secretly sending 2 puppets underground. Sk. That's troublesome. Fujin didn't show any reaction to this sneaky move and instead replied, "It's a good tactic. Unfortunately for you, Orochimaru gave me some good tips to improve my technique some time ago." The winds inside the domain finally settled and took Fujin's shape. Fujin used 1/3 of the wind domain's chakra to create a wind clone. At the same time, 1/6 of the wind domain's chakra manipulated some winds to create a cloak around Fujin's main body. In the blink of an eye, Fujin consumed half of his wind domain. The changes surprised Sasori. Before he could react, strong winds blasted behind Fujin's wind clone as he disappeared from the domain. Deidara's instincts warned him as he turned his head back. His eyes widened as he cursed, "What the fuck is that?" The clay bird quickly flapped its wings, taking Deidara to a higher altitude and barely dodging the wind current heading towards him. To Deidara's surprise, the wind stopped and he saw Fujin's wind clone. The wind clone smiled and said, "We've just met, Deidara. Why are you in such a hurry to leave your new friend behind?" Deidara frowned and cursed. "Who's your friend, bastard?" Fujin's clone replied with a smile. "Me, of course. When the old Onoki heard that you went rogue, he went berserk and sent Roshi and Kitsuchi to bring you back. I was the one who stalled them so that you could enjoy your freedom. Yet not only did you not say thank you, but you also tried to run away after attacking me. Sigh, why are you so ungrateful?" The clone's voice became sorrowful towards the end. Deidara's eyes twitched as he was left dumbfounded by the clone's words. For a moment, he couldn't even form proper thoughts. That's how absurd Fujin's clone was. Deidara finally wondered, what in the hell? He stopped that geezer from coming after me? But what's his connection? Isn't he from Konoha? Why would that geezer listen to his words? Fujin's wind clone chuckled internally at Deidara's expressions. Being younger than even Fujin, Deidara wasn't as good at hiding his emotions as the older ninjas. Needless to say, the clone was spouting this nonsense just to waste some time. While the wind clone was very strong and could bully weaker ninjas and even force Junins to retreat, Deidara was in a whole different league. Killing him with just the clone that contained around 5% of Fujin's chakra was highly unrealistic. Fujin just wanted to waste Deidara's time, chakra and clay while he dealt with the bigger and the generous threat. While several high-profile battles happened simultaneously around the world, the rebels were wiped out quickly following the deaths of their leaders in the Land of Grass. Kagero, his students, and Tsuchiro were all dead. Several ninjas tried to run away, but it was a hopeless prospect due to the Hyuga and the Aburame ninjas. Not a single one made it out alive. The only survivors were among the ninjas who had been dispatched earlier to set traps and fake routes for the Konoha ninjas. While Konoha killed several of them, 36 still remained. However, it didn't have anything to do with the Konoha forces. They had already fulfilled their mission requirements. After storing the bodies of the rebel leaders, they quickly retreated. Now that Iwagakure was aware that Fujin was not present in the Land of Grass, the risk increased several times and they had no intention to wait and find out what decision Iwagakure would make. Renjiro sent a few squads to Kusagakure to deliver the bodies and report the success, while the remaining army moved towards the Land of Fire. Ryoichi retreated with the Kusagakure army as well and returned to his village. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Piddleservice8 at OKSBI. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you John, Faisal, Cypher, Samson, Chandev, Woad is Aim, Re, Udin, Serge, and Simply F for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 786. That is Art. Chapter 792 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Magnet Release Iron Sand Gathering Assault Jutsu. Sasori controlled the third Kazekage's puppet and unleashed enormous amounts of iron sand, transforming them into highly dense shapes and launching them at Fujin. Fujin looked at the weapons and thought, not bad. The dense nature of these blocks means that there isn't much my wind jutsus can do against it. Even though the Accium jutsus can poke a few holes, it wouldn't be much help. Oh well. Massive palms appeared in the wind domain and grabbed the iron objects, stopping them. Under normal circumstances, Fujin wouldn't have any issue sending such objects back at the enemy, but magnet release meant that the third Kazekage's puppet had a greater influence on the iron objects than Fujin's wind domain. Sasori looked at the ghost palms and analyzed, so he can also do this? No matter, I can already see a weakness in his technique. His fingers moved slightly. The large iron objects disintegrated into small particles once again. The sudden loss in density caused the ghost palms to tighten into fists, while almost all the iron sand escaped into the wind domain. They began moving along the winds, while inching dangerously closer to Fujin. Fujin immediately controlled the winds to throw the smaller iron particles out of his domain. They were much easier to handle than the larger particles. However, he faced another issue. There were too many iron particles. His initial move couldn't get rid of them all. And the third Kazekage's puppet ignored the iron that was blown away and focused entirely on what remained behind. As a result, its control increased considerably, and Fujin couldn't expel it from the wind domain as easily. A frown appeared on Fujin's face as he realized, I didn't think magnet release would pose such a challenge to my wind domain. Although I have thrown out most of the iron sand, he can still exert control over them. Not to mention, it's the few remaining that pose a challenge. If I make a mistake, they could even pierce through my wind cloak. Fujin knew that defense wasn't particularly a strong point of wind domain. After all, it was made of air. What defense could it provide? What made it such a threat was that it could redirect almost all jutsus, and living beings made of flesh and blood wouldn't dare to step into the domain. However, against mere iron particles, that threat was useless. Redirecting it wasn't very useful either, as the third Kazekage's puppet could redirect it once more. As several iron particles moved at high speeds through his domain, Fujin suddenly flickered and began floating around 25 meters above the ground. The sudden move wasn't to dodge any iron particles controlled by the third Kazekage's puppet. Instead, it was to dodge the sneak attack coming from underground by Sasori's other puppets. Sasori observed, so he discovered the sneak attack. No matter, I doubt his mobility in the air is as good as his mobility on the ground. The chakra he needs to maintain his technique should be much higher than what I need to control the iron sand. Now, let me see how long he can endure the pressure. The poisonous needles launched by the puppets stopped moving in the wind domain due to the strong winds. However, the third Kazekage's puppet took control of them as well, and attacked Fujin with it, while the other puppets escaped underground once again. Sasori was actively limiting Fujin's movements while forcing him to pay attention to several threats at the same time. Fujin looked at the needles while thinking, as fun as this is, it's time to stop being on the defensive. My clone won't be able to stall Deidara forever. The winds in the wind domain became chaotic once again and knocked all of the iron controlled by the third Kazekage's puppet off course. At the same time, Fujin directed his wind domain towards the ground. While digging into the ground would waste a lot of chakra, and Fujin would normally use Accium bullets to create underground routes for his winds, he had an even better option. Small holes had been opened up in the ground by the poisonous needles that were shot from underground. They connected to the larger spaces that were created by the puppets themselves. Winds rapidly moved into them and caught up with the puppets. Before Sasori could realize it, his chakra threads that controlled those puppets were sliced by the wind blades that formed underground. Sasori suddenly realized, incredible, he used the paths created by the needles and puppets to extend his technique underground. Wait. That means, shit! Sasori immediately flickered, taking the third Kazekage's puppet with him as well. Moments later, winds rushed out of the very path the puppets had taken underground. Even though Sasori had covered the ground to not alert Fujin, it was ripped open by wind blades. Its location wasn't too far from Sasori and the third Kazakage's previous position. Had Sasori not moved, the chakra threads he used to control the third Kazakage's puppet would have been severed. Fujin sighed and thought, "A pity. I almost had it." Sasori cursed internally. I didn't think he could use the underground attacks as a way to counterattack. It makes this a much more risky option than I initially thought. I'll need to cover up underground tracks after I make my move. However, that will mean I'll have to sacrifice my puppets to make just a single attack, huh? The wind domain suddenly began heating up. Sasori was still moving away from the winds that were extending towards him when he turned his gaze back to Fujin. At the center of the wind domain, several flaming orbs were floating around Fujin, and even more were forming as fire merged into the winds of the wind domain. Sasori wondered in surprise. Is that? Fujin thought, oh well, I haven't had time to practice this much, and this still can't be considered a Kekkei Genkai, but the damage wouldn't be any lesser. The flaming orbs began fusing into one large orb in Fujin's hands. Once every one of them was absorbed, strong winds blasted behind Fujin. He left the wind domain and appeared right above Sasori and the third Kazakage's puppet. Scorch Release. Evaporation Blast Jutsu. Stop fucking talking! I'll blow your damn mouth! A frustrated Deidara shouted in rage. While Sasori and Fujin engaged in an intense battle, Deidara was thoroughly annoyed by the clone's bullshit. Even experienced and scheming ninjas were left annoyed by Fujin's words. Poor Deidara simply didn't stand a chance. Worse, he couldn't even do anything as none of his explosive tools reached the wind clone. If looks could kill, well, even if they could kill, Fujin wouldn't mind since Deidara was looking murderously at his wind clone. Fujin wouldn't even receive any memories of their conversation. To his disbelief, a pained look appeared on the wind clone's face. It was as if he received the greatest betrayal in history. The pain was obvious in his voice as he muttered, Deidara, how could you say that? Do you know how much risk I had to take to deliver this news to you? And you react like this? I'm hurt. For a moment, even Deidara felt the wind clone's sincerity. He wondered, could it be real? But why would I care? What does that have to do with me? Fujin's wind clone continued. The news is absolutely true. When you left, Kurotsuchi declared she would stay single for the rest of her life. Everyone in Iwagakure is aware of this declaration. That is why the third Tsuchikage was so angry. If I hadn't stopped him, he would have come out himself to hunt you down. I can't even imagine what magic you performed to snatch the granddaughter of that old man. Deidara annoyingly cursed. What magic could I even perform? I only met her a handful of times. The clone's eyes widened as surprise appeared on his face. He muttered, Damn! How did you do that in just a handful of meetings? I heard every boy in Iwagakure is mad. Most are training their hearts out to hunt you down and gain Kurotsuchi's favor. Once again, Deidara was left completely speechless. He wanted to curse, but couldn't even decide how to do so considering that Fujin was praising him. Before he opened his mouth, Fujin's clone continued. That said, I'm surprised that this is the first time you heard. From what I heard, the news is spreading rapidly throughout the land of Earth. Does Akatsuki keep you on a leash or something? While Deidara didn't care about the news, some doubts about the Akatsuki appeared in his mind. After all, he should have heard about it. He wondered, could it be that Akatsuki is keeping me in the dark to prevent me from returning to the village? Even though I don't want to return, manipulating me in this way is... He decided to think about it later and replied, I don't care about that shitty village or Kurotsuchi. His hands chewed more clay as he continued, I just want to perfect my art. Art is... Fujin's clone interrupted him as he said with disgust, You call those lousy explosions art? Once again, Deidara was annoyed. However, before he could retort, Fujin's clone pointed in a direction and said, Look there. That is art. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Patil Sarvesh 8 at OKSBI can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Libois, Dissa, Pablo, Sanjay, Tronic, MSSC, and Supreme Bifos for supporting me on Patreon. Thank you, Mayuk, for supporting me through UPI. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 787, Losses Pile On. Chapter 793 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. You call those lousy explosions as art? Look there. That is art. Deidara looked in the direction Fujin's wind clone was pointing in. Deidara squinted and raised an arm to shield his eyes as the intense flare burst in that direction, momentarily forcing him to look away. Moments later, a searing wave of heat washed over him, prickling his skin and making the air around him feel heavy and suffocating. Deidara tried to look in that direction again as he wondered, what was that explosion? And why did it release such intense heat waves? Though my explosions are bigger and more destructive, they never release such heat. Deidara's eyes gleamed with admiration as he took in the fiery spectacle before him. The heat wave set fire to the area that was previously untouched by the flames. It rapidly expanded towards the burning fields and intensified the flames even further while triggering a few more explosions. While others would find the scene distasteful or dangerous, Deidara was mesmerized by the swirling heat and vapor. He subconsciously muttered, "Now that is true art, isn't it? You should go take a closer look," Fujin's clone casually said. Deidara subconsciously nodded when he suddenly realized, wait, what did he mean? His eyes widened as an intense wind current formed behind him and hit him and the clay bird he was standing on. Both were dragged along by the wind current. The clay bird couldn't endure such pressure and exploded, hurling Deidara towards the ground even faster. As he tried to stabilize himself, he wondered, what the hell? Why didn't I sense that attack? The answer was rather simple. The clone's attack simply lacked the intent to kill or even hurt Deidara. Though Deidara was very young, he was still someone who the Akatsuki considered worthy enough to recruit to their ranks. If the clone had tried to sneak attack with wind blades or air bullets, Deidara would have instinctively felt it and dodged despite being so close and distracted. Fujin's clone wouldn't look down on Deidara to that extent. What he did was quite similar to how Naruto pushed Shikamaru into the arena, except that it was a wind current instead of a simple push. Without his instincts warning him, Deidara simply failed to react quickly enough. On the ground, Sasori hid behind an iron dome to protect himself from the scorching heat. He thought, that was close. I didn't think he'd leave that dome or no Pakura's Kekkei Genkai. Hiroku's puppet stood no chance against that attack. In fact, my core could have been hurt as well due to the invasive nature of the scorch release. Sasori noticed that the temperature inside the iron dome was heating up. However, he didn't find it too strange. Even though the iron particles stuck together closely, they couldn't block the heat completely. Once the heat from the jutsu dispersed, the pressure on the dome would ease too. Yet, Sasori suddenly felt uneasy. He wondered, did I miss something? He quickly analyzed his situation when he suddenly realized a terrifying possibility. The iron dome moved, creating a path behind him from where Sasori immediately escaped along with the third Kazekage's puppet. His eyes immediately noticed the terrifying possibility he saw was not just a possibility, but a reality. The winds that formed the wind domain were moving. Had Sasori stayed inside the iron dome for a couple of seconds more, he'd be trapped inside Fujin's wind domain. While he wasn't sure whether Fujin could kill him, he did not doubt that Fujin would steal most of his puppets irrespective of the result of their battle. That said, his new position wasn't safe either. He and the puppet were bombarded with air bullets and wind blades. Luckily, he could still control the iron sand to block or divert the deadly attacks. Sasori blocked and dodged all of Fujin's attacks. Just when he finally caught a breather, Deidara crashed next to him. He quickly got on his feet and cursed, "That bastard! I'll get him next time." Both Fujin and Sasori were left speechless by his little outrage. Sasori looked at his partner in disbelief as he wondered, is he cursing his wind clone instead of the one who sent it after him? How does he plan on finding his wind clone the next time? Will he ask Fujin to create one for him? Sasori stopped thinking about his partner's idiosyncrasies when Fujin suddenly laughed loudly and said, "Great that you are finally here, Deidara. Help me kill him." Fujin's words caught both the Akatsuki members off guard. Sasori raised his guard against both Fujin and Deidara, while Deidara wondered, when did I say I'll betray Akatsuki? Before either of them could figure out what was happening, Dense vacuum cores started forming at Fujin's fingertips. He was about to attack when he suddenly felt something off and raised his guard. What sort of perverted Kekegi Genkai is this? This freak killed 16 of our comrades by himself! A disgruntled Kumogakure Chunin spoke as he took his anger out on Kimimara's dead body. After Orochimaru left, Kimimaro stopped holding back and went all out with no regard for his own life. While the experienced ninjas recognized that he was a survivor of the Kaguya clan, none of them imagined Kimimaro to be so fearsome. His sudden outburst had caught the Kumogakure ninjas off guard, and 16 ninjas died before Darui and Yugito could contain him. In fact, Darui, Yugito, C, and Samui had scars on their bodies as well. Even though he was finally killed, none of them was pleased. Darui sighed and muttered, "It's almost as if we're cursed. Ever since that expedition boss started, our ninjas continue to fall." He sighed again and said sorrowfully while looking at the bodies of his dead comrades, "Sorry, I wasn't strong enough to protect you." C added, "Sacrifices on the battlefield are inevitable. However, we lost so many ninjas to this sick Kaguya shinobi. If we had captured or killed Orochimaru, it would have been an acceptable sacrifice. Unfortunately, Kumo once again had little to show for their loss. This time, Darui's group could at least take solace in the fact that they at least got their hands on the dead body of Kaguya ninja, unlike their previous encounters where they truly returned empty-handed. In the Land of Fire, Itachi and Kisame ran away from Jiraiya just like in the original story. Unlike them, an intense battle raged in the Land of Water. While Mei and Mangetsu locked horns with each other, thousands of other Kiri ninjas battled on various battlefields as well. With neither side showing any signs of backing off, the civil war reached a crucial stage. Whoever wins would get a significant upper hand in the war. In the Land of Rice, Fujin suddenly launched the Akyum Gatling gun towards Sasori and Deidara. However, there was one big difference between the way he used it this time as compared to the previous times. Instead of just targeting Sasori, Deidara, and their escape routes, the jutsu was wayward. As a result, the Akyum bullets covered a much larger area, but there were several gaps between them as well. While Fujin became more famous in Konoha quite recently, his fame had spread outside Konoha long ago. While every major village and almost every minor village studied him closely, there was one organization that focused the highest on him. That was none other than Akatsuki. While they didn't pay much attention to Team Renjiro's encounter with Kakuzu and Kaminari, or to the rumors of the spectral swordsman, Fujin killed one of their members during his second encounter with them. Juzo's death made them take Fujin very seriously, and they conducted a thorough investigation of him. Yet, Fujin's abilities surprised them once again when he clashed with Kakuzu for the second time, this time destroying one of his hearts and putting Kakuzu in a difficult spot several times. He also managed to get away successfully from Kakuzu, Konan, and Itachi. So the Akatsuki members were very well aware of the abilities that Fujin had previously displayed. Therefore, Sasori couldn't help but be surprised. Didn't Kakuzu say that he could only fire one bullet at a time from each finger and fire 5 rounds in quick succession? The old information has become too unreliable now. Luckily, he has lost his aim while trying to increase their numbers. Deidara also observed, "So this is the famous technique of the spectral swordsman? It is extremely sharp. However, why is he attacking me when he says that he wants to work together with me? Weird, though the bullets look like they're heading towards me. None of them will hit me. Could this be his way of saying he wants to cooperate with me? However, why is he so confident that I'll cooperate with him?" The words and actions of Fujin and his clone left Deidara completely confused. Before his mind could come up with any strange theory, he felt something behind him. While dodging Fujin's attack, they glanced back and saw a sight neither had seen in their lives. Deidara questioned in shock, "What's that?" "AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil Sarvesh 8 at OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Reginald, Baby Ann, Joe, Lord Italo, Second Most Handsome, Palika, Kanan Minority, Razgriz, Wahid, Will, Alexander, Lazy Ash, Erwin, and Zeo Primo for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 788, Confusion. Chapter 794 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. What's that? Deidara exclaimed as he saw something he had never seen. Even Sasori was surprised. As for Fujin, the scene was oddly familiar, even though it was his first time seeing it in this lifetime. Around a meter behind Sasori and Deidara, a crack opened up in space. A man, wearing an orange mask, began appearing. It was none other than Uchiha Obito, the successor of Uchiha Madara, and the one who impersonated him following Madara's death. Ever since the day he awakened his Manjikyu Sharingan, Obito enjoyed complete invulnerability. His opponents failed even to touch him, let alone harm him. There was just one person who managed to land an attack on him. Unfortunately for Obito, today was the day when he'd meet the second person. Even before Obito completely exited his Kamui dimension, dozens of Acum bullets were mere meters away from him. Fujin observed, "Oh, so that's how it feels when someone interferes with the space-time field. Heh, what a good opportunity." Though surprise could be seen on Fujin's face as well, his true emotions were hidden deep within. Even though none of it leaked out, he was filled with bloodlust at that particular moment. As annoying as Obito's ability was, it had one weakness. A weakness Fujin fully intended to exploit. Hence, the one who was most surprised in reality was none other than Obito. He cursed. Shit, why did he fire Acum bullets everywhere? Since he was moving between dimensions, he couldn't make his body intangible. A Acum bullet passed right through the spot where his head was about to appear. However, it passed harmlessly before Obito exited the Kamui dimension. Fujin frowned and thought, so, he can slow down the speed at which he is leaving the Kamui dimension? Sigh, I can't kill him that easily, can I? Even though one of the biggest threats passed harmlessly, the danger wasn't over for Obito. He immediately leaned his head to the left as two Acum bullets grazed past his right cheek and head. Two deep cracks appeared on his mask as deep cuts appeared below and above his ear. However, he had no time to pay attention to the injuries as he twisted his body while he was materializing into the ninja world. A Acum bullet grazed his right rib, a couple left cuts on his left arm, and another couple of bullets slashed past his legs. However, Fujin wasn't pleased. None of the injuries were fatal in any way. Sasori and Deidara watched as 5 more Acum bullets were about to hit him. One was aimed straight at his forehead, one at his right lung, one at his abdomen, and the last 2 at his thighs. Since Obito had barely dodged the previous round, he wasn't in a position to dodge the next round. The 2 members of Akatsuki watched one of the creators of Akatsuki being pierced in 5 spots. Deidara wondered, what the hell? He just appeared out of thin air and died before even speaking? Eh? Fujin sighed internally. A shame. His timing was impeccable. If he had been a fraction of a second late or early, I might have killed him. Anyway, I wonder how much he values these 2. This could be fun. I'm glad he isn't wearing Akatsuki's cloak. Heh. To Deidara and Sasori's surprise, no new wounds opened up on Obito's body. Instead, he ignored his injuries and extended his palms towards Deidara and Sasori. Since they were already retreating backwards, they had very little time to react. In front of them was Fujin, who was firing Acum bullets at a crazy rate, and a meter behind them was a new opponent with peculiar abilities. Deidara, be careful. He seems dangerous. Deidara was surprised as Fujin suddenly shouted. His shout confused all 3 Akatsuki members. Deidara confusedly thought, seriously, what the hell is up with this guy? Why is he looking out for me? Deidara took a step away from the Obito's extending arm, even at the risk of moving closer to Fujin. Sasori looked at Deidara suspiciously and wondered, did Deidara betray us? However, how could he betray us so quickly? Even though Sasori was suspicious of Deidara, he did the same. After all, he had no reason to trust Obito. At the same time, Obito was also surprised. While he didn't find their actions odd, Fujin's words made him suspicious too. He wondered, did Deidara have a connection with Fujin? Why didn't Zetsu report that when we recruited him? Before he could get any answer, several wind blades appeared around him and cut through him. Even though no new wound appeared, several wind jutsus pierced through his body. His unresponsiveness left Deidara and Sasori in shock. Deidara exclaimed, "He can phase through attacks?" Sasori agreed. It seems like he can make his body intangible at will. However, there seem to be some weaknesses. Sasori looked at Obito's injuries as he spoke. Before Obito could say anything, Fujin added, That's what it looks like. What did you two do to make such a fierce fellow sneak attack you? If not for my attack, you two might have been dead. Neither Deidara nor Sasori said anything. Needless to say, they wouldn't acknowledge Fujin saving them. Besides, killing them wasn't so easy. Regardless, both recognized that Fujin's attack had helped them. While Sasori didn't think much of it, Deidara was forced to think about it due to his earlier interactions with Fujin and his clone. The wind attacks finally stopped as both Sasori and Deidara created sufficient distance from Obito. Needless to say, the two of them were apart too, because Sasori suspected Deidara's loyalty. Obito finally spoke. Don't panic. He is too strong for you. Pain sent me here to rescue the two of you. Sasori and Deidara were surprised once again. While they harbored some suspicion, Obito mentioning Pain's name alleviated some of them. However, before any trust could be established, Fujin scoffed. Bullshit. You couldn't come up with any better lies? Even a newborn baby is aware that all Akatsuki members wear a black cloak with red clouds and a special ring. We may be on opposite sides, but do you think I'll stand by and let you make a fool of an old hero like Sasori and an upcoming youngster like Deidara? All three Akatsuki members were left speechless. Sasori wondered, Old hero? However, he isn't wrong. Pain wouldn't send an unknown fellow to rescue us. Besides, we weren't in danger of dying. Even though the battle was dangerous, it could have gone either way, and we could have retreated. Deidara also wondered, a newborn baby knows. Is Akatsuki that famous? I wasn't aware. Besides, who does he think he is to rescue me? So far in their battle, Fujin hadn't gone all out. Actually, none of the three had gone all out. The battle was still in its early phases, and they were merely testing each other. Hence, even though they were at a disadvantage, they never realized the true danger they were in. While Fujin never envisioned such a scenario, he had his reasons for not going all out right at the start. For starters, Sasori and Deidara weren't weaklings. Fujin wasn't aware of how strong Deidara truly was. If he could self-destruct like he eventually did against Sasuke, then Fujin wanted to make sure Deidara was completely exhausted before he chose to do so. After all, hundreds of Konoha ninjas were still in the vicinity. As for Sasori, he had a lot of puppets that Fujin wanted to borrow, especially the third Kazekage's puppet. So he had to take it easy and ensure that he could kill Sasori in one clean strike. In addition, he was also wary of any Akatsuki reinforcements. While he never imagined that he would draw out Obito, he wouldn't have been surprised if another duo appeared to help the two of them. Fujin wanted to keep his cards hidden for such a scenario. With Obito appearing right when Fujin put Sasori and Deidara in a tight spot, his concerns were proven true. As a result of the weird sequence of events and Fujin's carefulness, Obito was left in a weird situation. He had appeared to rescue two Akatsuki members, but neither trusted him. On the contrary, they seemed more willing to trust Fujin rather than him. Obito's eyes twitched as he thought, I didn't think the situation would be so weird. I would have worn the cloak otherwise. He was about to think what to say when Fujin suddenly shouted, Sasori, Deidara, let's set aside our differences for now. We'll kill this scammer first and settle our battle later. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, patilsarvesh8 at OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Jag, Shreyan, Laziness8, Rodrigo, Lazy Dragon, just Lazy and Ange for supporting me on Patreon. Thank you Ganesh for supporting me through UPI. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 789, A Shameless Battle Maniac. Chapter 795 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. What's the status? Is Commander all right? Konomi asked a Hyuga Junin. The Hyuga Junin frowned and answered, a third person appeared out of thin air. However, my view got blocked. It looks like they have applied some seals in the area. Konomi frowned and wondered, should we interfere? However, the opponent is too strong. I'm afraid we'll just get in Commander's way. Sasori, Deidara, let's set aside our differences for now. We'll kill this scammer first and settle our battle later. The sudden proposal left Obito dumbfounded. He couldn't help but wonder, does he plan to make my underlings attack me? Exactly what did I step into? Needless to say, Obito wasn't afraid. While he found Fujin intriguing, he didn't see either of the 3 rank S ninjas as a challenge. It was just that the situation was completely out of control. He could see that both Sasori and Deidara were thoughtfully considering his offer. Of course, there wasn't enough trust between them for them to actually accept Fujin's proposal. While Deidara thought about it seriously, Sasori didn't even entertain it. He thought, there is no doubt that he will stab us in the back if we team up. Once we enter that wind dome, it's game over for us. As expected of a schemer from Konoha. His clone must have fed similar bullshit to Deidara. That kid doesn't know how devious Konoha ninjas are. They may have a reputation for being soft, but only brainwashed fools believe that. Even now, he's actively moving the winds to himself. Fujin looked at Deidara's and Sasori's reactions and sighed internally. A shame. Though useless, seeing them fight Obito would have been a sight to watch. Oh well, it would have been pointless anyway. To think that as many as 4 Akatsuki members, including 2 founding members, would show up in the middle of nowhere. What an interesting day. The battlefield was disturbed yet again as a plant-like being appeared out of the ground. Deidara and Sasori finally saw a familiar face. Black Zetsu asked, "What's the matter? Why are these 2 confronting you?" Obito didn't know how to explain the situation. Thankfully, Deidara asked, "Do you know him, Zetsu?" White Zetsu answered, "He is a member of Akatsuki too. This mission is a failure. Orochimaru was spotted running towards the Land of Frost. Unfortunately, I couldn't keep track of him." Deidara and Sasori were surprised. They thought, so he wasn't lying. Instead, Fujin was the one sowing discord. However, did he know that, or was he genuine? Even Obito had the same question. However, he knew that he wouldn't get an answer. He glanced at Fujin, who quickly closed his eyes and muttered, "The Sharingan, huh?" So, there was another Uchiha among the ranks of Akatsuki. Interesting. To the surprise of the 4 Akatsuki members, seals appeared on Fujin's eyelids as he continued, "That absurd space-time ninjutsu surpasses both the second and the 4th. For someone to surpass them, I suppose your eyes aren't just ordinary Sharingans. No, they must be the fabled Mangekyo Sharingan. Sigh, that is scary. Not to mention, that plant-like being's underground speed and stealth is remarkable too. I almost didn't sense him. Heh. Deidara's eyes twitched as he wondered, what the hell is he talking about? Doesn't he see that he is at a heavy disadvantage? Why is he talking nonsense instead of retreating? Obito also observed Fujin curiously. Impressive. He sealed his eyes right when he observed my Sharingan eye. I didn't even have time to cast a genjutsu. He also did well to analyze my abilities, so this is Konoha's latest genius? Should I let him grow? Or should I take this opportunity to eliminate him? Fujin's wind domain had successfully attracted Obito's attention. It countered his ability perfectly as well. Since Fujin could spontaneously create wind blades inside the domain, Obito couldn't risk deactivating his intangibility when he was inside it. In a way, he shared the same weakness as Sasori. So, Obito was of the thought of eliminating Fujin before he became as big of a threat as Minato. Before Obito could make a decision, Fujin laughed and said, "The Akatsuki organization, I wonder what your goal is in gathering such powerful ninjas. Regardless, I can't let the 4 of you leave just yet. Konoha needs some answers, so I'm afraid you'll have to stay as my guests." As Fujin spoke, the Akatsuki members became serious. Everyone could feel Fujin building up a massive amount of chakra. None of them missed the movements of the winds either. They could see that Fujin was talking merely to buy some time. A smirk appeared on Deidara's face, while Sasori sighed. Youngsters, they're all suicidal. Fujin's chakra suddenly spiked. His body expelled chakra rapidly, strengthening and expanding the wind domain at a horrendous rate. At the same time, 2 wind dragons appeared from what remained of the previous wind domain and dived towards Sasori and Deidara. In addition, dozens of wind blades, air bullets, and vacuum bullets were launched as well at the same time. Sasori's fingers moved, and the 3rd Kazakage's puppet controlled iron sand once again. He was about to use it to attack the wind dragon when the wind dragon was suddenly set ablaze and transformed into a scorched dragon in the blink of an eye. Sasori was once again forced to retreat. Deidara tossed a small clay bird at the mouth of the wind dragon. The explosion shattered the wind dragon, but Deidara was forced to retreat, as well as dozens of wind blades and air bullets were launched at him from the wind dragon before it dispersed completely. Obito made himself intangible once again while Zetsu hid underground as their position was bombarded by the remaining wind jutsus. Zetsu came out once the bombardment was over and inquired, "His technique is troublesome for your ability. What do you plan on doing?" Obito replied, "It is a strong technique. However, he's overreaching him." Obito's eyes suddenly widened and he glanced behind him. At the same time, Zetsu escaped underground again as their position was bombarded once again, this time from behind them. Needless to say, it was the same wind clone that had bullshitted Deidara. Obito looked at the wind clone and thought, "A wind clone? Huh?" Obito expected the clone to double-team with Fujin. However, the clone smirked and exploded. However, instead of shockwaves, winds were unleashed in every direction. With his Sharingan, Obito easily noticed Fujin's chakra in those winds. The winds, instead of extending towards Obito and the rest, started expanding sideways and towards the sky. Obito's eyes widened as he realized, could it be? He immediately turned his gaze towards Fujin, who was continuously pumping out chakra. Just like the wind clone's domain, Fujin's wind domain was also expanding outwards and towards the skies. Obito immediately realized that Fujin was building a massive wind domain, one that would trap the three of them. While he wasn't afraid of it, he wouldn't be able to save Sasori and Deidara once they were trapped inside. Even Sasori and Deidara noticed it as they dodged Fujin's assault. Obito said aloud, "We don't have much time. Come with me." He quickly moved forward, but his path was bombarded with Acum bullets and Acum blades. Fujin chuckled and taunted, "You couldn't use your ability when you came here. I wonder whether you can use it while you leave." A wide grin appeared on his face as he laughed. "If you can't, then this battle will be decided by whether I run out of chakra first or you are unable to maintain that form. Ha ha ha! This is even more exciting than fighting Orochimaru." Obito and the rest had dark expressions when they heard Fujin's laughter. All had the same thought running through their minds. Unseal your eyes if you want excitement. Unfortunately, Fujin's relentless assault left them with no time to retort. They knew it would only take a few seconds for Fujin's wind domain to encircle the entire battlefield. It wouldn't take too long after that for the winds controlled by Fujin to flood the entire area. When that happened, the only escape route Sasori and Deidara would have was underground. However, Sasori wasn't too confident in that escape route after what happened earlier. Sasori counterattacked with iron dust, while he and Deidara desperately dodged all attacks. Unlike Obito, they couldn't turn intangible. They could only be thankful that they weren't under the intense assault that Obito was. Especially Deidara, who seemed to have it much easier. Obito couldn't help but wonder, why is he taking it easy on Deidara? Is there really something going on, or is he just sowing seeds of discord? When Obito reached Sasori, the third Kazekage's puppet unleashed all the iron dust it had to create several protective layers to stop Fujin's relentless assault temporarily. Obito placed his right hand on the Hiruko puppet, extended his left hand to Deidara, and said, "Quickly hold me." At that moment, Deidara's hands were in his bag, eating clay. Before he could move his hands, Fujin's laughter roared once again as he shouted, "Now Deidara." AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon, link patreon.com/devilhex. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, paddlesarvesh8 at OKSBI, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Aldar, Masamitsu, Gabriel, Moonrabbit, Shubham, Gilberto, Win and Extra Small for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 790, Betrayal. Chapter 796 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Now, Deidara. Fujin's laughter roared as he called his new friend to make a move. Obito, whose hand was moving towards Deidara, faltered. His eye observed Deidara's hands, which were still eating clay. While Obito didn't consider anyone present there a threat, he didn't dare underestimate anyone. Deidara may be young, but his reputation for blowing things up was well known. Additionally, Obito was also informed that he had a jutsu to blow his entire body up. If Deidara were to suddenly explode while he transferred the two to his Kamui dimension, even Obito would suffer a great loss. Depending on how subtle Deidara could be, there was even a chance that Obito could die. With Fujin and Deidara acting weirdly, Obito grew increasingly suspicious. Even Sasori looked at his young partner with suspicion. He kept the iron sand ready to block any explosives Deidara might throw at them. With Fujin's shout, Sasori mentally prepared himself for a strong explosion. While such thoughts ran through the minds of Sasori and Obito, Deidara was thoroughly confused. He wondered, now what? What am I supposed to do? And why does this bastard think I'll act at his will? Fuck! Not this again! Deidara ignored Fujin's call and looked at Obito, who had called him earlier. However, all he saw was red. The sight immediately brought memories of his humiliating loss against Itachi. Just like that day, Deidara was put under a genjutsu. Obito decided, whatever it is, I'll investigate later. Time to leave. What the? A wind pillar hit Deidara's back, surprising Obito and Sasori. However, it wasn't an ordinary wind pillar. It was an inferior version of Ryu's wind breath. The wind pillar consisted of countless small wind blades. Due to being under Obito's genjutsu, Deidara couldn't react to the danger behind him. The pillar passed through Deidara's body as if it were nothing but thin air, leaving a massive hole in his abdomen and chest. Deidara, one of the prominent members of the Akatsuki, who would have defeated and captured the 5th Kazekage and nearly killed Sasuke, a reincarnation of Indra, fell in a nameless field in the land of rice. Ironically, the main reason for his death was none other than Uchiha Obito, who cast a genjutsu on him in his final moments. Though Akatsuki had its fair share of betrayals, be it Kakuzu backstabbing his partners or Orochimaru attacking Itachi, this would be the first instance where a founding member betrayed an Akatsuki member. Obito and Sasori immediately retreated as the wind pillar continued towards them. Both had the same thought. Did we misjudge Deidara, or did Fujin kill him to stop us from getting information? With Deidara dead, it wasn't something they could figure out easily. Both looked at Fujin in a new light. If it was the second case, the two admired Fujin's decisiveness in eliminating a rank S ally. If it was the former, they had to admire and be wary of Fujin's scheming mind. Through just a few words and actions, Fujin successfully planted the doubts of Deidara's loyalty in their minds. Of course, what was also impressive was the speed at which Fujin attacked. Neither of them noticed the attack until it was too late for Deidara. Some distance away, both the Zetsu were shocked as well. White Zetsu muttered, "To think that Fujin could kill Deidara in his presence. We have underestimated him. His threat is extremely high. This is the second time an Akatsuki member fell to him. Only Kakuzu has killed more." Black Zetsu agreed. More than his techniques, it's his words that are dangerous. Kisame underplayed their significance. Fujin sensed Deidara's falling body and thought, the future has already changed too much. With Hiruzen surviving Orochimaru's attack, the former Kages being sealed inside the God of Death, Kakashi gaining strength rapidly, and every hidden village being far more cautious, there is no way the events involving Akatsuki would stay the same. At the very least, Yugito, Roshi, and Bee won't be captured that easily. Since that is the case, it's time to eliminate these troublesome people. The fewer the variables, the more accurately I'll be able to calculate and make plans. With Kabuto dead, one of the two major forces is already gone. If Sasuke's path changes and he doesn't kill Orochimaru, I'll hunt him down to ensure he doesn't replace Kabuto. That just leaves Akatsuki and the White Zetsu army. Be it through my hands or others, I have to weaken both forces, preferably eliminate both. Of course, the best case scenario would be if I can kill Obito here. The only question is, can I? Even though his eyes were sealed, Fujin focused on the spatial disturbances and the chakra signatures of the remaining Akatsuki members. With no attack nearby following Deidara's death and the wind domain some distance away, Obito decided, I'll transfer Sasori first. He activated his ability and began transferring Sasori into the Kamui dimension. He wasn't even halfway done when he suddenly felt something and looked at the place where the wind pillar that killed Deidara had landed. To his shock, a wind blade appeared from the residue chakra in that place and flew straight at him. Due to the short distance, Obito didn't have much time. He looked at the wind blade and thought, so it isn't just from that domain, but he can also use his residual chakra to create new jutsus? However, there are limitations. This attack is far weaker and slower than the jutsu that killed Deidara. Without the support from that technique, he can only use this trick to launch a sneak attack. The blade was inches away from his throat when he completed transferring Sasori and became intangible. A chuckle was heard as Fujin said, "Hey, I could sense your fear. My analysis was perfect. Now then, will you risk escaping too, or do you want to avenge the death of your comrade? Then again, his death was your fault. Ha-ha!" Having been fooled once, Obito ignored Fujin's words, just like Orochimaru did previously. In a deep voice, Obito said, "To be able to use words as weapons at such an age, I shall remember you, Suzuki Fujin." Obito understood that Fujin's laughter, amusement, and excitement were all fake. Not a single one represented his true emotions. They were mere acts to gain an advantage in the battle, be it by agitating his enemies or buying time for his wind domain to spread throughout the area. While Obito harbored some thoughts of eliminating Fujin, the sneak attack with the wind blade made him realize how difficult it'd be to fight Fujin inside the wind domain. While he wasn't afraid, he didn't see much reason to overexpose himself at this time. His right eye activated once again as he started entering the Kamui dimension himself. Sensing what was happening, Fujin's cheeks puffed as he prepared an Acum bullet. Obito said, "Unfortunately, you no longer have any residue chakra around me. Your wind domain will require a few seconds to reach this area as well. None of your jutsus can reach me in time." Obito's eye suddenly widened. The Acum bullet Fujin fired, even though it looked like an ordinary Acum bullet, flew at over 10 times the speed of Fujin's previous Acum bullets. As the Acum bullet reached right in front of his right eye, before he could completely transfer himself to the Kamui dimension, a question rose in Obito's mind. Why is this Acum bullet so much faster? At the same time, Fujin thought, even though it looks just like a normal Acum bullet, its core has been greatly modified by me. Under normal conditions, its speed is twice that of my normal Acum bullets. However, that's where the fun part comes in. A normal Acum jutsu merely consists of winds flowing through a Acum core. However, the way I created the core leaves me space to add another component to the jutsu. Though it is very small, it is extremely significant. This component is fire. The fire provides the explosive speed initially, quite similar to the boosters on missiles or rockets. The winds then sustain this explosive speed for a couple of seconds. This was a lucky inspiration I had while I was working on Scorch release. Unfortunately, the implementation is quite difficult. I completed it just a couple of days ago, while others were cleaning up the bases. Modifying the remaining Acum cores will take months, even with shadow clones. In addition, it is riskier than the normal wind Acum technique due to the fire's presence. I have to pay careful attention to the jutsu to ensure that it won't harm me. So, it's unlikely that I can spam this technique. Regardless, it is still an excellent technique to catch troublesome enemies off guard. Now then, is your Kamui still faster than my attack, Obito? Fujin received his answer immediately. Even though Obito's body disappeared and entered the Kamui dimension, it wasn't before a hole was left in his head, starting from his right eye and opening up at the back of his head. AN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI Google Pay, Patilservesh8 at OKSBI, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, iDoggy, Michael, Ilhaz Bam3, Parzaville, Colby, Zeo Primo, Shadow, Xander, Jordan, Hibrail, Bleach Boy, and Rain for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 791, Human Puppet Obito. Chapter 797 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. What place is this? Is this even the real world? Sasori looked around the Kamui dimension once he appeared there. The unknown dimension raised his curiosity. He had a strong feeling that the place was different from the ninja world, and he couldn't return by himself. Sensing a disturbance, he immediately turned his gaze to the crack in the space. He was left speechless and shocked as Obito's dead body fell into the dimension. Sasori froze as he continued looking at Obito. Unfortunately, Obito didn't move a single muscle. He was dead as a rock. While Sasori had no reason to feel sad about Obito's death, he wondered in disbelief, if he's dead, how do I get out of this place? Needless to say, if Obito died, Sasori would forever stay trapped in that dimension, unless he somehow mastered space-time ninjutsu and found a path to the ninja world. In the land of rice, the seals on Fujin's eyelids disappeared and he opened his eyes. His gaze stayed on the location where Obito disappeared. There was no happiness on his face. Instead, Fujin sighed and thought, his chakra changed drastically moments before he was hit. So that must be how Izanagi feels. Fujin sighed once again as he analyzed. I miscalculated. In addition to rapidly depleting my chakra reserves, I should have slowed down the speed at which my wind domain encircled this place and shown it to be weaker than it actually is. If I had done that, maybe he might not have retreated right away. As long as we battled, I would have had some opportunities to send my shadow clones into his dimension and start marking the hell out of it. Once that is done, killing him would be possible. Unfortunately, I don't think he'll ever give me such an opportunity now, unless I can force him into a battle somehow. Fujin thought a bit before giving up the idea. After all, there was another way to gain access to the Kamui dimension. And it was far easier and without any risks. The winds moved, finally covering the entire area in his wind domain. Unlike his usual wind domain, which covered a radius of 50 meters, this one covered a radius of 500 meters and consisted of nearly 60% of his chakra. The reason why Fujin had gone to such an extent was to project weakness and tempt Obito into attacking Fujin when he was low on chakra. As for low chakra reserves, Fujin was no longer afraid. The artificial chakra lake in his myriad tetragram seal already had enough chakra to fill his reserves twice over. So he could just pretend to have low chakra and continue fighting while secretly having plenty of chakra. Unfortunately, his plans failed due to him going overboard with the wind domain. Fujin maintained his domain while wondering, now then, will he reappear here or in the Kamui dimension? Also, how long does his Izanagi last? I'm pretty sure Danzo's lasted a minute, but Obito's probably lasts much longer considering his battle with Conan. Oh well, though the chances of him reappearing here are low, it's not like I have anything else to do. After all, Zetsu has fled some time back. His speed underground is remarkable. I wonder if that technique can be copied, or does it work only for Zetsu's? Since he had nothing to do, Fujin's mind wandered, thinking of more ways to increase his strength. Meanwhile, Zetsu reappeared from the ground a long distance away. Even Fujin's space-time sensing technique could no longer sense him. White Zetsu muttered, not only did he kill Deidara, but he also killed Obito. If not for that technique, Obito would have forever been dead, and our plans would have been interrupted. Konoha's spectral swordsman is scary. Black Zetsu agreed. Indeed, he is extremely formidable. Not only are his techniques powerful, but he also has great control over them and continuously improves them. Every time we see him in action, he seems to have a new hidden card. That Acum bullet was significantly faster than any of his other techniques, and he kept it hidden until the proper moment. Fortunately, he didn't know all of Obito's abilities. White Zetsu added, yes, the bigger threat is his devious and scheming mind. It's difficult to believe that a 16-year-old ninja is this crafty. In the Kamui dimension, Sasori thought, it's quite incredible. I have never seen a body like this. His body has two types of cells. One seems normal, but the other is extremely energetic even though he's dead. What kind of cells are these? Where did he find them, and how did he implant so many in his body without succumbing? Since he was trapped in an unknown space, Sasori decided to study Obito's body and make a human puppet out of him. He analyzed, if my fears are true and the only way out of that space is space-time ninjutsu, then my only hope is his puppet. If his puppet can retain that ability, I can leave here any time. However, his Sharingan is destroyed. Even though his other eye also has a Sharingan, it feels normal instead of like Itachi's. Sasori sighed. His body is weird. To Sasori's surprise, the Sharingan in Obito's left eye suddenly disappeared and his eye went blank, almost as if it had been blinded. Moments later, Obito's body itself disappeared. Sasori exclaimed in shock, "What in the hell?" His shock intensified infinitely as he sensed a presence. He turned his head to see Obito standing full of life and completely unharmed. He couldn't help but ask, "What are you?" In the land of rice, Fujin waited patiently for half an hour. However, Obito never appeared. The only changes in the area covered by the wind domain were that Deidara's body was stored by Fujin and Sasori's puppets, which were trapped underground, were recovered by his shadow clones. Fujin added 4 more human puppets to his collection. Fujin finally decided this is long enough, he won't reappear here. A shame, but there is still plenty of time left. I should have more opportunities. If not, I can always create a few. Anyway, time to wrap up this operation. Who'd have thought that this mission to hunt Orochimaru would end in Deidara's death? Poor fellow. If I get my hands on Edo Tensei, I'll give him a few opportunities to show his ultimate explosion to the world. A devious smile appeared on Fujin's face, one that sent chills down the spines of several powerful shinobi who were thousands of kilometers away. Even though they didn't know what it was, they had a bad feeling. The wind domain stirred once again as it transformed into 3 wind clones. Fujin looked at one and said, "Zetsu said that Orochimaru was spotted running in the direction of the Land of Frost. Go in that direction and see if you can find him. If you do, attack him. No need to waste effort on trying to kill him pointlessly, just eliminate others with him." Fujin looked at the second wind clone and instructed, "You follow him. If you two find Orochimaru easily, then help him. Otherwise, head into the Land of Lightning and change the weather a bit. As for you, fly over us in case Akatsuki decides to sneak attack. Since there isn't supposed to be any more fighting, I'll let my chakra recover naturally." The 3 clones nodded and got to work. While Fujin didn't particularly have any reason to send a clone after Orochimaru or inflict more damage on Kumogakure, he had to do something about the chakra he poured in the wind domain. They were just unfortunate to be the nearest. Fujin flickered a few times and reached the Konoha army. The Konoha ninjas were alarmed initially, but relaxed on seeing, sensing, and smelling that it was Fujin. Konomi asked, "What happened there? We couldn't observe after the first few minutes." Fujin replied, "They had some weird abilities. Anyway, they have retreated for now, but be on the lookout for any sneak attacks. It's time to wrap up the operation here and return to our country. We'll meet up with the other 2 divisions." Konomi nodded without asking any more questions. Even though Fujin didn't give her a clear answer, it wasn't her place to insist on it, since she wasn't the commander of the army. She reorganized the ranks and began the retreat. As the army reached the borders of the Land of Fire, Konomi once again approached Fujin, this time with a worried face. She softly asked, "What about them? Wouldn't it create an issue for the village?" Fujin raised an eyebrow and asked them, "AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.rion.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Padil Sarvesh 8 OK can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Yuyo, Jack7, Landlord, Brian, Kweku V, and Emmanuel for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 792, Losing a Few Hairs. Chapter 798 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Konomi's eyes twitched as she insisted, "Yes, them. You know what I am talking about." Fujin indifferently answered, "I really don't know." Speechless at Fujin's indifference, Konomi could only stare at him continuously. It was almost as if she wouldn't leave until Fujin answered her. The situation was too serious to be ignored in her opinion. Finally, Fujin sighed and said, "Tell me, were they cremated?" Konomi nodded. Fujin replied, "Good, were their ashes dispersed?" Konomi nodded again. Fujin asked again, "Were our ninjas involved in the matter warned?" Konomi answered, "Yes, they know about the consequences if they open their mouths." Fujin instructed, "Good. You should forget about it too then. Don't mention it in any reports and delete it from your brain. You shouldn't stress yourself over such pointless matters. Now go back to your subordinates. They need their general to lead the way." Without waiting for her response, Fujin just flickered away. While he understood her concerns, he had no reason to worry about that issue. That was Shikaku and the Hokage's job, and Fujin had zero intention of forcefully taking either of their jobs. Unaware of his true thoughts, Konomi was left dumbfounded. She couldn't help but wonder, is it really that simple? I know they have their issues, but would merely feigning ignorance be enough? Her mind refused to accept that it was. However, she wasn't the commander. She couldn't refuse a direct command from Fujin. If she did, she could face the same consequences as others despite her rank. The Konoha army finally entered the Land of Fire and moved towards the Fire Capital. Hoka's and Illumi's divisions were also headed in that direction. Meanwhile, on the eastern borders of the Land of Rice, a force stayed with solemn expressions on their faces. C muttered in a grave tone, "It has been quite some time since we sent the orders. Yet, 206 ninjas have still not returned." Darui and Samui stood silently. They were still in disbelief that Kumo suffered another massive loss in such a short span. Yugito said, "Maybe they were held back for some reason. They might return in a few more hours." Even though she said that Yugito didn't have much confidence in her words, it would have been understandable if a few squads were held up. However, nearly 2/3 of the ninjas being late spelled trouble. There was no doubt that something bad had happened. However, it was a scenario they just couldn't accept. Samui muttered, "Yes, let's wait." Nobody opposed her suggestion. Unfortunately, it wouldn't matter how long they waited. Even if they deployed Kumogakure's entire army in the Land of Rice, they wouldn't even find the ashes of the remaining ninjas. Those Kumo ninjas were simply unlucky to encounter Konoha's forces long before Kumogakure received the news of Fujin's expedition in the Land of Rice. Had it been someone else, they might have avoided conflict, but Fujin didn't see any reason to not accept the offerings from Kumogakure. Combined with the deaths caused by Kimimaro, Kumogakure lost another 222 ninjas. In the span of a month, Kumogakure had lost 1,036 ninjas. A was about to face another internal storm inside his village. On the opposite side of the continent, a few more important developments took place. Due to Mangetsu's intervention, the Mizukage faction's main forces were spared from a devastating defeat. The two main armies fought and suffered equally before withdrawing. The rebels' plans to deliver a crushing blow had failed. However, there was another crucial development, one that would play a huge role in future conflicts. Mei took deep breaths. She looked completely exhausted, and her chakra reserves were almost dry. Her clothes were in tatters, and the flesh on her left arm was mangled badly, almost as if several explosive tags had exploded on her arm. Deep cuts were visible on her abdomen, showing how difficult her battle was. A rebel Junin flickered behind her and respectfully said, "Lady Mei, the Mizukage faction has retreated. We need to treat you right away." Mei didn't move and asked, "How is Ao?" The Junin answered, "His condition has stabilized. He isn't in danger anymore." Mei relaxed slightly, but still didn't accept his help. Instead, she looked at a melting corpse in front of her. She let out a tired sigh and muttered, "Did you have to fight me until such a stage? Why didn't you accept my offer?" The unrecognizable corpse in front of her was none other than Hozuki Mangetsu, a ninja who had mastered all 7 swords of the mist. Mei sighed again and grabbed 4 swords that floated towards her. She muttered, "Spread the news. The Mizukage faction's last swordsman of the mist is dead. I will revive the 7 swordsmen of the mist. Also destroy his body. Someone like Orochimaru shouldn't get his hands on it." Among the 7 swords, Samehada was with Kisame, Kubikiribocho was in Konoha, Kiba blades were secretly with Fujin, and the last 4 swords were with the Mizukage faction. In the absence of any suitable members, Mangetsu carried all the swords with him. Considering that he was the strongest ninja after Yagura and could use all 4 swords, no one opposed him. However, with his death, all 4 swords landed in Mei's hands. The news of Mangetsu's death and the loss of the swords soon spread among both factions in the Land of Water. The Mizukage faction was demoralized. While Yagura was the leader of the Mizukage faction, Mangetsu was the one who led their forces. And he was the only one who could match Mei on the battlefield. His loss was a huge blow to the Mizukage faction. On the other hand, the rebel camp was even more tense and demoralized. Even Mei wasn't happy. While Mangetsu's death was definitely good news, they all were worried about what followed. So far, Yagura hadn't joined the civil war. However, Mangetsu's death would force him to join the front lines. Every single rebel was worried about facing his rampage on the battlefield. The rebel leaders were no exception. None of them had any confidence in going against Yagura. Even though Mei won against Mangetsu, her victory was hard-fought. There were several instances when she almost died. In addition, her subordinates were much stronger than Mangetsu's underlings. They helped her by ganging up on him. Without them, she could have been the one to lose her life. As such, she knew that she didn't stand a chance against Yagura. The battles in the Land of Water stopped temporarily as both camps waited to see how the fourth Mizukage would react. While they waited, news spread throughout the ninja world. In Iwagakure, Onoki read several reports and thought, "The civil war in Kiri is finally in the ending stages. It'll be interesting to see how this ends. The fourth Mizukage is a perfect Jinchuriki. Even without the tailed beast, he's a formidable shinobi. Do the rebels have the means to defeat someone like that?" Onoki thought a bit before shaking his head. It doesn't matter. As long as the two factions don't unite, Kiri would be severely weakened. Even though they have lost the most among any great village, their ninjas are also the most prepared for a war. So despite their lower numbers, they could cause trouble to any major village. However, if a faction is completely wiped out, that would no longer be the case. Onoki shifted his gaze to another report and a puzzled expression appeared on his face. He wondered, what is that eye brat up to? Why are Kumo's forces so erratic? It almost feels like he's up to something, but it doesn't feel like he's preparing for war. Did he suffer some loss again? Just like the report stated, panic had gripped Kumagakure. Ai was facing endless headaches, and he couldn't even lash out in rage for the blame with him once again. 16 ninjas had died, and 206 went missing. Kumagakure became the first village in the history of the ninja world to have 864 ninjas classified as missing at the same time, breaking their previous record of 658 missing ninjas. Sitting on his desk, I couldn't help but wonder, even though he didn't have any proof, Darui said that he believed Suzuki Fujin was involved in the previous incident. This time, he is definitely involved. I can understand if my ninjas die. I could accept responsibility and take revenge. However, what do I do when they go missing? How do hundreds of ninjas even go missing? The more he thought, the more enraged the fourth Raikage became. Fujin's actions had completely infuriated him. Unfortunately, he couldn't act. The internal politics were a complete mess. He couldn't afford to take a step outside the village. While I lost more than a few hairs due to the headache, Suna's council met once again. In front of them was a scroll. Everyone looked at it solemnly. Finally, Goza muttered, "Konoha finally sent an official message. They want to talk with us in the Fire Capital. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, pedalsarvish8 at OKSB, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Javier, Arctic Raven, Matthew, Heinz Kevin, Elijah, Raghav, Sukdeep, and Satvir for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 793, Sand Slayer Chapter 799 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Silence engulfed Tsunagakure's council room as the council members pondered seriously. While Konoha was attacking Odogakure and the rebels in the Land of Grass, Tsunagakure was continuously preparing for an all-out assault from Konoha. They had deployed thousands of ninjas strategically throughout the desert and planted tens of thousands of traps. Tsunagakure had been transformed into a fortress. When the news of Otogakure's destruction arrived, they believed Konoha would turn their forces to them. However, they received an invitation to negotiate instead. The council wasn't sure how genuine Konoha was, whether they truly wanted to negotiate, or if it was just a trick to lower their guard before the real assault began. Goza sighed and muttered, "If this is a genuine invitation, it might just save our village. However, is it? Konoha's schemes run deep, and they must be pissed off at our betrayal. I'm afraid that this is a trap to eliminate some of our top ninjas to make their invasion easier. After all, from our sources, both Konoha armies are making their way to the fire capital, where the negotiations will happen. The council had solemn faces. Ebizo said, "It's unlikely that Konoha would harm our negotiators. They have a reputation to maintain. The Hyuga incident showed us that. Even in the worst case, they would just arrest the ones who go there." Tojuro said, "Don't forget their Yamanaka clan. Even though we attacked Konoha, our Kazekage was killed by Orochimaru and used by him with the Edo Tensei Jutsu. Konoha isn't sure if we attacked them or were fooled by Orochimaru into attacking them. Perhaps the negotiation is just a way for them to read the memories of whoever we send to negotiate and decide whether to attack us or not. Even though others wouldn't be sure whether Konoha is telling the truth or not, Konoha, right now, is strong enough to not care as long as they know it. To make matters worse, the external conditions are excellent for them. The civil war in the Land of Water is entering a crucial stage. They can't interfere elsewhere. Kumogakure is suffering from some internal trouble too. They were our biggest hope, but they have been a disappointment so far. We can't count on them. The only forces that are intact are Iwagakure, however. The Suna Council was well aware of Onoki's nature. Despite such an insult, he hadn't made a move. Instead, he had already recalled the forces he deployed on the borders with the Land of Grass. As such, the Sunagakure's situation had become far more grim. Suddenly, Chiyo said, "I don't think Konoha would read the memories of our council members. Well, at least not as long as the more mature figures are making the decisions. However, the risk is indeed high. We can't send any council member to negotiate," Ryusa argued. "If we don't send any council member, Konoha would assume we aren't serious about negotiating. That could force them to act even if they don't want to, due to the losses and the potential of a wider conflict. After all, even though Kumogakure is in disarray and Iwagakure is watching, they would be wary of what Konoha did in the Land of Rice." Chiyo nodded and said, "Of course. That is why we need to expand the council and accept 2 new members who aren't sure of what really happened. And in order to prove that they aren't just scapegoats, they will be treated as full-fledged members even in the future. They'll have as much power as any of you here." The council room grew quiet once again. Expanding the council wouldn't mean they would magically get new responsibilities, power, and resources. Instead, the current members would have to give up some of their power to ensure that the new members stand on par with them. It would be a huge loss, something that none of them would accept without resisting under normal circumstances. Unfortunately, these weren't normal circumstances. Even though they were unwilling, no one opposed Chiyo's suggestion. After all, their lives were far more important. One by one, everyone agreed. Knowing how ugly political conflicts could get, Chiyo and Ebizo made everyone decide what they would give to the new members. Once everything was settled to their satisfaction, Ebizo turned his gaze to Sajo and asked, "Is it done?" Sajo nodded and replied, "Yes, I have been spreading the rumors for the last week. By now, everyone in the village should be believing it." Of course, the experienced ninjas are suspicious, but that is out of our control. Ebizo replied, "That should be more than enough." He turned his gaze to the others, and the council finally began discussing how to negotiate with Konoha if Konoha was serious. They also discussed how much leeway they should give to the new members, who would be negotiating on Sunagakure's behalf. While the council was engaged in an intense discussion, the common people and even the ninjas in Sunagakure were indulging in gossip. Even though Sajo spread the rumors, he did it differently as compared to Fujin and Hiruzen. Due to the sensitive nature of the information, he did it very slowly so as not to arouse any suspicion. Hence, the discussions were reaching their peak just now. "Did you hear Lord Fourth was assassinated by Orochimaru, one of the Sanins, and controlled with some forbidden jutsu?" "Yeah, I did. It's scary to think about. I never imagined that someone would fool our leaders into going to war with our ally, Konoha. Actually, I heard that our leaders were reluctant. However, since the orders came from Lord Fourth, they couldn't do anything about it and were forced to follow. 2 civilians in Sunagakure were discussing when a third person overheard them and butted in loudly, 'It's all that evil snake's fault. He caused the deaths of our beloved Kazekage and hundreds of our brave ninjas. I just hope that Konoha isn't fooled by that snake and works with us to eliminate that damned snake for good." A person sitting nearby heard his passionate remarks and said, "Actually, I heard that Konoha sent Suzuki Fujin to hunt down that snake. Even though Orochimaru ran away, his forces were completely destroyed." His words surprised the three, and they asked, "Suzuki Fujin? Is he the same as the spectral swordsman who butchered 200 of our ninjas?" "A lot more. I heard rumors saying that he was also the one who killed dozens of our ninjas and defamed our Kazekage a few years ago. I heard he was also the one who sealed our Kazekage, who was being controlled by Orochimaru." "Fuck. That many? And he also sealed Lord Fourth? Damn, does he have a vendetta against us? Who knows? He is almost as hateful as the cursed White Fang. Many ninjas are now calling him the Sand Slayer. The ones who came back alive from the attack are terrified at the mere mention of his name. I heard one Chunin even passed out and wet his pants." "Holy crap, what sort of demon is he?" "Shit! Calling him Sand Slayer is correct. I hope he never visits this village." Everyone around him nodded promptly. While they weren't ninjas, none of them wanted to see Tsunagakure fall. Similar discussions were happening throughout Tsunagakure, giving Fujin a new moniker, the Sand Slayer. Ironically, the number of Tsunagakure ninjas Fujin slaughtered was nowhere near the number of Kumogakure ninjas he killed. Unlike the civilians, who cheerfully indulged in gossip, most of the ninjas were tense. They realized that there was a high chance that they would have to go to war. Hearing the rumors about Fujin, fear gripped most hearts. One of those ninjas frowned while roaming the streets and hearing the rumors. He thought, "Bullshit. Those council members were definitely supporting the attack. The ninjas had been training for nearly half a year to prepare for an assault. There's no way Rasa was controlled by Orochimaru for all this time." This person wore Tsunagakure's headband and Chunin vest, but was actually a Konoha spy. He decided, "I need to report this to the village. They have finally relaxed the security around the village since most forces are preparing for the defense. I'll also mention the rumors, as it seems like Tsunagakure doesn't want a war right now. They are very weak after the death of Rasa and all those elites." Next chapter in 6 to 8 hours. AN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, paddlesarvsh8 at OKSB, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Christopher, Peplum, Jan, Bluebird, Lexi, Corey, Lucky, and Geisterlos for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 794, Shikaku Makes a Move. Chapter 800 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Just like in Tsunagakure, the council met in Konoha. In the absence of Hiruzen and his successor, the head seat was left empty. Fujin's seat was also empty, as were the seats of the civilian council members. Koharu started the meeting by asking, "Did Suna receive the message?" Shikaku nodded. They should have received it by now. Their reply should come in a few hours. There isn't much suspense as to what it'd be. Everyone agreed. Under the current circumstances, there was no way Tsunagakure would refuse to talk. Senju Hiromasa asked, "Shikaku, were you the one who started the discussion currently happening throughout the village?" Shikaku answered, "Yes, though it wasn't my decision entirely. Lord Third had asked me to do it before the attack." Hiromasa replied, "Thought so. This feels like his work. Spread it outside of the village as well, especially in the Land of Wind. Though it won't have a direct impact on Tsunagakure's council, it'll reinforce the fear in the hearts of their ninjas. Though intangible, it'll increase the pressure on their council, which would help us during the negotiation." Shikaku smirked and said, "Don't worry, it is already set in motion." Hiromasa chuckled and replied, "I should have expected that." He turned his gaze towards others and said, "Now then, it's time to discuss whom to send to negotiate with Tsunagakure. Have you thought about it as well, Shikaku?" Shikaku nodded, "Yes. As the two most experienced ninjas, as well as the ones who have dealt with such matters the most, I believe Elder Homura and Elder Koharu would be the optimal candidates to lead our team. In addition, we'll also need to send a few clan leaders. Any of you want to volunteer? He turned his gaze to his fellow clan leaders. Tsume was the first one to speak up. I'll go. I want to see what those geniuses were thinking to attack us. Inoichi said, well, I doubt they'd risk sending anyone important due to my clan's abilities. So chewing them won't get us any useful intel, though I suppose it'll be great for applying more pressure. I'll go too to add to the pressure. Hiromasa said, I'll go as well. It's been a long time since I left the village. I want to see what this generation of Tsunagakure's leaders are like. Shikaku said, all right, that should be plenty. Fujin will join the negotiating team as well. You can meet him directly at the fire capital. I have already explained to him his role. It'll be similar to what he did against Kusagakure, except he won't be leading the team. Tsume suddenly sighed and asked, are you trying to give away my job, Shikaku? How am I supposed to chew them off if he scares them? Shikaku chuckled and said, it'll be good to have a partner in crime once. Be careful, though. His threats generally cross several lines at the same time. I'm sure Elder Homura can attest to that. Everyone glanced at Homura, who immediately recalled the nightmarish moment he experienced in Kusagakure. His expression alone was enough to make the council wary of Fujin. Thankfully, there wouldn't be any direct danger this time. Shikaku added, I have asked him to rein himself in, but I'm not sure how much he'll follow. However, he usually has a positive impact on the village at the end of the day, so he shouldn't be too much of a problem. Everyone nodded, not thinking too much about it. Unknown to them, Shikaku sighed internally. Finally, someone else will have to endure that troublesome kid. Even though he was the one who conducted the operation in the Land of Rice, I was the one who spent several sleepless nights to ensure that nothing went wrong. Even if he does something crazy in the fire capital, I'll push the responsibility and work on the elders. Let them deal with his crazy ideas for once. If they do a good enough job, I'll let them deal with his future shenanigans too. For the first time since the meeting began, Hiyashi asked, have you decided how to approach the negotiations? Fujin's recent expedition to the Land of Rice should have increased the pressure on Tsunagakure's council. So, drawing out the negotiations would be a good way to make them buckle under pressure. However, there is a hidden risk. As good as the move to eliminate Otogakure was, it was also a huge slap to the Tsuchikage's face. In addition, Kumagakure has been very unstable for some reason. The Raikaji might look for a war to divert the focus of their public. There is a possibility of a three-way alliance between Tsunagakure, Iwagakure, and Kumagakure if we stall too long. Hisashi pointed out the worst-case scenario for Konoha. He wasn't incorrect. With Konoha winning 3 wars in a very short time, the pressure on other villages would increase. It could force them together. Of course, all 3 villages had a lot of hatred between them, making any alliance between them brittle. However, the risk to Konoha was real. Considering that the main reason they weren't attacking Tsunagakure was to avoid a 3-front war, the negotiations would be pointless if they were to result in the same. Shikaku replied, yes, I have already calculated. From my analysis, the 3 villages should be contacting each other right now. However, a proper alliance is unlikely at this moment. Neither Tsunagakure nor Kumagakure are in a position to start a new war, and Iwagakure wouldn't lead the war. So the only danger is if Kumagakure launches a suicidal attack. Fortunately, that is very unlikely unless something else changes. So, we have time to stretch the negotiations. Preferably, we could extend it to 3 to 5 rounds in the span of 2 to 3 weeks. Any longer, it'll become disadvantageous for us. I'll keep an eye on the movements of other villages and keep the negotiating team informed. Homura and Koharu nodded. The council began finalizing their demands for the first round. Needless to say, at the start of negotiations, quite a few of their demands would be rather unreasonable, so Konoha would have some space to negotiate. While the council discussed the demands, the people in Konoha were discussing some matters as well. In a bar, a group of ninjas were enjoying themselves when one of them said, "Did you hear? Councilman Fujin led an army to the Land of Rice and annihilated Otogakure." "Ha! Who hasn't heard of that? I heard from my clan leader that he eliminated over 700 Otogakure ninjas. Orochimaru's forces are finished." "Yeah, I heard even Orochimaru tucked his tail between his legs and ran away when Councilman Fujin reached his base. Order should be restored soon in the land of rice, and we'll likely get all the missions from that country. Heh, Councilman Fujin surely is great. The group laughed, realizing that plenty of high-income missions would soon be available to them. One of them said, I used to think the rumors about him were exaggerated. Now, it seems like even they didn't do him justice. Councilman Fujin is insanely good. No one even knew that he made a move against Otogakure until it was over. His moniker is truly appropriate. A swordsman who appears and disappears like a ghost. Whoever called him the Spectral Swordsman did a very good job. The Nara ninja in the group shook his head and said, While the name is good, we can't use it. Besides, why should we use the name our enemies gave him? Everyone looked at the Nara ninja as he continued. When Orochimaru interfered in the second round of the Chunin exam, Councilman Fujin faced him alone and forced him to retreat. When the village was attacked by the combined forces of Tsunagakure and Otogakure, Councilman Fujin stepped up and annihilated 3 divisions before they understood what was happening. He also stopped the Edo Tensei summons and sealed all of them. He even stopped the legendary White Fang and protected us. And he also led our forces to swiftly take revenge for the injuries Orochimaru inflicted on Lord Third. No matter who our enemies are or what the situation is, Councilman Fujin strikes them down. He is the sword that strikes fear in our enemies. We should call him Konoha's sword instead. Only such a title could do justice to what he has done for our village. The ninjas around him were moved by his passionate speech and immediately agreed. The ones around them heard the passionate speech too, and soon the entire bar cheered to Konoha's sword. Similar discussions were happening throughout the village due to Shikaku's moves. By the end of the day, everyone had heard the title and referred to Fujin by it. It would soon spread throughout the Land of Fire and the ninja world. Fujin, who reached close to the fire capital with his army, was completely unaware of the 2 new monikers he gained. Only time would tell how he'll react to this move made by Hiruzen and Shikaku. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, paddlesarvsh8 at OKSBuy. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Sully and Bagus, for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description.